Wednesday, the 17th of July 2024, 43 minutes past 1500 hours British summertime here in the United Kingdom. We're live once again on Aqua24 Radio, Abrapapa Radio, as well as Aqua24 Radio GH with another edition of Bamaso. This is where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts, we come with a very simple objective, which is to deliberate on all possibilities with which we would become co-creators and catalysts of that Ghana we are so much yearning for. Around here, what matters mostly for us is the fact that we are simply Ghanaians. And when we operate from that reference point, we are able to express intelligence the size of Ghana. We are able to express wisdom the size of Ghana. We are able to express love the size of Ghana. In fact, we are able to express ingenuity the size of Ghana. We are able to express endurance the size of Ghana. So, using that as our principle as well, when you come to realize that we are unable to express so much of these virtues and many more that I have stated, you just have to simply check the reference point of our conversation. In simple terms, if we want to express the very best of ourselves, it is imperative that we use Ghana as our reference point. And that is why we admonish ourselves every now and then to do away with our secondary identities, and we put on that very beautiful design given to us by Madame Theodosia Oko, the red, the gold, and the green with the black star in the middle. When we put on that identity, that design, yes, it is just buttressing the fact that we are stepping into our primary identity. As a word of reminder, this is not to say that our secondary identities are not important. They are important. However, the measure of the importance of our secondary identity is in the extent to which it is able to promote the primary identity. So just sit back, do your own evaluation, and through that evaluation, get to discover the extent to which your secondary identity is helping you promote your primary identity. You see, our secondary identities may carry on if we just want to expand the reference point of our discussion here. Our secondary identities may expand, and then it will go to one fundamental primary identity, which is we are all units of life. So we start from Ghana as our reference point, and hey, don't get stuck over there. Don't let your thoughts be limited by only Ghana. You see, our thoughts, our imaginations, our actions, everything should not be limited by our secondary identities. However, in the context of what we are doing here, we say our primary identity is Ghana. So let's work with that assumption, and then gradually we expand the base, so that we will get greater results in whatever that we are doing. So if you are here for the first time, you are here by recommendation, I would say it is a good thing that someone has told you to join us here. You are here to work on yourself. Yes, you are here to work on yourself. Many a time we forget that the pains that others cause us is just a call for us to work on something also within ourselves. I heard a quote some time ago that went like, an enlightened being is beyond pain. That is to say, the moment you feel pain, that means you are still on the journey of enlightenment. So you are not enlightened. Yes. So the very moment we go through the pains others are causing us here and there, it is also an opening. It's just a call for us to be able to work on certain things around ourselves. So it is more to do with we working on ourselves every now and then. As Bombardier would say, the biggest of all rooms is the room for improvement. And we all have such rooms of improvement. It is down to you to be very conscious of the areas of development that you have, and be prepared to get the support, be prepared to actively be involved in you stepping into that area of development. That is why we are here. So I humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And Chiasonko Kessie, the Mudo Anna the Mopi and Koma, maybe I will be a some pempensway with Fidi and A24 Radio, Abrabapa Radio, and A24 Radio GH. So Facebook and our A24 Radio stroke TV, YouTube, A24 Radio. And Marin feet say overhit the subscribe button. No, bye. Na adomana one channel so odo was a bosso. Said a beya. A shade you made nasi, and I may be a course will have piano. Na you will be alerted. Say, hey, BB Koso Ewaha, bra, nebi TV. Sanso Anna, ye war a X, they say, can any friend Twitter at A24 Radio. Na any say, Yabaha, ye babe twatwa june ahwe de yebe tumi ayo. Ketuo kasiu kuma he die ubwa de yebe ye bia o se yo na o man Ghana etumi fa ne ntomapa efra. Inya bepiem wa ha esanzi enim se yan ne Ghana na ye ka ho asem no. Ye be ye ho aduro na ye ho ayeyenden. Na ye ho ayeyenden a yaboa ama afoforo enso ehun ayewonde. You see, the ama adwuma no din na sanso ye de ene say oye ohun say onko ana obobo team na obebre. You see, imagine say Spain nkrofo ya omo share England yi na woma 11 players na wo field ni nyina omo nyina so omo mo nti nipa ba akope 10 so omo mo akaba akope wona ebo all the rule of the 11 players, the 10 plus himself. Just imagine himself a bed pa, and you see, someone will say it is practically impossible. And he say Oshe say no practically impossible. It is likewise practically impossible for just one person to handle the issues of our dear nation Ghana. Nti ya na ha dwene kese ene say say other people who are supposed to also play their role are not playing their role effectively. Esan say we we are all connected to one another, no, we have the effect of their performance as well, right? We have the effect of their performance as well. Nti anadane de nyina me say ye ba ha ye be ye ho aduru ama ye ho aye yenden no ye ma no nso ha o na ya bomodin ase afofora wo ben yen enso ye betimi aboa wo mo na wonso eho atumi aye wonde adwuma ni nyina no emane ye den enso nti mesrew oye ho aduru no na o hwese ho ebeye o den na watimi aboa afoforo na wonso eho atumi aye wonde ti se onyanya santi ase we ya se wo boa afoforo ama wo ho aye wonde a se wa na wo boa wo ho, right? Nti a center like Ethereum mission, the center for spiritual empowerment and life mastery, Obeka Chiro say, the love you give away, you keep. Should I say, as you are supporting others to also become better versions of yourself, and you are giving them love. And because you are doing that and they are becoming stronger versions of themselves, the whole is getting stronger. And when the whole is getting stronger, as long as you are part of the whole, you are enjoying of the new strength of the whole. And if you are enjoying of the new strength of the whole, then it simply means the love you gave to the other fellow to become a stronger and a better version of himself, you were simply giving it to yourself. Nti mesro say yemra with that sense of endurance, that sense of open-heartedness, I betumi ede aboa yen ho ama yen ho etumi aye won yen ho ebitumi aye yen den. Yes very very important pa. Eti eneye wukwada na yenim se wukwada de questions and answers say asembusa ene anuyi no nsembusa de bibre wo ho ensem no de from where it comes, no, infinite. What is there to know? As against what we already know. It's just, it's a fraction. We can say a fraction. We will say a negligible. The name as against the ewosi that is why there's always something we discovering as we carry on. Nti yaba yi no minim say me ametie me wo questions pa minim say wonso wo questions a obepese obebusa questions ne doso ni nyina ye begibre kakra so the ba ne yentime nyi anu a ye betwa to ho, right? Nsem ne de me amehwe me diary ni mu a mitim hunu say ensem a ye busa ato ho over the years no ensem ketwa emre no so say was see nya anu ya the teacher will certainly come obetime busa question ato ho no na emom no bia na unyanye ready for anu yi no teacher no ma emeya no the very moment universe ni be hunu say why ready obusa question no kire say okay something is there pushing you to know something the emrebe so say universe ni be say some pensu a we do there anu yi no eba you'll be able to take it no obo say na anu yi no so aba fefefe kama e the amount ni so dia asemusa na ba na yenya no amount ene ya mensuru anu yi ni beba ebeba what ebeba nti for asemusa efa ye hu nkita hudie mu for asemusa ebra efa how we relate with baby a free buy e ka se baby a free buy a de tie nyina ne say If you be mun buy, we did not come here in vacuum. If you be mun buy, na as to how you see it related to the free mobile no, and na actually in to me yewo. It's a question no to that effect and also to me the ba. So asem busa no efa ya pomden ho a and also ultimate the ba. Speaking of that, let's send our greetings to Dr. James Justice or Natural Link Limited. Openi wabomodin pa ma dwumadie for a period of time na oba ene be bon komo efa yapom edin eho yabomodin ase enkomo na oni ye bobo ye ni nyina no we made it separate on our Akondifo radio and Akondifo TV channel. Nti say uhia some of the previous conversations that we had with him or call your YouTube channel na over to Dr. James enka ewo kama ti mama ntonchia Emma Dr. James we prelude nchia Emma Dr. James say o asembusa efa how we think, a psychological being and so and also fabra bia na wakokin kan cool to be wa baby. Our forefathers, our ancestors, they were also endowed with so much wisdom. They put so much together in the form of philosophies, quotes, and what have you. Then when you read them or when you revisit them, it ignites it ignites something good within you. It say bia akoken kan cool to be so na uhia say adofo ene obebubu ho from all angles na ja also watumi enya a deeper understanding of the quota and also fabra na yinyina enya de be yembubu hu kama mse Plato abe yo bia na ne gesa quote no ho pa na ba ko a ode to Akondifo radio WhatsApp platform or say the price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. Plato and the cancer same way. The price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. We could to be at and it falls in line with Asama earlier. Mekanye say you may be doing quite good as an individual. You may be all right as an individual in your social, spiritual, psychological, physical, or financial life. You may be doing quite well. Nisan say other people also have a lot to do, no. Na Nisan say ye boom into no. Ultimately, ye won't tell me Debbie. We see. Now we may have borders. We may have borders, physical borders, as countries. So in America, for non-person, we see war be between Oman and Mexico, right? We may have physical borders here and there, from country to country. But hey, when it comes to our true essence, there are no borders. When it comes to our true essence, there are no borders. We may have boundaries here and there in our individual lives as well. But in true essence, there are no boundaries. Because whatever affects me affects you. Whatever affects you also affects me. Asamoah Plato eka to hono. Also, the price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. Nti ebi a wode wadrum pampansuo bi a you are able to think through matters, decide very well as to who you would want to vote for. It's not enough. It's not enough. Make sure you help others to also gain that mastery in thinking, gain the wisdom with which they would also be able to deeply think through matters and know who stands for their interest as well. Speaking of that, it all begins with we becoming responsible for ourselves, our individual selves. When we become very, very responsible to our individual selves, we know it helps us to be able to decide who we surrender ourselves to be able to support us along the way. Nti sɛ wapɔmuden ɛyɛ adeɛ bi a ehia wa you will think twice as to you surrendering yourself to individuals who may not be looking at your health issues wholeheartedly. When I say wholeheartedly, what I simply mean here is they will do things when it comes to your health, you come to realize and say, to the best of their abilities. When it should happen, say, there are ways with which you would be able to seek the very best health care. See, you wouldn't be putting your health matters in the hands of people. They make sure they have enough in their pockets, they have enough in their bank accounts, they put in laws and measures that would make them able to seek proper medical care elsewhere, while when it comes to you, you are left to rot in quoting Donald Trump, in a shithole. You wouldn't do that. Now, when we become so responsible to ourselves by loving who we are now, we would think twice as to we giving our power to individuals who because of their selfish interest and needs, they don't give out their very best. Trouble when it comes to constructing roads. You wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't be doing that. You think twice, and then say, I love my life. I love who I am. I'm not going to sit back unconcerned and surrender my power to people who wouldn't have my interest, my full interest at stake. That is where it all begins. We having responsible citizens, we becoming so responsible to ourselves first of all. And when we become very responsible to ourselves, it helps us to also become responsible to others as well. It's just like driving. So if you become a very defensive driver, if you decide to say you drive very well on the road, you help other road users as well. Likewise, when you become an irresponsible driver, or drive now, who use mobile phone, you become a nightmare for other road users as well. You can drive, and then because you are distracted by the use of your mobile phone, you can just hit someone, You can even kill someone. You see, that is how it works, right? So it all begins with we growing in the sense of responsibility for ourselves, so that we'll be able to help others as well. So metie some of the commentaries that enuanom pass ewo dwumadie so a ya na omu busa adenti na nkrofo bu ho no mu a na ye de sika hye matches box mu a embre omo a na omo age omo ton omo a vote to people for 4 years, among other things. You ask yourself those questions. You see, said ye tibia no. Yes, a komo ho, obi anim se komo ho. Obi anim se komo ho. But a komo ho, let's say you love yourself and you are grown in the sense of responsibility. You don't think of squandering the little resources that you have in this very moment. See, you think of figuring out how the little resources now can grow and become more, so that a common there will come a time you have enough, and then a common it be free ho. I say because of a we think anything that comes our way we need to squander. We need to squander, and the unfortunate thing is, we can't have a mind of our own, because we think if we don't squander this, someone else will squander. No, we end up squandering because we are thinking we are tuning to that frequency. Say, if I don't do it, someone else will do it, so someone else will certainly do it as well. When you become very responsible, even in times of hunger now, you realize, say, in that moment, if say one grain of corn you try and plant it for it to grow, you water it for it to grow, and then you'll be able to have enough to feed. Now, one grain of corn, so now within some pence it will certainly not satisfy you. It will not satisfy you. But say you reason beyond the box. Now I can say, one grain of corn and ye dear mammy. Na sa one grain of corn ni say my ni ana ma nye na me hunu say it should be a seed. That it should grow and become more and more to help me and help others. You can sacrifice and even delayed gratitude. So gratitude, delayed gratitude, yes, delayed gratitude, yeah. And you just pause, and then you decide that I deal with the mammy didn't see mammy train. When fun say a seed, and then it grows to become more. That is how it works. And enra ni ka ebi ho asemo say ahimfui ya de ade cash ba ka mo beyond the box kakra na mo hu say okoba bia na cash we firi o mo nsa say ka kese pa. But hey, we give ourselves the reasons as to why we should remain as we are, so we will remain as we are. And if we give ourselves the reasons as to why we need to move beyond where we are, so we will certainly find the reasons as to why we should not remain as we are. And he said, "Yeah, ujuni biano enye ho ema." Ti meka chiro bi say it all begins with we developing the sense of individual responsibility to ourselves. To what extent are now you so responsible to yourself? And oje 50 Ghana and I say o de waje 20,000 Ghana krana so sometimes oje 20,000 na obi be say nkeye na you have a different mindset krana you say drag money so you are able to wash the money utimi wash it kakra and then it gets into the system very well na enkasa 20 no kra no said the enra abna kai no oje ana ode yet something to benefit other people and not just your own yourself and also you are washing sa sikana with something good coming out, right? And it is a never-ending series of ways with which we will be able to support ourselves. We'll be able to, become co-creators and catalysts. And when you feel say, hey, you see, I did can't even hold more. Said American but when you look at it from the level of wholeness now, you come to realize that there be and you might not be able to do anything tangible with it. Hey, you don't take it, and then you tell the person that there be on beyond the box, and you implore upon others to also think likewise, to reason likewise, and then gradually, truly we become co-creators of that Ghana that we are looking forward to have. Eti dwinehu bio na dwinehu bio yo say eba questions are questions and answers na dey go for bon komo when it comes to questions relating to our finances and so and also yawa ha fabra na yemo ho komo fefefe kama ezemusa na de se de maka no edoso kakra ya maka kra no, you may have a ton of questions within them that you may want to take it into your quiet moments and then gain deeper and deeper understanding of them, right? But the bottom line is to what extent Anna we are very responsible to yourself. When we say you are responsible to yourself, actually say to what extent Anna wa nkasa ultimi say I love me, and as I hand my power to someone, hoping say that person may be able to put things right so that the love of me can grow more and more. No, to what extent Anna me say I'm making the best of all decisions. No, it will help you to be able to make a very reasonable decision. You see, many a time what happens and it's we become limited. We become limited in our thinking, in our imagination, as per the secondary identity that we belong to. The vast field of infinite solutions that are available for us to use, because we are limiting ourselves one way or the other, we are unable to enjoy of it. We will all edge and drift closer and closer and closer to what we truly are. And ideally, we make conscious efforts in order to better ourselves, to be able to see ourselves from the level of wholeness. Whichever way, if we are even unconscious of what we are doing now, we are still edging closer and closer to that level where we will become aware of what and who we are as a whole body. You see, no matter how long or the many meandering and then the many blockages here and there to the flow of water, it will certainly end up in the ocean, either in the near or distant future. And say nsuo no emiti blockages along the way, emiti setbacks along the way, fa corner and the tibia, it will end up in the ocean. And yasanti asien say unuana ebia utie ne kasemu a ekyerɛ wo sɛ dabi akakakra no ɛyɛ abotrɛ mmerɛ bi atwam yɛ ama remfi sɛ onso ebi kra na wo de ne hu se sɛ de wosi adwene no ma remfi, right? Sɛ de onyomtofoɔ ne kan no sɛ ma remfi de nyame ayɛ asɛm kɛseɛ pa ma remfi. How far you have also traveled to get to wherever that you are. Me say ensuo no ebefa kona ebe chia ebe yede nyina ebe kwa kowie wo eponim. Sometimes ebe kwa akota baabi ewo honum saa obun se ensuo bia ne ho ahoden die bia ba na abefa no ne kɔ let us say ekɔ to other countries to the ocean. Etoda ewo honom a eta honom a won se nsuo atɔ and then abɛka abɛma no energy kakra ka ho so and then afi wato na kwantuo no so going forward. Life is good. Eti yenuanom a they may be struggling per our standards, no, all that they are calling for support to be able to carry on with the journey. Say car battery run it down. See the support that you may need is someone helping you to jumpstart. Na oboa ma o jumpstart ya. Enye say we view. Dabi. Enye say we view. Ho no interim. So interim. Bomodin say so battery na aye weaker, you get a new battery. Alternator no so na emra obesesa no. And then you'll be able to stand on your 2 feet. And unti ana by interpretation, no, when in the story say Yesu feed nkrofo 5,000 people, obviously a man mo frakra nka ho, right? Nkrofo didi wi no omo koye. So omo koye akoye say ya boa ma o car no wa start o car no o battery no ya wa boa ma wa start o car no and then you send one no, you just carry on with your journey, not thinking of what do I do next. You don't think of what to do next, you just carry on with your journey. And then you will still be needing someone else to help you to jumpstart again. Eti nkrofo no Yesu feed won wie na omo enya kakra to omo yem no, they just went and then that's it. Now by interpretation, once again, no, what Jesus wanted to show them, no, the power within them. So he wanted to show them the power within them so that they will awaken to that power, and in the next time, no, they wouldn't start crying to him, say, "Come the woman." But that wasn't what they were looking for, right? And when someone supports you along the way, now figure out how you'll be able to stand on your 2 feet. So but the ultimate goal is to be able to also stand on our feet and help others. That is it. You better our question so and questions and answers version of Bamaso. Asemusa ene anuye version of Bamaso. Na some members is out here name said Dr. Zazadenchu eti ani na natena Nana Sarabedi Akon, Dr. Ebenezer Amofa Boateng, or Papa Yenti, Miss Udinum Pamanum da Nana Enketia. America for Sam Safo, Dr. Ajingo, Ambassador for Christ. Nati Bongo, Dr. Otin, Prince de Bombardier, my co-host. In fact, when I step away from when I step away from the console, and I'm in the middle of other things, and then I still need to, keep an eye on Jumedina. It makes me appreciate Bombardier Juma Wood, to a very, very magnificent extent. Say he's able to double up. Sometimes you would say Anabia he's at work and he still doubles up to make sure say Jumediano every flow come up. And see a big thank you to you, Prince de Bombardier, for being so supportive. America for no Yenchia Melchizedek. And Melchizedek busa me question be say envelope ba mejiana. I'm say envelope na or de ba de na envelope no or de bremie. You see say a similar question was asked by some just a while ago or so ne dofo and then the bar or more call restaurant now who cash be that for right. So okay, so question now. So you see say yeah the envelope bro na sa envelope near the bro na atowadwene. So it buys your conscience, it buys your ability to be able to look at things objectively. And you are very principled that why take that envelope. So now say yeah the envelope blow bro now it is to support the good that you already doing now. I don't know on ye and he say you see this is where it gets very interesting, right? Say unim say police officer we are ukushia no when you asem ana ukushia sa officer no. So unim say sa officer no or you no nonsense officer. You dare not try to give the officer an envelope because unim say o man sa envelope no kra na obese use no as evidence kra as they are charge you more, right? And when your principles are weak and you do things anyhow, then they see say it's an opening for them to be able to use you as a vessel through whom they will be able to propagate their own selfish needs. And people who they have identified, they say omo no nonsense journalist or my Ghana muno, they may still stay without getting envelopes. But the very ones who do their things and they have seen say, hey, akwa we no hojo no. Ekwanda no ho no. Oh, they be pipian and then they will fuel you to be able to do their bidding for them. So you see, it is not a yes or no. So they may some a can or no. It is not a matter of yes or no. You see, we box ourselves in the yes and no scenarios, and we can't reason a lot when it comes to some of these things. Melchizedek, I'm more new year. Between Chiaka see at the mouth. United Kingdom for made in Chiaka see about Munina Spain, Anna Germany, Ghana for Nina, Mamma Fanchi, Amamunina, Perfefe, Kama, na ene yina yen samre biwe. Why? Ma modi amare ho, right? Together we make the whole. Yen to continue so. Ewo the questions and answers version of Bamaso. Sam Abba my NTA Sam Kakra, say Sam and Tim and Kadia, then perhaps we may do one song before we come back. But let's see. So Sam Ebeti and Kan, young fan communications because and then Yadia, a bit my travel so far. Sam, say, what Tim and Kan, Bamaso.
I drink KCA.
Na impom ti say minia.
Yes, I don't walk.
Good.
What's the name?
Metunka pa. Ma adjust to volume no very well. So,
Yeah, with the fashion me because na me tie dear by at the same time na me tie or how they say LP7.
oh, okay.
That's one of my favorite programs just because they open the platform to the average Ghanaian and these Ghanaians calls in and they tell you exactly what is happening, whether be say and that be like most of the time like Dana, you see how they are meet mind you say like some Tema hospital, like zebra crossing in on car in train waka every week is and it also one better how I train I'm a car bobby and some I'll be dinner on I'm about my long speech. So I like that show. It's because it always like I like things you know or here not make down on them. It's real people with real problems and I still don't know why our leaders don't take advantage of that program for the fact that it's real people telling what their problems are. And if we make the effort to resolve at least one problem from that show, like every month, people will see the progress. Because, a month for bad the following week, they say things change. They come and they say, they praise it and they give thanks, but at the same time it's kind of sad because people it shouldn't be something that people should call and beg because they have assemblymen and women and they have like community leaders so people do see it these leaders in the neighborhood see it and it's like they don't do anything about it and when people come on the radio like we've been say oh me to do good form me paul mucho like we don't say a painful trap kwan mu kwala yare trap kwan mu ebinom say ebi wakwa a bridge we don't say kwala first walk to school na bridge na chia bisa by at the same time nobody's paying attention to it but I like listening to that program because it gives you an insight of what is really happening on the ground so I was kind of like I was tuning to you halfway.
That's good. On say it's all down to the mindset with which we take to listen to some of these things. When you are listening to it, seeing it as an opportunity, if need be, to support someone who may be in some challenge, it's a wonderful thing. So that is it,
Like I don't know, like this administration, they've set up so many offices, and I'm like, yo, set up another office for this, dedicated to this particular show. And when people come in and call in and make the progress, I mean, think about it. This radio station is already doing the work for you. They set up the platform, people are calling. All you have to do is appoint somebody to tune in, list all the problems everybody is complaining about, and say, this month we're going to focus on this one particular issue and get it done. I'm sure the people will see, they'll recognize it, and they would appreciate it. And especially if you want another 4-year term, like you do these little things and maybe a trip would be say like what do I think the average Ghanaian wants? And I've said it many times, I don't think they want millions of cities or anything. They just want little things like good water, good road system, basic necessity things, So tune in and listen to them and just take care of these little things, these basic necessity things for them, and you will get another 4 years when you do these things for them, But instead, I quite to say, like, your leaders, they live in the country, but they don't live in the country, They're there, but they're not there because it's almost like they live in a different Ghana compared to the average regular Ghanaian,
So they all kind of a hard,
Yeah, like when I hear these things, it makes me sad, it gets me
Mhm.
angry, it does,
Sam,
so it gets my emotion going
na
some
be
ways.
chen so enka hoda. What?
Well, Sani, I can't fit it. So I'm sure say, oh, Nana Kai, oh, my meso Kai.
Aha.
I
Ana
know so many Nana Kai, oh, my Kai, and
o
yes, so yeah, Kai, Chene Becheno, eh, Cho,
Mhm.
Maza.
Mm.
Maybe walk or ama me baso abewo ama
Mhm.
me baso free mu ama me nana no so ni still like that so can che na che by mbuye kwana mbuye ne
Eh.
de tempia ni ebusa
Okay.
pe we ni e
Mhm.
kan sense mu
Mhm.
we ne
Mhm.
nothing is being changed. And
Mm.
you know, I get it. That's Ghanaians, like we are the type that kom sa boni team ni theater ni eko the next generation kan na mo so mo be kom sa team no me case obi nko anything violence or whatever, but at some point we have to take it to the next, we have to take it to a next level, push it up a notch, you know. Yentimi ntena ho tembia ni ebube tembia ni ye chena che by enka akwan bu ye ebeye ne yete ho saa ne ye ka ne na no mo ka ne mba no mo ka ne tembia ye bu se be ni still the way I call na echo. At some point things have to change, like we have to push, you know. Kenya is making changes, people are making changes. You know, you better know I'm a Akolabia sorry, a didi them. And I say better now I'm a Akolabia sorry, aqua yes, some crazy thing, you know, and then we'll say, hey, look at that kid on board here. If you even want to fee entity here, and I see I'm raising here, look at that kid. How dare him talk like that? Forgetting said the simple rule. I think Dano Bisame say what are some of the basic immutable laws to nature.
Mhm.
One of them is like, you know, I didn't look it up. I even looked like just based on my common sense, you know, for every action, there's a reaction. So when people come out and they go crazy and they're doing things and they're insulting and they're acting crazy, we always forget, say they are reacting. They're not, you know, it's
Mhm.
not some action they're taking. They're always reacting to the things they're going through, the
Okay.
hardship they're going through, you know, and we always seem to turn a blind eye when these things happen, and then we just always blame the younger one because are there. So,
Okay. All right. Manage said there was the actually but say utie me ya when I say chene beche enka hoda on to our boss is here no cry actually say chene beche enka hoda because said yeah anuanom ose anuanom bi be ka o masem e wo kasafidie no so a they come back and then they give testimony say something has been done meboa and something must happen for something to also happen. So there were one of the laws sometimes we may expect to say, oh, Akufo-Addo was rohon there was saying who bibia because the very ones under him no should be able to report to him. So however, we don't get it that way. And some of these programs here and there, no, it brings attention to some of the problems that we are facing in various corners, and then the needed action, no, if we need to carry on, it gets done. And said the whole kind say, and we are be they come back later to give a testimony of some of the things that have been sorted out for them. No, actually say something is happening, some changes are happening. Right, that is what I meant by Chenebeche and so Enka Hoda. Yo, Sam, and then your questions and answers. Anna and then see a Wednesday, yeah, na, yeah, my time near very limited. Kakra. Eti, mentor bonum. I spoke about a year, having or being responsible to ourselves, and then in that way, you know, it helps us to be able to become responsible to others as well. Now, I started a little example. Say, OJ 50 Ghana. Oh, and now OJ 1,000 Ghana from someone who is seeking to come and serve you. na because of saa ɛka a wo nua no ɛbɔ ne nyinaa ɔba his ability to serve you no ɛbɛyɛ limited a na wabusa ho sɛ to what extent ana wankasa woyɛ responsible to yourself, because for you to be responsible to yourself actually say you need to love every bit of you. You need to seek all possible ways with which you'll be able to figure out the better and wonderful version of you. When it comes to health, when you love yourself, especially when it comes to elections, because of the love of yourself and you being responsible to yourself, you think through who you are giving your power to, because that person should be able to establish medical facilities. Not because you love yourself, until you'll be able to go there and seek the medical support that you need. But when you take our country and how things are being run in our country now, yes, so the amount for can come when we dangle certain things in front of you after you going hungry for a very long time now, you can't even think through matters, and then you take it and then you are locked up again in another circle of problems. To so here said you see you see here and there. Sometimes we are even limited in our imagination, in our thinking, because of our secondary identities, and all those things. It indicates the degree to which we are responsible to ourselves. It is all here said you see as the fact that we may be responsible to ourselves, or we are becoming so irresponsible to ourselves. Sam, boy, bombardiers. Why?
Yeah. I think the fact, like, we are responsible for ourselves, but the fact that about the way like almost they give things to people, and then people people accept these monies and whatnot, whatever. It shows in a way, like you're saying, maybe they are irresponsible to themselves. But I think it all comes down to one thing: it's the fact that these people, like the people, the citizens, on my year, they've been cornered to extent that they cannot say no to whatever is being offered to them. So when passion, or what maybe or 7 days a week, and I say 5 days a week, or what steady payroll, or what like bibi kakro ultimate trying to boost for, and I say what you may be quiet, and I say what school be quiet. Me sure Sanka, if the person was approached by a politician or by some leader, say, hey, take this so you vote for me, or take this so you campaign for me, they would think twice. They would know. The same as there is no way that somebody will come to me and try to offer me something in return for my vote. They can approach me and they can make suggestions on how they will help my situation improve or whatnot, and that's just the idea, and I can vote based on that. But to give me something and I'll take it in return for their vote, it's very hard for anybody to convince me to do that, because I'm able to take care of my family like I'm supposed to, compared to your mind. It's in a way that I'm pushy microphone to a corner to where it's so hard. It's so, like, I know, like my cousin back Kasa the other day, he was telling me, he's like, look, and you say you say so and way a brain, we shouldn't take it. But Same so what I say, not say a common to send a common at the movie, not so what I say, that's all nim or china the obedim pokra. So people when it's Ghana 1,000 CCR, Ghana 1,000 CCR, so you can vote for me or campaign for me. It's hard to say no to those offers when you don't know how you are going to eat tomorrow. And it will be to them, they see it as it's a blessing in disguise. Somebody is helping them out. So they take it and they go with it, knowing very well that this is only going to fix the situation for them temporarily. But it's like they don't know, they can't do anything.
They can't do anything.
They've been put in a situation that is like you have to take this.
I see. Minim say Edding pa, I know pa. You see, a nema Edding we are sending the doors pa. I'm telling you. Ebini say, waware na wakushia nice girl bi so. The specs near kama pa, and also Edding pa to say no. And nema Edding we are sending the doors pa. Na so unim babu mu one a ton the penny edigi aduane no hwan
Oton den
the penny edigi aduane or babu mu no so ka sa akwa no
I can't remember.
Oh.
But I'm at test later.
What is story Jacob and Esau
Yeah. Yeah. Oton in your penny.
Oton the penny na o se kom de no me boa na kom de no pa ana o ka che ni nua ne se o ma no aduane ni bi na ni nua ne se a se mama bi adidi a ne eton pani e fa mame ana e kom ni nti wo ton ne pani no na o de ji aduane no enti eto mre a na wo se ni papa e ko na oshira no ohun na otan ma me dia se me na wo se me ko jinshira no me boa
Yeah.
Aspen eti yes obi nka se kom ni ho kom de ho kom de ho no bia no we ka se kom ni ho ana maka no you can give yourself reasons to remain as you are and you can give yourself reasons to move away from where you are as well. Eti said ye wonu ya no o kwese ne kan no yes it becomes very very challenging Edding pa ba unim before ade be chi no esum pa ne ba ana wonte sa be ne so da ho so what is happen da ansana ade be chi no esum kese no pa na eba ana omka no brofo bi omka so before the break of dawn yeah na the darkest part of the night no and eba eti Sam, when you look at it very well, we can give ourselves a million and one reasons to remain as we are, and we can also give ourselves reasons not to remain as we are.
And I agree with you. It does make sense. Because it's a matter of that's idea back who say we are now willing to do is if you think about the long-term goal now, it's a matter of how much are you willing to sacrifice, because if you're willing to make that sacrifice and say, you know what, I know see a common demi by my cost or am I common demi, I'll say no to this person, am I common demi, but I know say in the long run, if I cast the right vote or if I do the right thing, in the long run, ABR me back. Basically by year and see me bampo year. I know because of this sacrifice I'm making, ABI menana de obedru honor, basically year. So it's one thing that I guess we need to preach and we need to discuss among ourselves. Making a sacrifice, willing to sacrifice. We don't say common deal, but are you willing to continue sacrificing? I'm a commoner akoswa deal. In the long run that it be on every day basically year unum say only baby that I know be about Obama baby at the back but before Obama baby I don't know just what about we are man but unum say about we are but man about phone. So are you willing to keep sleeping on the street, cast the rival and hope seeing to nana be there ABI within the next decade or 5 years ABI on the basically year. So it's something I guess we as a nation, we have to talk about sacrificing.
Good one there.
That's one thing.
Good one.
People here, they're always willing to make the sacrifice. Like they're willing to put their life down because, and you see, Onukokura, if he doesn't reap what he sows today now, when we say the back and asking another video, that person will reap what they're sowing right now. So it's something we need to talk about. Are Ghanaians willing to sacrifice, not just for yourself right now, not just for just the short term, but for the long run? Are we willing to make this sacrifice? So in the future, I hope we can talk about sacrifice, and people can input it, because that's what I think it comes down to.
Wow,
Yeah.
I love that. I'm say, my recruit to the thinking now. So, my recruit to the thinking, and I love that. I say, we all know what happened next when, I would say, Jacob ne turn the penny my so and whichever way there was a sale, right? Back turn my back home. And the consequences was serious, right? In the story, and the consequences were very, very serious. Now sometimes so they all kind if we can't sacrifice the short term gains, now we wouldn't be able to yield to the long term rewards.
Minchwa no, presidential aspiring presidential candidate in by no referee anything. Mine now didn't buy say I don't need in common. And
Obin.
Yeah, I think say he was thinking about running and something
That's
like
right.
that.
Obin.
I remember in his speech, at some point he talked about land, and then he talked about say, I'll take, it was something he said. I can't quote him verbatim, but I think the gist of it was that, like Asasi Bibi O'Hara or Beji Ifri,
That's right.
And the minute he said that on this very platform, like 2, 3, 4 people came right after him, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, Mami Assassin, I don't how dare you?" But I was shocked when people were like laughing at him for even thinking about that. But in my mind, simply because let me meet Dakuma point just because I'm on phone is so close to the road. Maybe I can say a quino, maybe a 2 to 3 lanes, almost to see when this man says, hey, I'll take some of these lands and expand the roads or whatever the case may be, Crawford say, hey, maybe assassin I don't say I can, maybe I'll be sure I took one of the bomber grass and I could Thomas Asika Crabia, don't say I can, Mass and Canadian car, and I can what I say, But those are some of the sacrifices that, if we're gonna go somewhere, we have to think about, Are you ready to make these kind of sacrifice? Give up your land, give up whatever it takes, whatever is required of you, to help the country move forward, And unfortunately, it seems like right now we are now willing to do that.
It's thrown out of the window. Now I'm saying that there is another wise saying be somewhere say, "Onyansanini die obedie dua onim se enya dia ono betena sibi." Right? Enti
I like that. Kind of you.
onyansanini die obedue dua na onim se enya dia ono betena sa dua na simpo bi. Right?
I like that.
And he said, "Yeah, what to what extent are we willing to make sacrifices for the generations ahead of us?" You see, for someone to be willing to make sacrifices to that degree, it all comes from that understanding. Say we are inseparably linked with beings of the past, the present, and the future. And it's not say we are linked with beings of the past, the present, and the future. No, so on one puno, so one tena sibia. Because of that linkage, obi fufuro obetena simple no net ase. Mpaja what they make an say.
But yeah, professionally, yeah. Go ahead.
It's all down to programming. We will continue to reprogram ourselves with some of these things. They said we've been linked with beings of the past, the present, and the future. Whichever you want to look at it, we are the dream of our ancestors. Some of the things that our ancestors wished, they sacrificed for, and they enjoy of it.
Exactly. And we must be
Enti
willing to do the same for the ones that are coming
enti
behind us.
enti yenso ɛdeɛ bɛ na yɛyɛ going forward, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yɛmfa no ntoɔ nom na me musa a question ketewa bi sɛ wobɛtumi ayi ano a ɔse never trust an animal with a tail in front. Na menhu aboa a ne du atua n'anim. Wonim aboa korɔ?
No. And this is your bad answer.
Wọ́n sẹ́ obi na ɔsɛ never trust an animal with a tail in front. Na m sɛ na ɔtwerɛ to hɔ nom no obi te aseɛ. Ana ɔno nso kɔtwerɛ sɛ never trust anything that bleeds for 3 to 5 days and doesn't die.
Wow. This is deep.
It's deep, wow.
This is deep. I'm sure later on over church you always make these comments, and I'm sure you go somewhere with this. So I don't know. I cannot answer you, but I'm listening. And as the show goes on, I hope say
never trust an animal with a tail in front, and never trust anything that bleeds for 3 to 5 days and doesn't die. Eti you know we sure say nkrofo bi wan san that you know ye ko omde baba why omde
baba be brain wo ye chinti maybe make us by before I call real quick. This is just a sidebar. It has nothing to do with the topic today. I just wanted to say thank you. I could see yes to content behind you what I say all the time. And when I said something about say I'm fire gold and brain England for fire gold and brain right after and away by Joseph by I'll be buying an old church room. I'm so thankful, you know, because that's something that I shared before I check. By I'll be buying now be mind church room as to why we don't even need it. And he used the word we are incapable of. You know, I went home and I thought about it all night and I couldn't agree with him more because I'm very thankful. Say we talk about it, and Abe was right after me, and he gave the explanation he gave because the quarry meaning maybe I was to see and she nipa bako epe empase. We crew one Abe now be can and kebi she nipa bako pe empase. Just the few we get to enjoy. By maybe I was to see is because of that reserve that you and all my brothers and sisters in the UK, you're able to probably flourish because they use it, you know, to help the economy grow. They use it to build the entire country so they can take care of everybody else. So, no quarrying the way I be church, you know, Mama Kuma told me, and I've come to accept and I agree, say, I'm okay with where it is right now. And she never back it's the whole mining I was very, very, very appreciative of that discussion yesterday. So, like I said, this was just a sidebar. So,
okay, all right.
I just want to say thank you and David and Dry.
Okay, all right. As I said the side the internet, I make here for now. Why? We may look at it from another angle another time. And see, thank you very much for that. Now, Yentie Bombardier kakra. Before I move on to Bema Benewa. Bombardier. And then over Kabiana. Bamaso. Okay. All right. So and then you can stay.
You know,
okay. All right then.
And you know, she was scheduled there. It is either on and off.
Okay. All right then. You carry on. In an hour's time, you better round up and then carry on. Why, Kevin?
Okay, you. Let's just say that never.
Okay. All right. Also, Oba. And see,
okay. You mean that Mamma can't send a marco. Your papa, I bet you and say, let him catch it. Everything to me to be because I press it. Papa come here, is it because Instagram now or memes in the now, boom say, there may be a over your mind, I say, or side chick na the Yelens so and then to her on the side chick na friend. It is baby or Banabekibia or so. And I said, "Na ade one asmawo." Le need to go, and obi afraid to be kasati. And the chance is to do kasa one near bro can just an items of a year. All listeners know they just say, "Them is to be kasi on ye on top of Kukraman, you know, just so be than 1 year." As some cry ABC. And I was also not the year so and a man shape or you say you want on blade delivery on the minimum. It says, "Oh, yeah, this mistake."
Nitiate.
And let me say, yeah, so it's Papa. But the university, you wait to be Aka. Aha, there you queen. Papa, I just say, a year Frenchman of a Kwame, opposite for Finland, a year for body of Spain. Mrs. said, double celebration of Munya, only Spain, every knee, a year UEFA and the Euro, no, and a year Akaras or bot tennis, no. Aha, on also we need Wimbledon, next one the same day, no, not a DJaba, Spain home. Akwasinso represented America on a year fantastic packer. You call him now, Alex was Spain. Papa, the idea say, I said, you can there questions and answers, and I'm better make memory trying to make up big creep. Papa, and there was a reporter, a better one, who said, Macase, Osha Bible ma, or say, Onyanko Palma, Onipa, Adibia, Ohia, or Debabo, Brapa. Na sana de biana me sa paraphrase Bible passage and said the same vein God has given can everything that we need to succeed. Once na we tie safo na ebi ani o hey o say ebe yi hey sana papa o ka safo kan na mesle sana ne papa de bi o ka che o say no sha no na ne papa moti efin da so wasafo wudi mo BH78 eye opposite eye Moonlight and as of Moonlight amusa be 25 no say ho na omudi mutuo ni Joseph no opposite na o say oni papa o sha no me papa wonu kura wonyina oko 70 no so sha na de bia na ne na ka kire say ono so ono ne papa ka kire say ono so papa anase grandfather ka kire ono ne papa say Ghana be yi Satan e go kusu no eno me na nan so ebe ka de say te o Ghana be yi chem papa eno papa so ka de same things kire me papa makasa ye kasa bibi be yi you have to see it. So because Kuinikas or estimate you say bia ni no ba beba na ye no say bia kwesi yesu o ye cocoa farmer wakoto ni seedlings kama we treaty land no fertilizer we so ye tailing ne ye prune o ye nyina or the cotton crop to charge ho na we treaty say cocoa no entiminya so disease bia na say until they be ye na kwesi yesu o ye cocoa farmer or to say menya baby 1,000 bags of cocoa bia beans na oto dame ekuyafo edua na on the not wo ebede na 1,000 aba menye yi. So God was the only one who created something out of nothing. So that's it. You need some things to create something, but God don't do say let there be light. There was light. Empty. And yes, the first way patriotic nationalists say, "Oh, sorry, I know I can say Ghana be you." They now you go comment just say, and those days they can say Ghana and masa sa say be kwasasem Ghana be 67 years. Oya kwada. Obi a 1957 no independence oya kwada 67 years onya kwada. Ghana compression 7 years ago. So that's it. Enti papa ide be yobum se be yi. She say $3 billion inti Ghana no meguase. About we are bobisia the about 500 something plus abeka the na 190 billion. Say nye debt suspension na nkasa mi kedu 1 trillion national debt. What IMF or more tight conditions are the normal. Yintimi kwa mazu kwa boje bisi mbiem. Enko for pension so a wo se one okaso mo haircut to after the was someone wako mo haircut 30%. Ise kan cry say. Papa she say Auditor General's report says me number 2022. She say me kan 2022. She say ye found go na e wo no 12 companies are omutu ngo no. Also umtwe bibi e friend service renter. Service renter say epono any dog one onyina no ye dia enti ye fan say rent obo shape na rent ya omode eyi any oil rigs nyina no renter eno nko ano nanka ye o say ye kwaji 3,461,082 omukwaji ayi Government failed to retrieve a total of $2,774,067. Out of the 3 million plus, no, just the OMGI is 687,759. Papa, Obia Wuhinska. What me free Ghana? Sikane wa abontino out of the shores of Ghana, no, America and Europe, Sikano. Wo see more 3 billion. Sikane ye one kasa udi na kojino. What could you just 600,000 out of 3 million? I must say 2 point something yankwaji 2%. That's 30 million cities. Say 30 million, Papa. She empire bit maternity wars. And then we should cross over Benjamin because who you know Ghana or Quada for this work was automatrix. And Quada, John the Baptist say, or so no decreasing the years to increase in ye people say decreasing your money increasing and cry one and then Papa or that form. No other form away better why ye. We are one better the immune system strong or viruses in the bacteria be before we first to know what develop chronic disease for the rest of his life. Any people we are there be and to say you mental reconstruction, mental reprogram now it's a must. Abaning is come where would me. See, can was a woo general on you because Nina and a bribe. What training now, 2 million in our say, Mumaka cranum for the sanity. In other words, that's what it means. Because there's no government, America, Japan, China, own first way and check. Adia ye you would go to consolidated fund a ye in Sika. And ya bicycle consolidated for you can't be consolidated. You can't in album, contingency funds. She can be a native Megani be said to go to South Fund. A ye in a ye present, they are NMPs for the ye in money, you get the boy home by. No, see ye the apple. I'm a high. Kojis can what was soon kwaje. The Auditor General's report on the general management of petroleum funds for the period of January 1st to December 31st, 2022 has revealed that the government failed to retrieve a total of $2,704,067. Yan kwaje. It's not papa no. Me and Menua yeti reputation. Me na me ko Ghana kwaje. Apre ye wo National Petroleum Authority ho. Ye wo Ghana I can say a petroleum water by ho. Amdom de biam kwaje 10%. Kwaje scan is be in conference wo ntwi o. E ye di o say what I just work hard. Ye ka rent work hard. When is over rent? Si Canadian so many billion, no confound exporting billions of dollars of oil. Says Cafian when on Timinje, but yet the next Cafian Yaka, Yama, because we share exchange rate now 2.7 American air about 31 million cities. A being here, would ye $1 crapacutum Maye. Maybe a bit me the Acobwa, Oquanibia, and fertilizer, and I say, be a bit me, some social intervention policy, Biama, and conformation, and call for Rantan and Free Ghana and call Sarah as doing go. To Papa Mubsao. A dear Ben Warno, Utin Suhu. In Sunesi there be Yedi and Yankosanum. America for me in Sunu. No, who called the necrogen? They be pan easy, Sissy, why would you? Quaji, Lichi. Let us all would cost 3 billion. Is so I have a 3 billion, 3.2 billion. Near Queen. Almost on you, Ninians on Yan as a corruption. Corruption, all your company. The government itself, instead of supporting the state in the Republic of Ghana, he's rather acting as a foreign agent. And senator, one of the senators for New York, you're charging for felony, federal felony, over couldn't bear decades, because he was acting as a foreign agent or acting as a foreign agent in Egypt. That is one of the senators who member of parliament for the great state of New York. Yachino. Oh, for decades. When you papa when you know or best is more so you see no because we deal money we send Ghana banks we deal money because you are active as a foreign agent because all your company you're foreign. Koyis can also into frontier more poor money so but we can because say on tia says yeah kasa American almost can know on one senator or frontier as a foreign agent so wants to know because no or Egypt. I'm Egypt, no maybe the bills because a year no or shut that holding for long and man and no musa and passena Egypt for now man gold net a sicania the day. Also no or back with him, but you see for now and when your breast cancer will treat me. Papa, until who say the government of Ghana itself is acting as a foreign agent for this which is against a treason. ade bia wo as a man no who di support or maybe say only we said it here because why are you not collecting the money? That's the question. Ebiom so the midi chat one papa audit some guys auditor report in there they may know ade na em ya say 10 year baby bia 2 years ahead once we are make a 2022 2024 ne kan wasem enti 2023 no ye beti ho asem 2025 2024 ye 2026 any year me no ka say ye beti ho asem ye ababe 2027 which it might be too late so enti ya say who say last point name say papa tie we eye me dia reho school feeding caterers serving people's moldy unwholesome food according to the Auditor General's report of 2022. Papa yentie eye enkwada kotofefi a omo primary school no a ye de yeja omo a ye se ye secondary school no FQ bu netimi nyanwe de bia kwesi yesu kan wasem no peoples no from class 1 to class 6 no yeja omo no eye 2005 eye omampani kofo breso na odi bibia fen Ghana school feeding no as one of the interventions a bit my encourage enkwa na be bia na wo fie kwa onye adwane nti yemfa no school na national policy and national operations manual ye de yes adwane say or say adwane ne yes 7 enye se bia ye se ye ma obi ntimi hwe ne benti no adwane wo memere adwane no akra ne ye public the state wo na wafato so ye police wo be mo adwane dia the food must be balanced. I say it contain all the 6 essential nutrients: carbohydrate, proteins, fats and oils, I can say mineral salt and water. Papa, a year Auditor General Musuma and Kofo Koye investigation say yen communitani and share said the Jania Dima and Krakot because won't say Omono na Omoyan Koda. Na said maybe yen ye so far ye papa mono ye susano incense say ye ma maybe my ye protein no. On why money akoko ni nyina no de waso ni nyina manikum say ja anajo papa be nya 20 or the please ye papa anything the papa ye lengelinga yesi no enya me mu 40s mu no enya ma ba American wo de na ma wo American nyina ma me enya me hwe me nyina wie mesi a fit me wi na ma wo wiase nyina tawa na me hia nam no me ma me amfa ma me wo de ma papa nyina awie sanity won eno na de ko national yi no Omo kohu se enyane omo no man kra ne nyina no omo ajolof a enam nka ho ye won ma betia enam nka ho na de ye kra hu se because eye banku no omo ye ma omo no omo di banku a eye moldy corn ye moldy mold eye fungi na se fungi insan so ye living thing ntin ono so ohia aduane ene moisture ne oxygen be to okọ ebro no mo se ebro no ye de siso san moisture ne yinu na etuhwa to a brown corner say bro to here, and let say fungi and a mold woman. Now, yeah, no producing harmful chemical be a friend aflatoxin. Papa sa aflatoxin, no, a wogenia, yes, a woman, a bit mamma liver cancer. She enquada class 1, only class, only 5 years, 6 years old, no. She asama a year Auditor General, no. A performance report conducted by the Auditor General on the management of the Ghana school feeding revealed that moldy corn dough was used in some of the schools visited by the team to assess the progress and performance of the initiative, which was launched in 2005 to help improve enrollment at basic school. Jollof rice and other dishes were also prepared without protein, contrary to the requirements of the program. The AG's report indicated that pupils and teachers interviewed during the visit said all complaints about the poor food were ignored. We noted during our visits to the school that not all the caterers use wholesome food items to prepare food. For instance, at the Anchenyem DA basic school, we observed in the presence of the Western Regional Coordinator and the caterer that the cooks prepared jollof without any protein, contrary to the requirements in the National Operations Manual. Also, the cook at the Kamfakrom DA school in the Western region used corn dough that had gone moldy to prepare banku for the pupils. Our interaction with the pupils in all the schools we visited generally indicated that they had complained to the teachers about either the lack of or inadequate fish, foreign materials in their meals, bad palm oil served with watery beans, and the bad smell and taste of food. Papa sa palm oil no e contain baby in Sudan 4 and na e twi mu ye kan Sudi. Sudan 4 palm oil no nti say o ma won cause on say ye na ye ho. The Ghanaian some of the Ghanaians are wicked. Na Yesu kan was essence mumu yebedos nimpe bebre do sasem yake bi pen pan wo ye no ne wo kopan wo ya wo say aye ko no ade ya modi fran ye fene Sudan 4 ene ne ye fene Chin Sudi ene ye policy show no to so na ye gon so pa body MPC ni kontomire ni nyado di nti won omode ye ayi no omode ye I can say edwane gare amamu a omokoto opan wo ye no mabo Sudi enti na aye water no and Krana omedi edwane from some many nyina papa in the future nyina most of them like it. They might get liver cancer. So that's it.
Okay.
Who and maybe papa who is going to fight for you? Because Ghana there's no claiming. Akwani betim sa no fe no yare sa no we as ma be say awo for na in the case ke krobia ka umu serious ka America class action I suit I seen. From that time, because you say auditor report the abano to wa ba or sabiamu no say when you Papa America, I told you over time, we should video as Obiana, why you may be not asbestos, no so a chemical use, yet the share say no person way, you know, as insulation or diamond, but any happening says I didn't a cancer, a carcinogenic. No more so, now you sue company, no company to escape 10 billion check. To when say nka awofo unim say oba ko school from that time ni nyina or some come nyina bon musu government no omusu region no omusu ministry of any program ni nyina yesu omo ni yekote so wonya bi because what did we no madibi papa enkra na yekai o enti no say enkra dachi omedi onso no this is what we are giving them moldy food molds no it produces aflatogen from polystored grains. Shall I say any Syria and Yakuno and what is the Minister of Health going to do? What is the Ghana Health Service? And I say you can't sorry now said the question passing me na another reporter Saba. Papa here we don't have any mechanism say when you report by you better national intent to me from that period. You what that time 2022 caterers no honum. Jani company yebenya de Ghana ni yakofo mu nyina ba ni man notification to and parents they say hey reporter be new it is school no na wo ba wo ha bra ni akran exam no because food program na nsesan ye ena menyi say caterers no masa cha wadwen because the first government is feeding each child $1 20% no is trying to think at least net inflation no think akra be man be at least be 20 cedis ba ban so obedient one cedi you know. But say no crowd wa and just to be edwane bia man kra no enkra no mu ni obi enko negotiation wo na government so your policy it is all more edwane bia give them balanced diet na wo mamu modi food dey ekra ni liver no o ma say no uni edwuma liver no o ye edwuma bebre some of the organs no or boil digestion or boil a detoxification of your blood or boil even in sexual hormones liver na edwuma o ye na enye edwuma ke 20 na liver na yempam. The first thing that will be why you no post-mortem so autopsy as a pathologist ko ya will live no kwhwe kane only the memory who toxins say your poison or say whatever it can be the
all right Mambade we there and Remsa thank you
mama
you almost
me I concern for some of the people makers and yeah emphasis on you say for Kwame the eba organic food ni food matters any hygiene na kosi yesu a yade yentimi suma ye cry impin for cry any ye de na enkwada o people so munye students munye people on between 6 years to about 14 years enti no munye miss and say me am papa ye ready no cry na eja sisi NJB na be supuma no.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I can't just about 45 minutes and then we are out of here. Eti mamenko bema Alex eswe me man say I will say very very spot on with the timing now. You know, Alex, so what you can Bamasu 6 minutes. Naboko there. Sweet. You, and yeah, say what in common be me wa. Okay, all right then. And yeah, yanko anyway now so bon komo. Questions and answers, right? Yeah, too. Can I say what? All right. Now the question on the table, say wohwɛ ɛyɛ timamufu a ɔho nneɛma a yɛyɛ no to what extent na wobɛka sɛ we are being responsible to ourselves. Now said that I may teach you earlier on. No, it all begins with you becoming responsible to yourself, and then the benefits gets to others as well. So while you're driving, so say if on the road you are not responsible to yourself, you endanger other road users. When you love your life as a driver, you make sure you put your phone away when you are driving. You make sure say if the road demands that you travel say 30 miles per hour, you don't go 70 miles per hour because you love yourself. And you loving yourself is an indication say you are being responsible to yourself, right? Na said enrani yedi en common many a time and said wa also kind we say politicians not dangle certain things in front of us, then we take it, and then the consequences becomes very, very serious for us. So here said you see Nema, to what extent Anna Obaka said we are responsible to ourselves. Now, if we are not such responsible to ourselves, how do we program ourselves in order to become responsible to ourselves? Matter what's the question, I say? Okay, all right.
But I say, my chair, no animal, Modica, Casane, or more, or Munyan Casa. Papa, I don't say responsible, they will be responsible to his or herself. Ubiaye. If you say, Ubia Comia de Noa, on one of the obedi. Indeed, a banner say, Yemfa. Asudi maya one as a young baby, so ye money na maya brabo kuya, yanga ne boy bra. Inti nipa omo system numina no be a hanamoso. Ye woman say, said the nasa folk. It will be a situation money pack a situation money pack a brabo bianca ompe. Inti the over her. Who's a soft for power, preaches a gamania, no, I know what boy your mind. The baby says, DNA, dear, pay as a bronze. Baby, no, a GDA any hontia. A GDA any ho, so for no need GDA, the no yen, but a coyes, or co-fund it is a profession, and no yen. And at the end of the day, no, or nay, a choice. Indeed, all ye know, say a home. Emra sudi no ye de mano because ono nim sa de no ye no wanyini now the anti America sa na say the ma yenkrofo binum yentimi nye responsible to choose a quality and a good leader na say they say no ye van say yes sign this in the MPP why na ye de power no man na sa ni pa ye de command no what is the guarantee so no so ba be ye papa chen the omo ye no and the yano I will if I need that faith, we are not we are convincing enough. There is no idea say I am convinced enough say yeah dear every papa smile how they are bombardier. They need to bombardier bar. One year the papa smile and obey your papa chance. They mom say you say bombardier bar by year the own be an ample bombardier rabbit mother young west because of example be a yanya pen say da uja wachi ma kwabra no o say show no enti ne ze no a wo ka bombardier de no ye nim bombardier so da enti ye guarantee pa ye won say ye de koma no enti say ye hu say both two people NDC and MPP no ba no mo be ma ye sika say ye remain omo at least ye hu omo sa no adwuma kakra binti no enti gidie no a ye gidi ana ye ji omudi ni nyina no every wo ye ni gidie ankasa wo mo ho ye ni 100% faith say ana say trust wo mo mu say sangrofo a sisi ya ye say yes some na ya nya change of mind Inti yes some na ye de ade na ma new people. Yen sesa ban no totally. The informa new ones. So new ones no na ye mu binum ye ko su visa se. Se Ghana ni betra Ghana. Na ola asalogo e betra Ghana. Na wo hunu se aban ba obu amamo bone. Nti yɛde ma wei a wabu ɔmamo bɔne yɛde ma wei so wabu ɔmamo bɔne na deɛ na yɛ guarantee sɛ new one a yɛ no yɛpɛ sɛ yɛsesa de ma ɔmo no ɛdeɛ na ɛyɛ ɔmo guarantee bɛma yɛhunu sɛ ade no yɛde kɔma ɔmo ma ɔmo abɛyɛ ne yie nti at the end of the day no saa gyidie no nhyɛ da nni hɔ saa because yɛka yi deɛ yɛde bɛma no ɔno nso yɛ Ghana ni na dua biara ba nso ɛna ɛsan so ɛna ɛsan wo saa dua na foforɔ enti nipa ombedi yesu nyina omo ye Ghanaians enti no there is no any guarantee bia eye so solid to the extent they say afedie yam pack NDC ni MPP every ho na yam famma sankrofo no even sikatu aye ka say NDC ni MPP di sika na eye nyina no wo mo a omo so omo ni sika nyina omo tua bio na omo de no no so nti ama unhunu e no kese so ha enti no oh yeah, or mine a woman, a year too corrupt to the stand they say, oh, penny pampo, Edenaya, the papa wunya. They say, as will be a company now, open managing director. I'm an managing what you man, Edin so Benyabi. Bunyabi. Then so a dance of Wagana Nini Biana, the best answer. And this a wama, Obia, ye beat them a one who Ninsan and Yumaka crabbing pa, at least one hour back or her. If you say, Senea Eka says a Kwame Chromatias here. Enka ye nyina ye go for no se kofo eye wa hoodin odi be di president na mrama na kwan ya enka ye nyina ye go kofo se JJ Rawlings e wo ho enei a ne ho edin na mrama na kwan ya enka Ghana fo e be reject na na enti you can see say eniama no se enka ye reject it enkokurafo yi e ko pension na nkomo mu bai ye new things innovationally omo ye niama mo no ama ye kondo a ke ka se yensi so obi a ye be hu se ampa ye sesa we ma we ba na obeya de pa ba ye de no say retrogression kwa
all right mame musa wo quickly now the evidence that you are seeking to have before you possibly try someone, should the evidence be in politics alone?
Yeah, papa I don't know mbe no ho I don't know mo be ye politics and now you got politics are bombarded actually say a decision making. Even me myself or me taking decision to give my power for them, no, I become a politician.
That's right.
And you know, and it's me the idea more be in fact, a very just simple so send me my life and I made me home or be my kata chase water me. My life when you know me they are showing some that is my you know, as a me who concrete evidence it says any panel trust a simmer me woman now your political arena no so nyina na dey yet trust a ye betimanya aye obi message the only message a man for ba say me ba meye we abanda na no ho no so kan the same say ono so bo obeye wo obesesa nema o ya onwie ye binum o obetoa so binum o be ye ne foforo obi nso po di bi ko no ono so say de no ye ne dada no oba obetoa so na wasan innovate new ones nti o ya san grofo nyina no a senye ahi bi ni bibi na asi let say ye omunni ho na ye de foforo try foforo nom dia for me you know there so far no edunti na make say sa Ghanaian no ote ho a ogisika no bebre no adwene ye ne se ne ma adwene ye mi say de okura wo so wo achirichiri na oni bi da na oba no with no any concrete evidence na evidence ni nyina te say na na do oba power na ye hunu say ofri political background ne papa ne na sefo nyina wako school o ye nyansani wa bobra ne ade ye kan nyina na the message was so solid to the extent they say and yema na Ghana here na that time and na do hiti hosa besinde it is a name na do abaye state enemy ye person ye reject no na ye funny pa fofora and say yes na kwa nchen sa so the message fofora ba na
yo yate why
so the message fofora bi aba ede enti ye fama no
yo yate
enya simple za ye o man
yo yate why yate thank you very much ma bene wa na menko say offer Kwame and next say offer Kwame and next ampa offer Kwame offer Kwame going one Of Kwame. Of Kwame, Bamaso.
Drink you. Yeah, nam baby. Uh,
Why ready?
Why, Jinaho?
Would you call baby?
I mean,
The Okan. Oh, 6 minutes, so carry on.
yo, Brewa Jinaho Kakra. Yo, Wakunte Yada Ube promote me. Wabado. Na, Enra sister na Ube cancer minimum yaji. Akonta ye Juma. Bila or the brega na phone. Utu se we buka ni pa. And I feel so sure. Brewa. Sa shift system we ya renia. So any shift system no. You divide your society into two groups. A confrontation. Enti ano ne to aso ana. A better system wo. Chese. So uko countries like country ya Gulf states it took less than 50 years. Emma say the center of this planet. Adintra. Womu to enyansa so. Inse say womu betwe womu mano 10 no. Womu nyansa ne hia womu. Hwe enye se iska o. Enye se womu no hwe baby a womu tie no ye ka se Ghana fo nkotran ho no mu a. Eni womu na wotwe omewu just like that. So but resources kakra wo eni nyansa wo de be put in no. Eno ne be kire wo resource. Na wa hwe Akufo-Addo de Tibinsu akase de wonhunu yo akase de wonhunu ye mama nso ka womra to meka se o mane ye dwapade kese eni yesu into ono wo beba ho ban hwe onka ho asem enti ye nye nipa sebi wo munim asase so mfa so ye primary energy the source busa ho anopay wo breakfast sensuon ka ho a ka kire me na montumi hu that is vital commodity a odumankuma de ache Ghana for ambo protect no masa improve no na mo de sa shift system no maintain dia ma men kan cho Ghana for ma mutie yen muni future kwapna de ba ku bi bremi na obi adua eburo na enkrofo so mo akoto asase nti wo mo hweburo na egu no mo de akohwe good samrantie we ne de wo mo bebu man o na o man no wo kina mo gina hene ene ba ku bi nso wo mo de bremi we de shalom na de bremi yesi e krobi ye friend esutware I don't know so Afram Prince who say Central Region who say and one more duamo and will be quiet coverage ho. Emma say woman ya bumper. Say the Ghana for say for a while almost stop us plastic rice needy. Na me dear me until if we are uba never boami. Voter region home mono a more cocobino. Initially nanki free slim ne isrim woman dia bo franunti. Udi muna okika ububabu mu a entwa correct ena wo mu aye bi wo voter rege ena ayifo China fo edi wo mu ani atoso wo mu di wo mu ani akosi so nti Ghana for cry ese me bi nto ena edi ena ne nyina wo mu hyepoko na wo mu de wo mu plastic perfume rice na brain indomie enuane boni yasa de enuane a ikum asase so muwa ade abegu yeso na ye die chiri uko extension officers for asem organization yasa na say na assassin de friend saying one federal mono a enye yi na who told you e kan ni na nanom no wo mutumi masase da ho no it took a nature about say more than 5 years no wasa renew assassin no your friend is regenerative technology say de nim de akonimu enti hia sa wo betwen 5 years no wo farming no na wo regenerate soil no ye free bibi mulching system so adie ye organic bia feedback to soil no na fi woman protect assassin and some earthworms because as I see and one is be feed the earthworms, who feed the woman correctly. It was as no be productive. Na ye try ye agriculture minister. Say Kweduma Kronye bi da. And woman had the economy ya isumase economy. Assassin no a enka ye betumi dia build your friend is saying the economy no. But we say yen say no yen fan ko hwehwe good.
Yo, Kwame.
Yeah, woman go ko ni kroma, woman no to asonko
Okay.
Burkina.
Yo.
No, won't go ahead their brand here. No, young my no, and any profession cranny among you. But here's all real scene no more. As I'm all catching them, and say, they told us we cannot do.
Okay, all right. Papa Kwame, and
Papa,
then me bring into na ya fancy what Mr. Obebre. Right, now you are so intimate kind of. Thank you very much. Na me call Obosonfo so, na Obosonfo so enkabi. Obosonfo, oti me kan ene Bamasu.
Adwin kese papa.
Na se boko de.
Oba de daroma. Ananom so di akotiniti boni bi ani ha.
Good. Na se na
Send unimre.
Mini brekra, me brenisa. So,
Michi chief woni o mo edikan kasa.
Obiajo.
Na papa responsibility ni there. Nsem do am bi na metie e wo background. Na wo bi say asem bi say do we have what it takes to get a good leadership and bibisa. Na oni abi na etwe nkomo. Is nkomo na I wish say one day we will revisit it na metimi anya kwenya ba abachira madwe. But then the Obama son say we'll say, are we responsible enough? And I say,
being responsible to ourselves. Yeah.
Being
responsible to ourselves.
Yeah, as a nation, as
individual. So it all begins with you, the individual. No? So it say
collectively, no,
and then it builds on to the collective level because the old driver, let's say, oh yeah, a responsible driver. You put your phone away. Yes, sir.
Yes.
You stay within the speed limits. And by so doing, it carries on for you to take care of other road users. Yes, Anette. To what extent are your expressions actually say we are being responsible to ourselves? That's all.
Yeah, papa, no correct. As a responsibility in media, if you say idea you do, it's genetic, it's hereditary. Some people are born irresponsible, and others are born responsible and are said to be responsible. Now, sometimes there are other external factors and also to me enhance and answer a destroy either it enhances or destroys that sense of responsibility, no, in exposure, and then your personal commitment to take responsibility. And one of the basic domain and I said the core domain anchor you would expect is that everybody to be responsible any year our homes. But papa, I know in America no say the war because sometimes you can even find some homes even abofra fee hono the behavior and even more responsible than the head of the family or papa. You would have expected say the father will live a responsible life or no. Rather you realize say no it's not. But sometimes we think say you're automatically responsible. And yes sir. And American say in our homes, if you would have expected to say you bet me use domain, no, our homes, no, na yet me they are injected sense of responsibility. And I say, yebe chere abofra kwanya obey responsible in life based on whatever factors and I say models are open say will set it ma abofra no. And I say the members of the family no. But then it requires a responsible parent. It requires responsible parents to nurture that sense of responsibility in the members na yen kolano. Say yen funny say if in the homes we lack, and I say we are not fortunate enough to find ourselves within the boundaries of responsible parents then Papa, that means say we are now in the hands of the nation. Then I mean as a collective and as an individual. No. And you always say at the individual level, no, you are not fortunate enough to get that nurturing, training you and teaching you how to be responsible in life. And see, outside your home, no, then comes the nation. And as a minor, whereby in the schools, no, that is where we expect to say the teachers say, you can't be say you fear nyansa and you school nyansa. Yes. And it means the school also no has a role to play in building you. And you would have expected to say, in your schools, no, I will say, yetimi enecha, yetre yen, send ye, you take responsibilities and live responsibly. And Papa maybe say, do we find that nurturing and I said that training in our schools and maybe it might depend on the school. I will come back and say, school, you know, this is how your teacher. And that is what is going on now. Teacher be a treaty. We try and you know preschool be more teacher no or depression and I say or no mental issues are. Papa, you would forever be denied that nurturing and I say that training of being responsible. Because teacher Nankasa Muno has his own challenges. And the headmaster or the headmistress and also no, they don't care. And see what model, Papa, as a nation have we set aside and now say, have we even taken the interest to say we are going to put in the syllabus and as in our school system how to, you know, teach or nurture the student or the pupils, you know, to be responsible citizens. We share a national anthem here and I say the pledge, national pledge, yeah, recite here, but when they pass through the school walls now and they take over positions now, you don't see what they recite, what is embedded in the national anthem and in the pledge, you know, is what these leaders are demonstrating. And say, yeah, it's a chew and poor. And as a nation, Papa, as a nation, no, have we taken that responsibility to raise ourselves responsible? Anna?
Okay. All right then. Thank you very much. No message be what you want to go here. Why? Thank you.
Mate.
Thank you very much.
But Papa, say ebia me honti say bia obeje chairman me so a.
Oh, Mate. 6 o'clock, about 6 o'clock, I made chairman until say Oberania until say perhaps I'll come back to the studio. Why?
Mate.
Until 6 o'clock, I'll hand over to you. Why? Na men call Dr. Ajingu Eso. Na Doc Nsun Kabi. Doc, Bamaso. Doc Timenka. Doc, okay. Doc, Yantunka. I'll go straight to Natibungu Eso. And then I'll come back to you. Hey. Say yeah. Sorry. Natibungu, 1 second. I'm saying, "What's call for body? Over body. What's it mean? Bamaso."
As you can say, Papa.
Good. I'm saying, "Nancy, won't you mean man into the ana skipo so."
Me I know
Yeah. Oh, okay. And also for a bit nature into no. Movie didn't come much. Why? Abadia metiasi no metia kunyami kakakra nsana mako. Why?
Now topic now we chira usonfu mu no. Any response
Say to what extent are your actions actually say you're responsible to ourselves?
I'm say no de no ana was on for actually the movie no. Yes, they're part of the world, you know. So our question be say na no ye no. Na Eddie. No, you're part of the world, and na questions be say, what they call your political side, Korana. You person, you better accept responsibilities. What they buy is society, no, so the same thing. Oba mpese oba ye ukoye Ghana kwa de man de ma me no the first no more accept or more responsibilities. And member na ye but you see and ni na foot flag. And but nipa so de se ne na wo so for chere no nke se ade bi a obeye no ehun sunsan so bia no ese o jetum. Same say responsibility na ya no na twi no bia no sunsan so se yes, so choose bedding. Papa, it's in the country. What the buy the political anymore. We share near Coso, and no my Cocosu Bibria, yen Pessi a budget, ye no manatum responsibilities, I say, or minor, or my penny, I a deviation and sat as a beer would take responsibility, the BBS on mine and Casa responsibilities in the Dana Comas or not, which I am on the phone. Now, yeah, and so, yeah, instead of say, beer, police, soldier, we are also by no beer journey, Diego. It's yeah, part of the world in India. Yeah, such questions, you know, about me who said, yeah, I mean, seeing Francan because of my woman, I'm sorry for AC. Cancer center hospital mo de behwe friend say nkofo monya cancer almost be 1,000 beds sorry for na esi o me hwe na ina me wra ho sorry for na esi na aban na o man na ye de taxpayers money am so mfa mo ye ho ban wo sa responsibilities we no na ono mom atu amana se osi asodan nti ye ho no bibia no aye upside down etene ade no baka say de echi na nante nti sa questions be say ba na what transnational jones o man be na aban mumu ote adwa so eso pen nkrofo na nkrofo no eno ma na se nkrofo no asudie da ne so eso hwe no onu si asodan na asodan na oba Europe asorofo mu na omo so si omo asodan kakra no asorofo mu esi hospital e dia mai it is sometimes they say edu ba bi na say ye bana ye nuanu mu bi be ka asorofo na asem bebra edu ba bi na ye ntimi na me pese me de be hye omo asorofo ne asofofo no because in pia tax mo omo eni bibia mo omo it responsibility ne da ban so obehwe na kuro no mu aye kama na bibia akonani papa se ne eyi bosonfo ho ne ye ma so bi so pade nsa na wo time no so aso wie no obi mranti na
you thank you very much next person here Natibongo. I mean Natibongo, and then right after that no I'll hand over to Obosonfo. Now one other question so I know so about top no so say what are the things we do to run away from taking responsibility? What are the things we do to run away from taking responsibility? Natibongo, what you mean can Bamaso?
Papa, I drink you.
Good. Now what there?
I don't pa.
Good. You any questions and answers? The other to say yeka eno no nti unso kabi mi enko.
Yo papa. Takra me pese me kan nyina se le bia ze ba kasa tintin en toponko. Empanimfo. Ni political party se pataze o mo aye gidi mu ni free se o mu na nka betim de Ghana akọ animu no Ghana problem no o mu nim dada ono oba tifi ono oyire mu tifi ono obusuya tifi o ye be ma o yitri no o na ye leader unim problem e wo fie ho Enti se wu konye sika na se wu di sika na nkogro medamase a saa wo be ma no na se wu ye kuhwini enti se wu ye leader bi na wote ho na okọ National Highway Authority for okọ website ya ekwan no mikrom kwan ya misu ye de ato ho no se ye sha se 2019 ye beto aba 2020 no mo sha se ye se ye ba be na nka kwan ya wie 2022 ye ko 2025 emu ekwan ye nye adan ya Kofi Joe peso ye bibi se variation ene ya na yete aburochira da bia ye city kura ye titi mu no ekwan wo nse we anyway na ye we anyway na ye we anyway na ye na yete Ghana nipa ba ko pe wate Ghana kwa nyina boso oya no akwa da okwa no akwa sofi wa ha no akwa mente bibini nyansa chese papa in fact Ghana de me say chese bibini pa dwena da ni trimu pa da ni trimu ai chese yen fanyene adwene no se one ma wadwene na nya adwuma won hwe da bia papa ka obeka se obi na eye wo bayefo bi na di wachi busum bi na mo abra bonkoso but na yo adwene da udrim no ntimi yusu emfa enya bibia so akwan ba kopo Ghana akwan ni ere mani pa ba ko Kofi Joe agye kwan ni nyina aboso o ye kwa na o ya ye ni ya mini problem wagye kwan da ho ana ka anko ka ma ensuo to a amanfo omuti da bia no meka enkurasefo nkura ye omuti hoyi aban mi adwuma mfa ma obia papa ukọ ba bia mi kokoi wa mekwa young boys no bia no won se ni fie yon to ka akura wato ni moto a odi kwa na fom because na ni na aban bi so na sani pa no nkonko do kokofuo ma koko no ono no nsori a jiso no sa kobo pa abra akwan ego aban ayimu se akwan we think complete in 2022 me no ka say yen complete here so eti se di sa suban we na yesi ya de betena oman mu dia me ba from sana ne sam ka so me de pa yesi enchen cha ne mu ye ne sa kasa ne na nam kasa no what time bia ye bu sa be no but se bampunto ne ani brede a atia emu ye ne nyame wo be ye ne ese pia di to baabi kra ese pia di to baabi papa because ya ka cha dodo ya ka cha yitimi nkonko bɔ musia na busia na ebe kwa bɔ no so no gisi poni pa chaw me da bia me ka me say me tia me hu say betutuntum agusi me kɔ efikesiem kɔ pa chaw say me tax na me mo jeje no ma kwan no asɛn ti no mo meyi mfa ma me hu bi da ade na ye ho de nko ade akwa sɛ tintina gisi pa bia gisi ye pankrofo bia chaw abra ye sika na editi omuka ye sika na editi omuka ye kura ye tu kwanya ye hwe abusua ye wa abusua dam na ye kura no ye sopi kakra ye nya no ye timi ka hu bom ye bibi na wabo ye wotimi ko jiska billions of dollars no ye hu de mo de ye ene matis be so mo na ma transport stadium ye na me say Ghana ho one ye ni serious ba ko say na me say e bedru brebia e bia me de me ye timid e bi kura ma no na e din o radio so but ye kase me nko demonstration be dwane but enen kwa no mu ba no o video AI asia ye omo ni oma so asia ye omo no e bedu baabi me say we president uti wa soja ni entimi ensi so omo ade omo de be ye mo Ghana honom no wan hwe yi a wo be kase e bia ye pentokwa ye say dabi wo he okay ni bre makacho say nipa se de sitie no nipa papa nipa wo da sori a ensuo aduane baabi abenya uti ediato wadwuma kakra ni niman kakra enye bibi hu dios bia abrabo na ye bo no enye obia ne de ope enti se uba be se bo mankrofo to aba de mawo na se afede ekoduru honom a na afede ekokoduru honom a ye hunu hwede a papa esi etimi bisa questions waje kwan de ato ho papa sa kwan no enkrofo awu etia no obi ba no so red or so you know odi atem no so ye obo ya ntiase omo ma wu no papa MPC ni leaders yi any this leaders omo obi no ye ni pattern omo accident due to a kwamboni no amanfo awu ho arobes abete ho because a kwan nye ni agye nkrofo sika ni ebobi tuo ku omo ho no no this MPs ni some omunye ni panchen sa omo enkro mawu sa kwan so na pemfo mawu sa kwan so due to bad roads ni we no bia na sa kwan no hye yefunu no whether so obeye vagabond na so obeye president bi no ewu nyam ho so papa yebesre nye debia yebeka ko debia ko ka kasni ko ka sango fo ye kan nyina so no dia na ma sorry bo fa body nta o nyina kwa sorry you read the bible mu nsem no mu didi no ena ko mu di bo ntina me ma ka ebedru ba bi ni president bi obepa wa wi bia wo didie no se yesi yenso nyame kra so yenso bibia nhwede a ene ye tegare na ya so nsem snap ne de gufom wo so ni o de bible no osai ni ahwe se de kwan bia so nsa na ska bia fa nsa sinti na yesi ye variation ahwe kwan atake to a quarter years etimi nyeye ai ba mu ya V8 dia within a day mutimi pass say ye V8 adam nti ya pass but a kwan ni de just ya boachi ko dim kan akọ niaba because e de kwan na kwa akọ mani pa baako abran kura bebra akọ school akọ civil engineer akọ construction eto mu nya adwuma nye kukuru kwan de mani pa baako the whole Ghana kwan wajabo so. What kind of country is this? Me you know who me ntiase me you know who me ntiase
I see I was see where the quick one no. There's a whole kind no at the leadership level no empanyimfo no irresponsible. Yes sir.
Oh papa.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
Abutre. Okay. Na intimamfo no so to what extent na responsible to ourselves because said the whole kind say if the leaders are irresponsible, let's say responsible to ourselves, we wouldn't be voting for them, would we?
Papa. No correct. No correct. But you see, let me settle this once and for all.
Settle it, my brother.
Papa, what you feel? Oba esu din. Oba esu din. Okay, can you boom? We never afraid police amount. Oba nya oba no ho ko bisa na sem. Oba enye oba no oba ketekete na okay can you hwim ototo niema twetwetwe no. Niema na ototo twetwe no. Papa no ye leader wo fie. Wo na wa so make sure say ebia Marvelin jade enya so abebo mi TV. Jade enya sai bi ebe sei ebia jade dede no ye sei. So obi ko free police no ba pe. Papa no obi say what is going on here? And understand what chiri mu. Enti o leaders na omo ti hono no enu ntina ye wo police e wo ho enu ntina yes minim say Ghana for dream baby yes e ka ho but leaders no say institutions e wo ho ye adwuma nti papa America ha ye ti da bia meka ye bonkrofo to da bia wo make anybody come and tell me say Ghana for yes for bon cha America ha obi be boat to akun Adentina ya better 10 years we're still surviving. Kaka na di man among for this if ye di bia nyuma e de ye nya bi mo mabusuafo. Ask yourself. You ask yourself this kind of question say aden are you Ghana na say ye timid na obi tumi kura akoye yi na yakoto tuntum aguso akopa acha okra mpo no. If this is how I behave dia papa ibremu leadership.
Okay.
America nye perfect because system ni ye adwuma to the sense say na no akwaya ekobo ni to ekun ni obi na obi politics okotu tu anko o person ko tutu bo Trump yi secret service at boni to kunu no what is obi the politics okroma.
Okay, all right. I was see me wa homeso na can say obosonfo take over. You can say more. Why?
Ate papa.
You, thank you very much. Sam Pempers we me jachiri ede ama obosonfo and also obetinam kama ede ama Prince nso ho no a obetimi a support if you need someone to also support you na me kono asemba akonso a eja akwasi Yesu ekase ya afamimu yemfa nka ho what responsible considerations should one make before choosing who to vote for. What responsible consideration responsible considerations should one make before choosing who to vote for? Yes, leadership. Said I could see chichi muno responsible. Okay, all right, that's fine. Omunya responsible. What is the role and as a party by and voting, a play in we having such irresponsible leadership? Na a day and say me kwa responsible considerations ben I say I have to make before I choose whoever I vote for. Obosonfo, over to you from now.
Yo, Papa made that say. And in Yanom, Obosonfo atiki over. Send ye Papa akano. Inti minemo aneba be di jume. Inti say Papa abrobro nsem na so. Na samre die say yenu ya monarch enanka edruni so. Monarch wo. Say monarch eni so nti yenhwe se hwan na edi achire. Abe Joseph Abe, if you can hear me, Bamaso.
I think say he's muted, so you probably have to unmute him.
Yeah, Abe, you are unmuted, so you can come on if you hear. Joseph Abe, one.
Abe, you're locking. Abe is still locked until Serbia Papa unlocking. And I Bombardier, let me test Bombardier and see if Bombardier.
Yeah, I think some Papa Smalley has now.
Okay, now I'm in charge. I'm the administrator now, so all criticism should be directed to Obosonfo. Yeah, sorry, it seems you were muted. Yeah, Abi Bamaso.
Charlie, I drink kese.
Yeah, today's questions and answers, and I believe you were listening and you know the questions on board. What Papa Smiley has put across.
I came a bit late, but I've got the tail end of the question. I missed some people. I missed Safo speak. I missed some of the people. I think I heard Biniwa speak, but let me say something about Biniwa and all those people who panic. It is not only on this platform, but most MPP, NDC people, when they hear of a third force or a potential third party or whatever, they start to panic because they have it in their heads that UK, America, and so on is only two political parties. It is wrong. It is not true. Not true at all. Look, UK here, I think 1864 or something, there used to be the Tories, which later metamorphosed into the Conservatives. Then they used to have what we call the Whigs, which used to be the Liberal Party. This Labour Party, you people are saying, Labour was formed 1900. And Labour overtook the Whigs, the Liberal Party. Then later along the line, I think around, yes, when the Labour Party was formed, 1900. Yeah? They first, they won seats around 1924. So from 1900 to 1924, look at how long it took them. Do you understand? So it wasn't only Labour and Conservatives. It used to be Labour and the Liberal Party. Then Labour came to take over them. So that is what we want to happen in Ghana. It's not only MPP. And Biniwa said something. Biniwa, people are so disillusioned. When they were forming this NDC, who knows that they were coming to do something good? Was the NDC credible at the time? The reason why I don't support NDC and I will never support them because I don't buy into the ideology they used to establish that party. The ideology was based on killing people. How can I follow Rawlings' ideology? How? They suppressed the CPP to form the NDC.
Abi,
yeah.
Are you saying that for a fact, or is what you think that the NDC was formed to perpetrate what you just alleged?
Of course, yes.
It's
not my personal opinion.
So
it's not my personal opinion. The origin of the NDC, I'm not alleging the origin of the NDC.
is a political party formed to champion the development and take part in our democratic process. As we all know, so
the origin of the NDC, the origin of the NDC is FRC and PDC, period.
Yes, but
we knew the history of these two.
It's not true. So you just proceed with it. Let's. I appreciate the history giving.
What is true?
The question.
Rawlings and
the truth is that the was formed.
And who knew that? Of the coup d'etat.
Abi,
the party and all those
National Democratic Congress, a political party in Ghana, was formed to kill anyone.
It was formed by what?
Kill, like you alleged.
Who is the founder of the NDC? Or who are the founding fathers of the NDC?
Well, I know the late Rawlings was one of it, and because I'm not a member of the NDC, I cannot give you the information about that. But you can find the information on Google.
So Google NDC. The NDC. Where did he get the money from?
I don't know.
The money they come to steal to form that NDC?
Okay, Abi,
Rawlings when he came to power, he was even buying on Yorka Gary. You know what Yorka Gary is?
He said he was buying Yorka. Yes, Gobe. It's modern day.
This was buying those things on credit. How did he get money to form a political party?
Abi,
yes.
Let's go on to today's issue, the topic.
Yes. The point is when these so-called MPP, NDC parties who seem to be established, they are not established. They suffer from mismanagement issues as any of this new group of people. The only advantage they have is they have been on the scene for long, but they are not well organized themselves. So what is only holding them is longevity. Apart from that, they don't have any managerial advantage over anything. Because they've all been in power before, they've stolen the money, they started the cars, they enrich some people, and those people are supporting them. So
okay,
should leave us alone.
I think probably the NDC is not doing something responsible here. So the question is, to what extent do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves? The NDC is a political party. It has members, supporters, and all that. So probably you are not seeing the use or their importance because they're probably not doing something responsible. So what do you think about this question? So you can make your argument on that. Not limiting it to the NDC, but in general.
No, I'm not. I just this party thing there. I just brought it because yesterday and today I heard Bini was saying, to them, no party should come and challenge MPP and NDC. We don't buy that rubbish, because the countries people are relying on, there is only two parties. That is not the fact. They started some group of one or two parties started, then others came to overtake them. So we want the NDC MPP to be overtaken by another group. Period. So let me go to today's thing. In fact, I was thinking, all what we are discussing as far as individual actions and so on is concerned, borders on morality. Do you understand? Our personal attitude, everything borders on morality. And morality is mainly about what we call normative perspectives. Normative in the sense that it's asking us to behave as it should be, or how the world should be. That is what morality or normative perspective says. We should all behave as it should be, not as the world is now. But we don't do that, because to behave as it should be, it means your actions must be permissible by society. Not necessarily your action being good or bad, but your action should be permissible. Do you understand? So in order for your action to be permissible, there is a concept called act consequentialism. Act. When you do certain things, you should expect some sort of consequence or some sort of result. Do you understand? And in most cases, if the result is...
Yeah, Abi.
Yeah?
Just a quick one. You said your action should be what? Permissible by the society.
Yes.
Okay. So does it mean that the society defines the permissiveness of the society's action already? So
no,
what if you...
yeah.
So if the society is able to determine whether your action is permissible or not,
yes,
there is already a defined model that determines the permissiveness of people's actions. So
yeah,
who determines that?
Yeah, the definition here doesn't necessarily mean a laid down definition. By societal norms, conducts, and everything determines how what you've done is permissible or your action is permissible.
Are these not the laws of the land that already defined in the Constitution?
You are going to politics again. We are looking at the thing before we go into. You people are fond of thinking in politics. We are thinking in terms of the foundations for us doing this rubbish thing we call politics in our country. What we are doing in Ghana is not politics. It's like a joke. Because in our part of the world, politics is like mischief making. How you can do the most mischief. I'm talking about our actions. What should guide our actions? Do you understand? Whether our actions are permissible or acceptable or right in the society. Society here doesn't necessarily mean that it could be your group you are in or the community you are in and so on. Whether your actions are permissible, are right or acceptable. Do you understand? Your actions may be good or bad, but it could be acceptable. And Akwesi made reference to something, which, let me illustrate that. You see the boy who was killed for attempting to kill Trump. Okay. The principle of act consequentialism under this moral permissibility principle is that if you kill a terrorist, your action may be permissible if and only if killing that one individual will save millions. Do you understand? One person, you kill one person, but your action is going to save millions of people. So the act consequentialism says that yes, your action is permissible. It's acceptable. It's right.
So Abi, now you have 2 minutes. Yeah, I've taken your time, so I've added extra 2 minutes to it. Lastly, so let's assume that we have a permissible behavior in Ghana. Okay. So what are the things we do okay, to run away from taking responsibility, because we find people who are not behaving responsibly in our society, even though their behavior, or we know, or they know that they are living a permissible behavior in the country. So just quick one on this. But if you want to reserve it for your next round too, you can come back with the
for our
opinion.
behavior. Yeah, our behavior in Ghana is not permissible. It's not acceptable. Do you understand? By the majority of the people. That is why we are complaining. Because the consequences on us is not showing us how our society should be. Do you understand? The people there in politics and messing up, they are doing it as our society is. But that is not how our society should be. So it is not morally good. It's not morally right. It's not acceptable. Because the society or the community is not accepting what they are doing. But because they are occupying the positions, they are doing what they want to do.
Okay, Abby, thanks.
All these things undermine accountability.
Yeah, thanks for your opinion. It's an interesting point. The society is not accepting the behavior, and yet the society is not doing anything about it, and the people are continuing doing things that are not permissible. Okay, so let's. I'll come back to you for your second round. Okay, then let's allow Mami Efia to also come in. You've spoken for 13 minutes now, so Abby, thanks for your opinion. Mami Efia.
Hello. Adrian Cassie.
Maso.
Yeah. Yeah. Pacho,
it's saying, Mami Efia. Yeah, we meet on car check akra.
Mama, metua me ba mama.
No correct. Na se wapomu ye. Na ende ye insembisani muaye. Na ye bobo ye bisa ya honsem o man Ghana. Eni ewiase ba bia obi a wankasa wasetena mu nsem. Dise bia nsem bi wo ho a eda wakoma so a bia opese obi sa mansa na se bisuafo wo ha obetimi ade abana ya chreche ya adwene na se obi wo muaye bia na ode aba nanso yeso ye wo nsemfo bia nse bia papa ede atoba maso ansa na oje kire ma ye ne se ose wo hwe ye ma na se bebia ha wo as se ni peidie so ben na ye ne ye ekokodruma ye hu se ye ntumi we enuano mumbo ame say ye responsible say yetimi eda yenim die ye suban on say bibia ye bobre die o say enema bi wo ha wo ya ntimi gina enka ba bi say ade a wo ye die adwene nti ase so o say wo ne ye ne bibia a wo ye no eda di sampa abrantie anase mami o ye badwene ba ne ye ne ma o ye no edra na kwan mu nanso pimpenso ben na ya eta ye ne ye kokodruma ye hu se ne ma ye no enda kwan mu nti ede ne asema eda bamaso nti se bia wa adwentre bia opese o kire kwan esi fa so hu se ye ne ya ye no enya ne ma eda kwan mu a kanda ho amefia
Namase. Na kwasem de Ghana no ayewo no obia eye nhwehan se ebegu egu emfa ne ho so but sanso ye de boy bra ankrankra bia so ye panin so parliament so individual obia ebegu engu ebesa ya ense ye adekono ohun se say so mo se enye yie me say me call work me buy Ghana ya work na mekɔ US no saa na mekɔ na ɔwɔ store bi wɔ kwan ho na store no nipa wɔ mu store no nyinaa obiara wɔ deɛ ɔyɛ wɔ mu a wotumi hu sɛ ɔmo nso wɔ space a ɔmo parking lot baabi a kyerɛ sɛ ɛyɛ okay ba wonim biribi mehu biribi ma me werɛ hoeɛ hwɛ store yi a mofi mo pa gɔta bi da wɔmo lɔɔre kwan n'anim a ɛyɛ wɔmo wopa gɔta no nkyɛn na waforo akɔ wɔmo baabi a obiara store hyehyɛ wobɛgye adi sɛ sɛ gɔta no a ɛhyɛ hɔ no ewira afufu wɔ mu ewira afufu wɔ mu a anka wɔn bɛtumi wodeɛ amansan deɛ koraa na monyɛ a mo ankasa motwa ho ɛna ɛkɔhyɛ mo store mu store no anwea ne ewira afu na merɛ hoeɛ na me sɛ ɔmaa bɛn na ɛwɔ mu yi mokɔpɛ sika o mokɔpɛ sika mo sign gɔta yi ho ɛna ɛkɔpɛ sika kɔtɔn adeɛ so ɛno nti no edidi kɔ obiara edidi kɔ mpanimfoɔ no mu yehu sɛ biribi asɛ wɔ
maame fi a ɔmo ndwen sɛ aboate akora betimi aba bɛhyɛ sɛ
right me sɛ me werɛ hoeɛ ɛmɛna me werɛ hoeɛ me sɛ ɔmaa bɛn na ɛwɔ mu
aboate ne kawa wuti anye yi a ɛde obɛduru hospital na
wokɔ so
ɔmo ndwen saa
ɛne wɔn store na anim a nkurɔfoɔ pake hɔ yi wɔn asamɛnte hɔ nom nyinaa o filɔɔre kwan no gɔta no ɛda wɔn anim no hwɛ ɛyɛ wura na mo bebrebe koraa mo mfa 1 day mpo mo de baabi a 30 minutes pɛ betumi atu gɔta yi mu nyinaa nanso obiara ayi n'ani afiri so ɛna wɔn sika no hia mo a wɔn pake wɔn ɛde wɔn kaa no ɛkɔ pake hɔ a na obiara kɔ wurawura ne store mu hwɛ ɔmaa bɛn na ɛwɔ mu yi na ɛsɛ sɛ wɔn a wɔnsɔ hɔ nyinaa ɛsɛ yɛ tutum yɛde padlock tutu akyire na key no sɛ ayi baabi gɔtam baabi na wɔn bɛkɔto agu a wɔn akɔto agu because wɔn hu ne mfasoɔ so yɛnwen ɔmaa no a ɛwɔ mu no ɔpɛne nwen akwalaa nwen ɛmfa yɛ ho so yɛde saa tena ɔman mu a ɛbɛyɛ yie na wɔn ka
mi sɛ maame fia mi bɔ nti sɛ wɔn na wɔn di dwa wɔ saa gɔta n'ano na efu saa no a wɔn ankasa nyɛ wɔn adwene sɛ wɔn bɛ dɔ sɛ nwura no fi hɔ no wɔn ayɛ asɛdeɛ na ɛyɛ sɛ obetumi ama wɔn adodɔ hɔ no store ni wura anaasɛ ɔman no wɔsi ɛyɛ nkran wɔ ho
ɛyɛ akra hia
na megye di sɛ ebia store no kra no wɔn ahai o nti yɛ store wura
no wɔn nyinaa sɛ ɛyɛ individuals ɛbom tententen nti obiara ɛkɔ ne deɛ mu obiara wɔ deɛ wɔtɔn nti ɛsɛ store wura sɛ ɔwɔ aburokyire kora sɛ ɔde ahan mo meboa wɔ kurom hɔ kora wɔde ahan so ate aseɛ
so ebia so ana ne han na wɔde ama wɔn no rent no wɔde adɔ sika ka ho a ebia efiewura no so agye a
ɛhɔ no ntumi mma saa mɛfa ne sɛ ɛhɔ no ɛyɛ ɛne kan a ɛne first yanka yɛsi tankasefoɔ na ɛbɛyɛ saa adwuma no so ate aseɛ ɛbɛyiyi saa gɔta no mu ne ade but aban ne mɛyɛ ɛyɛ a deɛ ɛha me ne sɛ mo san ho ɛna ɛkɔ mo stores ɛkɔpɛ sika nti sɛ aban no ɛnyɛ responsibility sɛ obetumi abɛyiyi gɔta da lɔɔre kwan ho nyinaa adodo ewira nso afu mu o ewira no nso fu mu nyɛ sɛ bi a na watwe wura na afu bebre so anwen nsuo to a asimu anwen afu na wura yi so afu anka won betimi ayimu amatem bia nsuo aflow nsuo afamu saa nanso amfa ho obesan ho akotena no store mu ya asem ya reho abane se ye no se onye ya na wo a wo kope usika na wonam ho no de na wo kan wo twam okura abo bi betimi ana obi ba beto wa de a wo de emfa ne se wo de otika mu ti ekwan da ha wo betimi afa so akopake na ni obaba beto wa de no odwen ne ho so anya omu nyina na baba beto wa de a yekita cars a o be drive abe pake abeto oniema so na muye we ya eye chese
na sister via enkran brono ben so asem na okay enkran afa he
me shade me wo manet side ho
Spinters road
but ushomu a ye woteshi asase so but me nanti ko echipa me nanti be bia 1 hour 2 hours so at say me see
assemblyman and say MC ne kra
right
enya nkrofo mo ko tax force ti asene na wo kan say tankers ya na kai so mi ya man
ma me si bibi di tankers ya ma me tankers no ya ma me si bibi di tankers Entino wo kope osika no mo chese eye ni wusoso na mo store shen ne niam mo ton shen na gota eda mwanimu a mo obi twamu a obetra gota yi aba mo hwa beto ade na anwea ene ewura afumu saa na moye nipa ana moye mmoa ya na me question say
mamevia
right
na wo minute base num answer na obekọ no send enkrofo yi a onwa tena se ahwehwe han ama nwura efu o aboba no no ugidi se ombetimi anya kokodro ama yede sobo na abon se eye won no ma ahwehwe han ama nwura nefu ana se omo okwan bi a ombefa so a omo njintum se won asede se omo edo se nwura ni fi ho ugidi se omo bo suban bi sa
eno de se omunya suban hu se
emfa ne se ohun ye na o de won kokasa se adan na mo ahwe han na se matena ha ahwe ama refu amunim sa abo atena
kwa anka mu brim me me kwara me namo
omo ne onya adwen kra hu se omo njintum se eye won asade se omo hwe ama
omo be yi gotem right ani anwea no udua ade wo mukura ebenyi ama se brode na abedua se fashion abedua se tomato
ani ka ko na ka what to e brode akoma on se monjina munua ade se papa mo bitwa we
next time na me se be esa next time ni bro be ko se me ba mo cho me ba cha mo ade e go te munua bro e mi twa mo metimi abubu bi akore why ade ye mo ensem ma why ade pa enya me kan susu no wa mo nya hiafo wa mo stores no enya hiafo stores so atiase ya say the kiosk wasisi baby na obi ekwan ho bi na obi eti ho na oton ade there be store ankasa so ya dressing e de akotena wutimi mo dress se na got away e wo ho ya reho ti said ya na ba no mo ka say wamo se kumasi ho baby o ntimi hu se man na kan se se ebia Ghana, yes. Also Ghana kure nyinaa na nipa baako pɛ. Ɔsɛ onipa baako pɛ ɛna ɛsɛ ɔhwɛ sɛ biribiara ɛbɛkɔ so yie a anaanyɛ saa na ɔmo ka.
Ose na yɛka sɛ ɛyɛ ɔbaakofo asɛdeɛ sɛ nneɛma ɛbɛkɔ yie wɔ ɔman Ghana mu.
Nipa baako pɛ.
Ɛsɛ ɔbaakofoɔ nsa ɛnkata nyame. Nti ɛyɛ nyinaa yɛasɛdeɛ ɛyɛ bi asɛdeɛ.
Mode post ma ɔbaakofoɔ. So ate aseɛ. Post mode ma baakofoɔ. Mokyɛ na obiara nya bi. Area hafoɔ die ni, we hafoɔ die ni. Na mmom wode post no ekɔma ɔbaakofoɔ a na ɔpa kyerɛ sɛ ɔman no koraa wonwie ɔman no ho yie. So ɛyɛ asefem ne awerɛhɔ sɛ ɔman no enim panin, enim akwalaa, obiara ɛyɛ ɛmfa me ho. Deɛ me nsa bɛkɔ ma no na hia me. Ɔnwe afoforɔ ho. Sese koraa no woka se aban weni aban NDC MPP na hwan na wofo sɛ wobeto abama no because already one way ɛwɔ hɔ no one failure they are failures so
yo mefia ɛda ase ne wadwe nkyerɛ ne example a wode brɛ yɛn mani agye ho paa nti wode atwentwɛn so na yɛnkɔ abena so na yɛsaba yɛwɔ asɛmbisɛ bi a mabisa wo yo ɛda ase mefia abena
hello abosomfo
bama so supplies wabeto me not in the movement for change.
Oh, okay.
Aye. Na nijidi sɛ wo ho yɛ.
Anano da Roma.
Anano ase. Yo. Wabeto me nijidi sɛ wetiti bia wetire. Questions and answers. But yewo nsɛmfua mmiɛnsa bi a daba ma so. Ebi hia wagye nkyerɛ. Now, say, to what extent do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves? And what are the things we do to run away from taking responsibilities? And what are the things we do? I'm saying, my repeater, no. I'm saying, what? I'm saying, Mibo. Okay. With the family, no. Yes, that's on it. I'm saying, my main fans also. What responsible considerations should one make before choosing who to vote for? But over to me, stick to the first two. Nanka ababwa. Yeah. Enti abena.
But also first one, obi TV or something. Obi me alone kakra beg. I have my earpieces disturbing me. But also first one, to what extent na
to what extent do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves?
Oh, okay. And a second idea.
And what are the things we do to run away from taking responsibility?
Okay.
Yeah.
The for us, more multi, munya time de biaba. Biaba share ni program na aging. Question I will be saying very broad. A bit the answer no the aging actually. nipa so ebetimi ate ase. Second one, no start free her. And I would say, what is the thing again?
What are the things we do to run away from taking responsibility?
The things that we do.
Yeah.
To run away from responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, in order for somebody to run away from responsibility, they have to understand they say, or mommy are responsible for whatever action that is. It is a nipa responsibility as here. I just said there's no point. Responsibility now on TSU. It says we no TSU no would free one. I say what responsibility I say. Now what we call common sense. Now when him say me the example. We jawawo. Unu bi awo. Unu bi wa is your responsibility to take care of man. Na mbwa.
No.
Na say uja free sa responsibility. Means say me who say they say me suka chiro.
Na no sa na kwambe na nipa ne fa ho edwane ma wo na wo chire no for say nipa ye edwane free.
Onye de fata. Senti want responsibility at onye de fata. Onim the act of say onye moba. Eno de otiase because it's serving the personal interest, happiness, what have you. But say oye adwumaden ehun say the personal interest na enije no koye ehun susu aso no obeye adwumaden de ahwe no eno de nka no nti say ebi oba no kora be ka che say nsen aba ebi musiko yi ebi mutimi dwane free baby o mute kora ebi mutimi sesa o number into our actions no we don't value it. Na ni nyina kuwie pay say as people no say entity o say community o say den o en sheda endwene sa because ade bi a wo ye bia risk na wo take ade bi a wo ye bia no say wo dwe hu mienu matodo na endwen hu sa nti say ade no ye no ehu asemba na enam se wandwen hu anko enchire enhu se ade amakoye ehu susaso betima ese no eba na wodwane ti se wa ye store na wodu bi atena no ni pakro discuss kana wodi no satisfy no no ane ondwene hu se obi na bi adwuma no so wontra no na wotwa ne kana onye adwuma na adwuma ne nkoso na se de betima ato aso atwa ne kana. At this time no the hian say e be a girl be a wakonya no na so impress girl into be physical nti na adwuma at that time no anse sika no offer ba onwe hu so hu say sika na wafa no adwuma wura ne hu betimi ne di and this same person itimi wo mudia omo same person no itimi kokoka chepeni mu bi na sorry so for be say o me pa achoma no itimi zanu mi hu what to do. I mean, who asem kwa isem kache sa nipa no.
Na Avina Mabel, in this case, so Jumayeni no e kachre wo Jumara se ebia se ni se ntina mfaso omba ebia yentade ebia me se ni se ekwambe na wo Jumara no betimi apaso ehu se da bi ebia Jumayeni no nka no kranchre na ebia ono na onye bribi ye ntina mfaso mba se bia na ono so mpesa beka no crash rewo nti wo na oye dwumawura no den na obetimi ehu free sa nipa no ho se da bi ni dwa ye enko yie no free sa odwumaye ni ho
Well, the minimum say obi a or ye business bia no oko business ni so be make iska into the name go up no mo a adwuma ne be koso amesika yeden aba obi a oko business so ko lose iska na je memehu e wo me adwuma kakra me ni say e wo yikurum o de enema gu apono mu no Almost first mentality ne say adwuma na wo ka che ne say o meye na twa ne ka no no nye sika ngu ni botom no ntimi so fa hwe na busua no ana ono ane ho no na adwem no o ye wo favor because na adwem no sika na bibibi na eba wo ho ho ndwene se baby o ye adwuma no se mutwa electricity o ensuo eye niema na ye shipe ba na ho na adwene ni ho but the all look here ye bia niema na ho ton sika na eba ne tin adwem na kwa ne wiska nto no de ahye ho say wafa medwuma me bo anu adwuma akoso to nyanya sa mindset na the next thing is dey no bitimi ayo no so bitimi anya ne share even though you twa ne ka until you can put measures down but adwene nipa adwene omde bu nipa omde say niema no eba instantly and also eba ye hye da adwene ho sa to mutimi bi mo ne pa the problem e wo ho no se minim na make an say entity. Yeah. For some of us, yetina compound house. No, we live in a place. So mommy ni ho. No mo call Central Market. Kumase mo kudija. We are dear nenya. Penimo ho at that time no betian. Otian we are no asa catcher. So mommy bobe sa catcher. Until we have the fear of penny for. Whether your mommy or no your mommy no. What's me discipline. And they ni ho sa. And they will be back crowd, putting be bow said and what aneba. Intintitiano, so we share generation be a qua. In fact, I don't want to use certain words, but I join us and yajuma. And the internet I become home. Social media not just as say name. Into a dear many players so you're responsible. People are not being responsible. Responsibility no is from the home. And Sunday Pia Bonting, now who school boarding school kurano, okwaya sheshe, you drew Saturdays, we cleaning her when you say is teaching people responsibility. Now it is not even there. Until people are growing and doing things anyhow. And dream cry, logical reason is it doesn't even exist anymore. I don't know, say a system, no, say it. And then I say, being responsible, I'm telling you, a lot of people are not. Now, these same people, no sooner, no so. And because they lack discipline and being responsible, they keep on doing things anyhow.
We are working. You have just 5 minutes more left. Ama asembi sebia ba baby simi team na nim say papa be ma me kwanya. And then they say, under what circumstance should we not be held responsible for our actions? Maybe I say if it's in line with some work and
me pacho we are there enya. There's a consequences to the society sits down and make rules to govern the people. And yes, I would nipa be any matter. Tis a we are there. You have to get it too.
Yeah, but what now? Why are there no? Under what circumstance our own person man for no hold you responsible for what actions?
Ultimately, enka say 1% kofo hold you responsible because you doing whatever that action is no. If you are doing
why
something,
not then admit, take responsibility, say okay.
Because people who don't want to admit their responsibility, no. Majority of the people who don't want to admit their responsibility, ego, power driven for narcissistic behavior, for pride. It is if you tell me, say, wakobo akodai prano. Na si etwe so na wo say akra ne di bone na obo na me pacho yembu nipa entene no to say the APC econo. There's a limit to everything. But pride ni ego ni understanding. Once again, logical reason has eluded a lot of us. We do things to the opposition because of the opposition now one no. Ewo your society ni no. O kan sema no ano no oye boni bi a oyisu sa position no ti on de ondi bone at any nipa at a point in time in yetimi eye bone the nipa egu kurom honom no once again me say entity me ko Ghana ebi a me fan me bebi a metimi fie kwan so yegu kwan no ye dwu so o ma ye gates no which means omo ba be ye kwan no Medu junction cars twem betene esi road no obi fie a wasi ne kama na wapenti o abrante bi atwe ne bema na odwo so egu ho meanwhile gata na aban na ye no eda ho and me just the thing I got so pissed. I'm like, in fact I didn't know what dream ohu ye bia odigina okrefi wuntimi ntrem gata ne da ha no but what choose say obi fie a wasi a wapenti o odwo so egu ho na abo mosquitoes then nipa yare so ko hospital kura so machine we de be hwe wo then nipa yigu
gata ya okay kura say okay bia o sa aboa no kura say ne o sa so ne so no say gata ne kura ne nya de say anka oye eto ho
but at least gata ne nsuo to anfe be fam kakra wo hum na obi wo a wapenti just but the bia me be si ma adwuma me hu me ka waka kyerem say fie ne me dia na
what misani say of voter ID card na
me bisana in fact so you'll be an committee me abona pa or be my meeting can miss ya hwehwe na so seriously because that was my next action but me try be bit my brome until I just have to tell him say nyansa e bi ni trip question no bisa me no and these are the people akode etwem a ohun se de nipa na ye no aye normal enye normal
yo
no abena
Meda was a partner also near Odia Babeka home. Very interesting. What's a cry? Abu Kwama me so made the question by Kwababeka home. Until you did the second round, no overcall details where my further details are home. Now, yeah, my nya or wahene. Wahene. Inti sister Abna Jena so Abnao. Why?
Yay.
Oh, okay. And why in Abenti?
Yay.
Okay. Abinanti. Why in Bamaso?
I guess now what I'm going to say.
In Yaba. I won't take any down.
Where no Casawi over.
Oh. Na bezi ya mebu metimi ayoba. Obosomfo na ekase.
Obosomfo na ekase.
Obosomfo na ekase. Nde mi na majidwa. Enti ma kwava eba bamaso nde questions and answers. Ghana to say. Maybe answer na obeto aso me ba me say we Dr. Jingo and nanka say oba ansa na wa hina ba mso protocol no eni anu mo fie no ya na mo network engineer so nti na edi wa hina ba.
Dr. Jingo bi ba e ba ansa won.
Dabi odi to aso.
Fie de Abraham Chiao. Abraham Chiao pi. Obaba kwa wasi kunyo woni enuanom. Ese emema nua nyina ba. Anya se sa de.
Ye ma mi fia so yo ba. Wa hene ye ma mi fia so yo ba.
Wa ya.
Ye ma mi fia.
Na so ni so sesi.
Also wa ba be kasako. Also pa.
Na mi hu no ha.
Ana pese o qualify or ba. Okay.
Efia. Eno.
Efia.
Oh, okay. All right. Efia. Eti ede me hu efia se abna na me hu so kasa. Eti Ghana de enuanom as your platform use the Ghana for se me na me free Ghana na and so people Ghana what to say.
David him say onkwa na of free Ghana.
Se de edo wiase a mo America de say ebi ho ma mo buso wa no pa it was my baby mo ano UK for the se bi fufu wi ko ma so ko adwuma ene sa de
and kuya meaning say Ghana ubusam Ghana semo na me adom ade chin ye sorry do na yo so tiase na ye konkon ho Ghana konkon ho nom sisi a e konkon ho nom se mo am wo UK de munim sisi musika no mukura ba ko a 18 Ghana cedis ko we see and na mo United States no 14 something to 16 so enti se wo hwe obisika ba ko no de bejo sika sia na ne ha adwene bibia bo on se eduani di abeye ohaw de bia me ba beka se ya so madwie e wo my Ghana mu ye nka ye eduani di enam se sika dodo na ye adwuma ye di chomo bosome ne tutua nipa wo Ghana ha no sai sika ne di tua 1000 1500 2600 800 sai sika no ene aduane bo ba bia kwakọ gina sesia no ema eko no eni gentimi gina mu kra ene me sorry ese adwumayefo makonkon 42 me to aduane akwa wo no na me yese me pe wachi nipa ne nye wachi kama ene nam kakra ngusu ne noma na me pe drinks nka ho na me fa nkoma jize wachi na yeji ye no yentimi amfa ngura akra nguso se be kan ngura wote ase yentimi amfa ngura nguso me yes woni 30 cedis yentimi amfa kosu akra nka ho
salad and cabbage na okay
salad me kan ngura abozofo
why ne
abozofo
ni etie amiwa mete onka pa
na se 30 cedis no eji wachi no ji gari eji fish ba ko tuso a entimi anje gusua 30 cedis o wachi na make one sem no 30 cedis no entimi anje gusua nkan na nkan pe wo system di gusua ka wo de na obi abaji 35 cedis eni pedua na mienu enough sa what the machine
yo
and so in shoe bottle bako no asage drink bako aka man to say the nipa benya ni gie eno odo ne de nipa ye bi nipa betima ye so wo ye bibisi kro na nedi ema nipa wote o mani mo opese o ma adwumayefo nyina ye de eni gie enti no eduane bo kosoro
aka why ne eduane bo akosoro no why na ade so bo ne bebo no what dey bo wachira no
yeni on say o mani etim wo ye wo obi efere say opanyina odi anubaye eni efu eni sade eni ntire du afi bia mo say ekuafo emre ye chomade ekuafo no won de ekuafo no do de ekuafo no ena o ye ntutuye se de aduane bekoso se aduane bekwafo se de aduane bebekrum ne nipadwuma bi ato entutuye bi afaduane ho bia no ye opanyi bi edi na si ho no mo a wo so hwe sade no enti se aduane bo na ekosoro no hu se aduane wo krum de aduane bo ekosoro a ono so wotu bo mote be ka se aduane na bo ekosoro no se aduane we body a na se ba che body no ba ku etaku ana ba ku esempo a pe fuel prices ye tutu no se fango ebo mo ma no kosoro a na wo baba ka se fango bo kosoro no ye nkoto ba ku ben nkoto body ba ku sidia se ne na adwuma no ugu nipa adwuma nyina sa ade aka ho eti ye ntutue ni eni nyansam a wono ma ya fom o dasa adwuma na ano no wono mo trans no mo tue tutu ni nyina eti bitma sa aka mesma ko no se ni para opanya adina to sa ekwa adwuma no wono no so timi eni na bai no o so mo timi kambum no mo timi ya hihye bi a ebetimi abose de aduane bo betima fa abafom me no nipa no koto bai no timi fa ntimi mo no so bo nipa no koso a ade ne etogu ka mo de begu nkran no ntimi bo no so bo enkoyeye opanyi ne de mo ya
wahene se peni na oda ekwadwuma no eye ne ntutu yeyi o ye ne dwuma yi ye ne bibia yi a kwan ben so na obetimi dia determine say wache ne bo no na kire se peni na anye ne dwuma yi
oye yi a
30 cedis no Anton Kusia ne nti na wo kasa
oye tutu ni ya Kusia ba ko sisi 4 cedis Kusia no se Say, oh, to watching, and they don't want to know what to
Nanka ebo be nanka opese woto wache no ma ekire wo se penina ye nedwuma yi.
Say ebia ba yi, ebia ba da say kusua, maybe na kusua 1 cedi. Ensio vortic ne evaporate. Can ni nyina no 3 cedis. Ene sa de no kra no. Ansa ban ba beje ebeja betra kudo na vortic no. Aji tese nipa nyina to na amanfo ni wo mu a efo se ye kama no na 3 cedis. Abai beji esisi ya ye kase. Sisi nso ni 12 cedis. Vortic na ze 12 cedis per bag. Abaji enfie enso se nkuso nwatwiso 8 years ya oba betra so okay. 12 cedis. Ewo nkan han ma me no kase sisi. Oni mi share. Enti no ama eduane se me kase no magbo kosoro na se no magbo kosoro nipa wo hen han kura sa enam se yento enti sika akra bia wo ye adwuma wo de ahye adwuma no mo no se ya wo ye adwuma no yento a enye sika na eba no se wo fa so maya enye sika na wo didi enye adwuma na wo didi kom ema adwuma no kogu se wo ye adwuma sika wasa ni petimi baba to ade man tente se wonya wo kakra ba bia wo sika nyina de to eye adwuma no eye 10 cedis na yento ni tentem a utimi se yento ni tentem sika wo yin tekusi simpo ano eni na wotwe no na wayi mu ama mfoso na nya ama wo so wo se didi adwuma no na wo sika no unkonya sika mfuru bibia ama because sika ni konu a twa no ho ama obi akodi obi ntam obi tiri aba ekotwa adwuma ya fofka ama manya bi dia to ho aba to de wo ton ni bia ma so ni mfaso kakra ebi ni woza enti no ama asudie ena aba o ma no so sa ama nukredie ayira ama wutimi ju obi ndi eto bia didi wona dwene ho ma mi ntwa we no we nkotwa we no nkotwa saa na kwakwa esiti a enti wo a woto obunfo ma no twa wo Finland me catch your play we minya de medada wo bai amafo betwa wo busafo betwa wo nua no wo betwa ho betwa eya first one to me catch no because it couldn't na na so ye o wa hine wo come na you too hard do me no kona me catch no wo ye project wo
wa hine do say me ba mze wo BSF 4 minutes bi na sani ya wo kan say wache wo de wache hwe say obi nye na dwuma yie no enema fufuru bi wo ho a wo be consider de a choose say wo de wo kra de well link it to leadership say obi na nya intino there responsible considerations na obeye ansa na wo de be choose sa leader no wo bo wache wo de wache din kusia
responsible because the thing is me no many of me be anhye me say me bu o ma bi but me bit maka ne say also mo trust say Ghana fo nyina ka say e don di bo kwa de ekosoro
be wo de ma yentie wo de tiefo no tie wo consider so ba wo di kan de wache ye mfato ho na say wo de ye factor enti wo de minim say de ma nya wache nko a ne ma bebre wo ha wo ba hwe so sa na why den which is God who cried we shall say linke ma o say near penia or hwe kwa ikudwuma so no and if you want adwuma yi enti then considerations na wo be ye edi ato aba
abetuma ba ye koto aba sisi
sa and say o kan o shall say no say emre bi na eye 3 cedis anasa ahin o na je say aban sisa ye no na affect enti
yeah be 3 cedis menos say no de no kunya minim say abaye kokoto 2024 these two parties ma be kan no echi na say these two parties in parties were Ghana for tomorrow because you recycle match ena me ka say is you kwa 3 cedis no na before the less than 3 cedis and be do 3 cedis sa abamu no mo past government no and I know also men can be bien castle my idea. But there was so much me a year dear. Creating no ma, ebema Adriani bo, edi no more be transportation crowd war, it's my baffle. Find systems, some more systems with mama transportation cry a bit more form. Aduane bo bit more form. On the Michelle. Say transportation, say fuel prices no keeps increasing now. I feel say, okay, it means the men some two parties with the men mean to me tomorrow. Me share a bit to say, Nana Kwame, any in dear, ever how you be creative region by region, resources, a good deal work, regions beyond. You better tap into resources and answer sources, no regions, no more creative be. Now, individual regions be it many the any be for no more depend on to the either SCC chrono, I'm a Jumabo Kumo, I'm a citizen a Kumano. On a Michelle, it did be a bit to me. A work could be a regions over 16 regions, the same 10, or maybe created 6 or 16. Nasa de bit me create a Juma, Natsika, ye create Juma, region Biana. Ye tria a food and nipa any Jumayano. Natsika subani pabutu, Naska subakunu. Nasa dia, or bit witness cat to be Nandi, or no will be all set to the Jumano. The bit more about Tomatonian and Fossil, at my baby, at my Shannon school, at my Tobiane, I will form. I'm out no one who way the way you create Juma. Network can you Juma creating sweet my day. And Jessica, now I'm at the create Juma Wayan. A bit my born on what witness can be so Ashanima. One of them say, no, I walk where I say, two governments, on bomber did it on my day. On my cake, Yensame at the Bia, M. Mokono, and fun for Subia Mokono, and fun put to be a Mokono, or Monty creating a Numa Emma. A comano nebi Emma Sicano and Emma Kunum. Oh, minia job, but a month for yet, and 1 month for years, Swaswa, a Kube, near Tom Kube, near Tom Olo, Sa minia jobs, ya, and we first Kakasini, and Bessini Pabutu. One of the
just say, Metiwasia, or any walk consideration in a say, Nana Kwame Bediako, ne intelligence, ne Nimdia, and our warfare. Now, we are to Abama, yes, sir.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Me that's it. Twin so answer na yema enuanum kwabena nim se kwabena baso. Nti o wa hene da wase. Na enne ne wodi aba be ka ho no na afutuo na o ma ne de me ama baba experience de da wo. Bisuanfo na omokra na ya no. Omo na omunim se hwe ni kutreyem omo de diwa ede ebusuapeni wo ho be kan ama wo. Nti meda wase ne wafutuo. Na yenko kwabena North Carolina.
Yo, bosomfo.
Yeah, kwabena bama so.
I'm say kwesi amane sasa ati se me beto no ja. Kwesi amane sasa ho ndi.
Se
ana wakasara dentia.
Wakasara dentia. Se wo fina wo ba.
Oh, okay. I my body match bia
ana meba me hwese bia no wo asem bia opese o kan twinwen so asama me embisa Nati Bongo.
Oh, so for number so unlock me keke. Why?
Okay, all right. Okay.
I don't mind this sir.
Yo, when you was on match bia ma boy owa hene so abaso se bianca se o time ya boya tem se Ghana bobe 6 bianca o de ne manu kra na ba bianca so wase ne mre se o de Ghana nsem ba se o man ni mu ayeden no kre ewi ase de owa hene betia na se kra nkom hye ba se UK for ye pegari e de koma om dinese o tim se so fu bi timi kasa se mo ya na se we are baby na ayeden me kai se na nsen o wa hene se ni pa bi be fa se Las Vegas o baby emi ukuchi taxi nko $400 so me ye sure se o fa car fi o fa dropping crofi Accra e di Kumasi a e be ko so $400. That means baby so den so ntina o wa hene ka ahoden ni dia de e be bo ya adwumaden na be bo o man bia wo mu bia no se ire bi etra oni e ka kire nkofo se aha Ghana yeden na so anya ne se obe ya o man ne de bi mbet yeden ama so hu ase o wa hene ka to se nipa 42 ye adwumayefo so hu so timi wo adwumayefo mako 42 a o bo Ghana economy e be bo wa baso na ɛsɛ nipa bi obiara fa no ho na obiara fa 42 a mefe sɛ ɔman no bɛyɛ mmerɛ ama obiara no ɔwɔ ahene ka sɛ de biara fu a ɛkɔ soro wɔ Ghana ɔwɔ ahene ɛnyɛ Ghana nko a tama na Trump kɔ nansia na petrol mekɔtɔ obi $1.16 and ebi nam 340 something baabi wɔkora yɛ $4 and change so nti yɛsɛ yɛ ma te ase na bi obi a wɔboaboa no so ɔkɔtɔ ne kooko a na ɔkɔtɔ ne dan bi de aba aburukyire no wɔahu sɛ ɛda fam saa mahu abranteɛ bi ɔde bayere mmienu ɛkyerɛm sɛ ɔbi de bɛto akwantupo platform no so ɔde bayere mmienu abɛto hɔ na ɔkyerɛ sɛ bayere mmienu no yɛ 7 cedis na Ghana ayɛ de na mehwɛ soro na mesereɛ na ɛsɛ 50 cent no na se ana bayere na ɔkɔ shop bi wɔ ha sɛ compare store ayi deɛ ɛhɔ na ayi di dwa Prince Akrachi ɛhɔ na odi dwa compare na bayere na yɛde 2 scale so 169 no wode bayere ne ɔkɔ ahene bayere ne yewe o yɛde 2 scale so ne yewe ama yɛn wode 2 scale so na 169 dana mi kotwa mu anu ne nansan amekɔɛ no bayere na ɔmuwe no $4.99 bayere ne de 2 scale no so a $4.99 enti ɔwɔ ahene sɛ musu a aya mu nsu bi nso ma yɛn lumba kora wɔ dwumi sa ɔsɛ musu a aya mu nsu bi ma yɛn ɔwɔ ahene bɛhwɛ abato yɛ ba UK a nansan a ɛkyerɛ sɛ de wiase ayɛ den enipa wɔ asomdua ɔsɛ nka bɛ NDC MPP nko aso ɛwɔ na ka Labour ne Conservative nko a bɛyɛ sɛ ahokyerɛ abɛnti no wo nsesan na ɛbaayɛ no nti wiase ne baabi a na ayɛ den sɛ deɛ ɔka na obi ya ne woni ayi sɛ bi a yɛnkɔto ma Chada na Chada ma hu sɛ akoa bi ne nam New York a yɛ frɛ no sɛ Chini Jonas the way akoa na twena no asi Chada so no sɛ ɔso wɔbɔ paa kora miya kuku no ɛne adeɛ tia na hu na aka kyɛn sɛ a ɔhwɛ no yi na Chini Jonas sɛ wɔbɔ paa miya ba bi ku no minim ne ɛwayɛ no deɛ enti no nkra me de ma no ɔyi ɔbɔsɔmfo ɔman Ghana emu ayɛ den sɛdeɛ
na meba ɔkwabe na ansa na wobɛtoa so no wodeɛ sɛ wogye di sɛ anaasɛ wonim sɛ ɔman no mpanifoɔ yɛ wɔn hyehyɛeɛ ɛyɛ wɔn afɛmudeɛ ɛyɛ biribiaa anaasɛ timamufoɔ nankasa so yɛ wɔn sɛdeɛ sɛneɛ sɛ ɛfata a ɛdɛn nti na wogye di sɛ ɔmo so sɛ ɔman no emu ayɛ den ɛdɛn na nkɔyɛ ɛdɛn na
asɛm na ɔkaeɛ no sɛ wobusa question mmienu sɛ ntotoeɛ na ɔmɔyɛ anaasɛ dɛn na ɔmɔyɛ ntotoeɛ bia ne hɔ ɛwɔ wiase a ɛboɔ bia ntotoeɛ bi yɛbɛyɛ leader bia bɛbi go against obi sɛ bi a mefa no bɛde aha yɛ example sɛ bi a Joe Biden baeɛ no ne ntotoeɛ bi a ɔde bɛbɛ bi a wo no favor obiaa ɛbɛfavor binom ɛbɛfavor binom sɛ mene ɔwɔ ahene ka sɛ sɛsiɛ ɔsɛ ɔde employees 42 na ɔkɔtɔ wɔ akyia ma so hu ɛdɛn na ama ɔwɔ ahene anya employees 42 so ɔwɔ ahene ne nyina na ɛte ha na ɔsɛ ha ɛyɛ ne de too much ha ne ho atɔ no America saa na UK ɛna ɔsɛ daabi ɔbɛkɔ ahokyere baabi akura a ɛho ahokyere wɔ mu no ɔbɛkɔ akɔtena mu ade nti na ma ɔbɔsɔ ayi ɔwɔ ahene gya UK a emu dedeede yi bibi ɛkɔ so ntotoe nyinaa yɛahyehyɛ ne pɛpɛpɛpɛ na ɔso wɔ ntena mu bɔneɛ baabi ɛhɔ no mu ɔden a amanfoɔ ho kyerɛ wɔn no ɛhɔ no bɛwɔ akɔtena de nti a ebi a no wahu solution bi wɔ hɔ wahu problem bi wɔ hɔ no mo face ɔsɔvo a ɛbɛma na soma dwono ɛbɛma na da ma na soma dwono ama bibia akɔ pɛpɛpɛ enti tutuye de obi bɛyɛ tutuye so hu tutuye bɛba ba ne nyina so amanfoɔ no wɔ mu no so wɔ ne ɛwɔ ɔmo yɛ Finland ɛne ɛha ne ade yɛ nyinaa wei sɛ wɔ ne opportunity bi ɔmo sɛ opportunities wɔ America bebree but still no some people don't see it ɔmo kyerɛ wɔn me say Sunday me fi hospital bana me ko fa library me re kra ho ye enipa gu abonte ho no na me na fi se bi omaye friend san omaye concert bi na bi omantimi anko fie ni ade na je se sam library na nim sa eje ba bi ani wa aju o atamis time no kra na omo say atamis and mo say nowhere cool na de bi amaka sa chem say ba bi e wo no empempenso a yɛde COVID ne sɛ nneɛma ni nyinaa free a yɛde ba no asa na wiase o nya Ghana nko o wiase best tena sɛ bi a sɛ deɛ me sɛ okay ya ba level ne ade na nneɛma sɛ nneɛma yi no ebi ebe take about 10 years asana enema timi aba normal te bibia me si dia enye bibia na ento to yesese na mo kan se enam ayi bia wa nua body ana se wa nua banchi no asase yantam gu ye nchen e wade ba de bia no ye preach niam bi kire o manfo ne se ase ekuafo no kra mfa so oniom so ese ekuafo na bi ese de bia de ya ho de ne niam ni encourage om so niam ye ne ye mu nkoso anye niam ye na aduane na timi ayefo na de bia oba kra se bia memfa se wa meye enyina honom na bi ekuafo bi o wa no ya bia ade so ya ba bi etutum na bi o de ni volunteer boot ni ade ekose ayipa obepre ompre so na so hwe wiase ba bia ebi ekuafo ba me se gan na kua na ayeye no untimi identify say we na ekua ni because obi ayekua ukọ ekura ba bia every Saturday bi obi afasika ekwafu eti okuafo no ne hwan unlike say bia ha say obetimi aso odi papa ko we de o na eye farm efi aha ekoka edi obetimi identify say we ni kua ni no obosonfo se gan na ka say bia yenko ba constituency what is aka constituency se ko na ka say ko hwe farmers o wa just dodo say ni ebenya
biakoye constituency
biakoye ebenya farmers be san o farmers be san ni ebenya o yenya farmers kra ebenya be 3000 farmers e wo biakoye ngo ahun so biakoye ngo a ide bi ka say farmers na o mo ne hwan te bia na ese fa ade bi okay say the champion ba ya no your friend is ofidi operation feed yourself unya asase yam tan bia ba bia owo ahene pie wo ya wo de concrete egu honom ayi ka kire ho ba bi no na owo ahene de body ba miensa bi esi ho acha bon se 6 months wo akotwa hu no na body eduru anyi kakra na otwa beto na oboa oman no ne ye kon kakran na ye koye ne
so na 5 minutes na answer na wo be kono maybe so say ne wo kan wa argue say aban ye na afemodie o ye ne say fata na den na ujidi say timemufo no ya omo person me take responsibility but omo de share aban no and then and I want in your assessment no
obejomfo ade ba ko ana mehu wo ye man mu Ghana so ahu ase o ana ne o ho se obi a person yi overnight oko Ghana ana se ye wo ha nyina enipa bebre bi a be se be do kra be example na me de mi ame ho example bi a enipa o mo ha bi obi o wa abrochiri bi ana try once in a while say bi o person ye bi no bi a obi kra bi ani nua bi ana se na danfo bi a one ne ho no ebi o mo se opportunity bi wa ha ma me wa ha de metimi ama me de bibi aba ne nyina ya ton na bi a ye nyina wo benya wo de na me so manya me de so hu se nyakopon ammo yi na se nye wo adwuma a wa ye gu ho sika na nim na akọbọ besia se me kọbọ besia ehu adwuma we ntimi de kona me de akwa ya se wan kan timu a on beja o kapudu ama wasan abekun ka for the rest of your life kra e de atuaka so ade a ewo ye manfo no mu a bi akokan beka se tam o mokoto aba no wa mu so o msa asem no enye sa asem ne seka ade bi o na so bi ni mu ade kan bi na o kina na abato na ba bidu so na sa asem ye nkoka nokredie eni ya fam nokredie se me ni nokra o me ho na mi ni power na so kina mi konya power the same attitude na me carry dia ko ba bi a me wo no so eziden ke ye manfo no be di nokra ma ye ho se bi a me wo niema we me di abre asomasi waton niema na wi a bi a ma mi sanka misika ni ye nyina ye nko yenim e bi adwuma no mafa se be ye adwuma ma na ye nye yi ukọ adwuma ni mu a se cement na wo ton a wo ton 5 ma ayi wo a na wo ton 5 ma me na so waton 5 ama ho be bi na profit e wo cement no na ye ketuwa bi tie bi adodo na ye beton no wodi bi se niema we ya ntimi anya na so nipa na wo di sansa mo nenketenkete no okonya na se privilege ne beda ho ma na ko the same thing and you obosomfo se yesi yetu adinamo afo aso ho amanfo na omo amanfo no nya niema papa ye wa ase onom no overnight yiye no enough from sa sika duro kura bi abetimi am anya sika overnight no enye obiya na ni sunsun betimi enti ebesre wo so wo ahene ni ehu o ma se wo ahene na ben o ai on kan kire o mo se bi aye opportunity adwuma na ebetimi ya start ne nkakra na bi aye kese o se kwa me despite na o se kwa me ne cassette ne so de nam nkwan chen na cassette nkakra de go do baby eye nkakra na ebetimi de edu baby enti so obi nya opportunity ekopie baby no o se mi nua no madam for no ene se niema we enti no ye nyina ye moaboa ye ho a aya omomoa omo no omomoa ye se be ma obi a asomadwo no because e bia me opportunity na betimi afa enipa mienu na obi a befa enipa mienu obi a befa enipa mienu a owo ahene obi a asombadwo no anya sika kakra ba befa obi nsam amode akoto owo ahene bibi amo owo ahene de ati obi ka ni ekoyenim ba overnight ye ne de se ke yifi adwum ne hu se adwumaden baby a befa ni hu bi ase adwuma ne ye wo de ase nya wo de Ghana ni nya adwuma na enye ne de a wo ogu no akwaya ba adwuma de a na sa asem na se kura do wo hene ye besrew so nya akwanya na se wo tu nuanom fo a aya ka kire o mo se inipa bebre na wo akwantu mu anka o mo so betimi etwa so aba se de wo twa so ba ya ebi a 42 e wo nsam na fa nso obi a wo 42 e de wo nsam a o wo hene o man nka ni je mam enso no unu nua hyehye ho se yenye adwuma no oboa usika na no dakro ba akopa no ama ne ho so tito wo be fra inipa ni wo ndo wa
kwabna ebeda
wase o wa me ma no si de me na ma se da me de ma wa ne se wu hu chada ayaka se o kan ya on kami kan se a mo ma ni kuredie na abrochire ba bia ko nanim no nukuredie na abrofo de chichire wo man ene bi ko ti ya ni be kura ma en wenne ene so se ndisi fo bebe yi na chada bebe yi o wa hina mudi be ti
odi twentwen so ansa
nukuredie amamu amu ho a se de be ya na be ye
twentwen so ansa se ne ma me efia ka se nkrofo bi a o musto ano efu nanso o mo wadwe mu no o mo se o mo tua tax ma aban tie aban asade se o hwe se nwura emfu wo ho nanso aban enba medoye enti eno so no ene eniema omo so efi se aban enye na afemu de esa ne se waje on to se o hwe oman no so me ne wo kasei wo ko maybe say ma me fi o se nkran tema en fa ne se tema ho na se TM for tax force o mo around edge lampo na so mo je wo taxes ni na TM ejije but omo hwe
obazonfo menka wano a
enti wo
baby ana me ye adwuma no na me ye adwuma wo so bi mo ni work New Jersey so nim say abrochire ene etua tax enu say ye be identify mo atua tax next to the nim ho no say omo etedampo fo no bana say enwura ho no be bopro be catch say bra na be pre nim ho no ayi say ha say snow to na say wo want to snow na mfi wo anim na obi be tew hwe wo snow no mo wo anim a obesi wo nsi wa ban obesi wo individual na wa be tew ahwe wo anim no enti wo fi kire efu na say wo ho afase kan ne do aha obi ado ni nwura nya ban ne be nwura man
so
property tax like
ye nua Sam so Sam 40 say come na beda wase ne wo so ne awodi aba be ka ho Sam Safo oti yenka when say when he be okay maybe twintwan so Sam sorry yeah Dr. Jingo Doc oti yenka
yeah but from Tonga
okay bama so we dey kafra nanka mesa sound yeah inti mijidi say weti bia kama na so say me mboso mawa yeah send the questions and answers inti bia wankasa so ne one say to what extent do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves? Inti any asema wo na ne tosu mi no so yeah say what are the things we do to run away from taking responsibility? Inti mi no ya witimi atra waje fa ho etiefo
what are the things we do to run away from responsibility?
Yeah Doc ma woni so kakra wa oni we chiri pa
okay o say what
are the
things we do to run away from responsibility?
From taking responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah. What 13 minutes?
And the other one was really.
The first one here, to what extent do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves? It is a
question is about
responsibility. Yeah. One indicating, say, you are responsible, and then the other one also your actions indicating that you are not taking responsibility for your actions.
Yeah, so that is why, as an individual, if you are not taking responsibility for your actions, then somebody must take responsibility for you. Because action now, right? Action now, performing. I think somebody, over you, in the future, action taking. Either say a right action and answer a wrong action. If it is a right action, you get praises from the person. But if it is a wrong action, you get the wrath from the person. So just say, and as a person, also to knowing say, this is what is there. And that is where you have your conscience there. So say you in or conscience. Then the conscience, what does the conscience tell you? So it gives you the ability to know what is what, right or what is wrong. So that is the conscience now. No conscience, What does it tell you? So that's it. What does it telling you? Say, and also like the things that we put in our mind, right? And also determine the things you put in your mind, and also determine your emotions, not affect your action. So that's it. So if you put the right stuff in your mind, you're gonna have what? Good emotions, and then you're gonna have right actions. So, everywhere we live, you're responsible for your actions. So that's it. But you have to know, there is always somebody, or they higher than you are. If that person,
Doc, say, who taking responsibility for your actions? There are things indicate and I say, say, yeah, I've acted responsibly. And in the case where you have not, so now you are able to determine that. And Sanka, if you can help us in understanding the kind of expressions now.
It's a conscience, right? Because you know your conscience, right? The conscience you have, and then they determine wrong or right of your action. So does it. And say, for your say, yeah, Busapenny, and as I'm here, Busapenny, now a Busasika, dear my meal. Me show some, Sabusika, that let me say, Uncle Arno, but abusuani mu na yomo no men fam mo no mun fam ko school so that say men fam chi omo school fees mom so de ba ya omo so be my name akọ school akọ so yan de we go sa omo so de ba ya ba necessary kai medicano eden no me de ya wo dia obosonfo over there and
yeah, na say Doc. Ono na yes sadie na say wo na wo di ebusu sika no sadie no. Ebia na wo hu say wo ya de boni o. Say wo ya de bi o de ebia emphasize o de twa Guinness, o de ye mba asem, o de ye obi bia. Say wo de ji wani. Nti say wo de ya de e koma wo. Nti
sika no deɛ ɔyɛ sɛ ɔde yɛ so ɔte ase yɛde fa ne sika no ma wo deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ ɔde yɛ but who go away with what the lay down principles for you who conscience what I say and just how will so if you have a shared conscience then you say you don't care what I say but if you have a good conscience what I say you realize and say no I dare me and you then and what so that's it because idea is sharing some say no and you know so na no into conscience no na head it determine your actions now we taking no na ebo force abo obi so it's that is how but me can say everybody because we are all from Adam and Eve. We are all what sinners. Because
topic now.
Because a bad tree, right, cannot produce a good tree, a good fruits. So that's it. The root, right? The root, and we are getting the results from the fruits now coming out from that root. The tree.
And the good roots of an apple tree cannot breed oranges.
No, but it will be good apple fruit.
Enti say Adam no anybody ade na me Adam na would link me to.
So you are human being. You are the same from Adam. Because Adam,
no, it be near Nebroni.
Arab or whatever. We are all from one person, and that person nature, and we all have. So that person nature, and we all have. So that is how we behave. But the good thing is we have another Adam, which is the second Adam, which is Christ. So there's and the spirits are already you can use to overcome all these things. So
okay, Doc.
We are living in society. We can have people or more, they have good morals, right? But it doesn't mean anything. So you can do good because you have a good morals because even your conscience, yes, they tell you say, we a minister, me a mouse kase for Kokoye road, and also we a road contractor, a mouse kase Kokoye Koya. In anyhow, because you know as a contractor, you have to think say a because there's a reason here because in conform I had a full hold. I will go for almost produce now they can get access to what to the city and I said to where they can sell their produce and I said even they can get access to their houses, to their homes. So listen, you have a good moral. What I say? If that person, they contract some man. So I say, if that person, say, or you're Christian, that's you read the Bible now. The Bible doesn't teach him, say mouse can suck quiet.
Doc.
In anyhow.
Doc, in 2 minutes no, so 3 minutes no. And say, on no be champagne na or this cano yen or no. Does he know the consequences of sir Adeno Yeno? And I say, yeah, won't take that responsibility.
The consequences is what? Mofrano, they will suffer, right? Will be out there covering some near, I don't know. Where they?
And at that point, no, all mismanage it was a good year and I say Japadiano. Onim say edun so boni bebre won aka no. At that point.
Yes. Your conscience, is going to determine because your conscience, determine what you are doing, whether it's right or wrong. So they say that you can have somebody who has a shared conscience says, well, because you have a shared conscience and said, already on fire.
So I would name so a day bread name for.
That's the personal no shared conscience, because it's like hot iron. I call it a more or giant national or tag net idea. So I say, the place of my end would become crying on it. So I say, conscience, aye. So the set for purpose, so I say, and you know, say, Nipano, this skin, I dead. I mean, how can you? That place is dead. And you know, the be a canoe on it. So I say, and you know, that person have to get what? A rejuvenated mind. New mind. You know, who say, and for so be a muscle. And more mean because you see, I don't share in Kula, a Busian Kula Bear 10, a move 4 on my head. I was not coming to me, secondary school, and now, and then my bonnie and I may into the highway, and you know, when you have no mind, and you know, you say, no more would you know, no, I say, you make sure say they have their right education. So they say,
yeah, dog. That was it. That was it.
And you know, so also good.
Yeah, to also.
Yeah, and you know, so Nipa would do so. So when he come to his senses, no one say, you got president 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and then I mean, now I have a new mind. So what I say, and you know, make sure say, remember to my move. And maybe Nema also moving here piano. I make you say Omosaka said you there my heading.
Obe look responsible in their eyes with us.
Yes, because
that's it. Dog. Nature say nipa ne taking responsibility no and living that comes back to the permissible behavior na at the air kahono. Necessary Nipano is living a permissible life or behavior in the society. Whether was a dog, na yen call ye near Sam. So Sam Safo, what you mean? Yeah, call. Yeah, and see. Okay, all right. Yes, we that's it. That was it. Just a wooty. Let's say. Yeah, call Prince Bombardier. Bombardier also. Mr. Bombardier any so drop it. Okay. Alex Benewa. What you mean?
Bombardier.
That be
Obosomfo.
Aye. Yeah, call the last round. Will be our canfa home. And I said, yeah, Ibia.
Obosomfo me that say. Now, was some from country which might be some.
Oh, there be a semi Obama, but also was in Bisa say questions and answers in why the car earlier submission. What point to Mukama and Yakunya meeting one cassette. Can be born rebatters be crown and so manage now. Yeah, Alex.
Meaning say me di kamba so na me can asem bi te say your friend is saying maybe say a question say the guarantee you work for new forces so new people are you who more government you know. Okay, gracias. se edien guarantee, perdona, eso es síndrome, ¿vale? Porfa.
Sí, pero estoy operada de la espalda y quedaba muy bajo.
Vale. Anti, obunubo, there can say, that's a man, me say, enkrofo nyina feri na ye say, ye nyi omum free hwa. Edi any guarantee, and there was a question and answer. Since in anke say, Obi answer me, but my auntie answer, because he say,
Okay.
Abe Baso, and no better say, Omono, they don't buy this nonsense, and this in NPP. Well, even not just as them now, can be or Muntini or Modo Mujes to answer this. Because
okay. Yeah, me kai say obi sa asem na sana. Yeah, me kai. Say obi sa.
Mamona yebunua. Me for me no, me entitled to my own opinion. Say menzo me Ghana ni enti me hu ade. Say na me pese Ghana nye. But the Ghana eye koduru John Mahama breso na me say me no me hu say enough for me. Akela izquierda. According to Sadia Yamano City. Now, say Yaman, okay, Yamana Sia Druno, say Babia Jomahama di Druyano, Senka, Akofadum po by over twice, Crano, Janus, Ampo level, no one coming in and coming Casabibri. Inti Ninemo over ya, Emfa Quemuna, Bosnia, Na Yajika Caribbean, they Yajidu, Akofado one time. Echo. Esi form frinika mu ekoto ntel dokono e de betre Ghana for ntel dokono boa ye de wo Ghana ene so obi de bayire betre say bayire boa de a yesi mayenka yenko accuse de oton bayire no. By that time the incoming president no pre Franca Tuno e ka kire Ghanaians akimismo
no delante.
Okay de na onua pre akonwa no on e ka kire yen say vale gracias vale muchas gracias hasta luego sorry obozuko it is adipa no ono an create sa impression no to ho say sade bi bo eden a e kire say efira aban no ote so na ama ne bo ayeden ohu ene no se nipa ka sa asem no a yes sa nipa no o kasa no mom na ade ba ko ye me ya wo Ghana ne say ye no we are very quick, easy to blame ourselves more than the or you're responsible for that problem. Yeah, you me say, yeah, Ghana for the essay, adwene. Meanwhile, John Mahama Abreso, or Yankazo Monsis on my journey. Atamas Abreso, Yankazo Monsis on my journey. JJ Rollins Abreso, Yankase Ghana for on my journey, JJ Rollins in Timimu Minu. Kofu Abreso, now Moses on my journey, and ye, enti, and they are Kufuado to show a Pasca Ghana, Abaya, Wama, ye waka. Say yetimi course yen piada akasa aban na bombardie ekenkan say ye kura yesika esenka yenya na aban no agya masika na ahye nenso okwa IMF akoje bosia sa aban we wudi na chi na wonhunu say nkwase adwuma na me support yi na sa nkofo we yes some a fine yensi some nkwo he yenom de yenu ye opinion ne say for me to give power the whole power yes it's all the to me makwase a why all the bubble water? Enti se wo de tumi mo nipa ese se wo hwehunu se se nipa we ma hu ne pen ana ma so na ahwe ti se bia obi ani ho de ne mo ma to se tumi no da ho kwade ye mfa mo obi a fine ne mom se duru bra ye no ye timi hu se me hu se afafanto se de wo ya afafanto ya in fact mutimi design no kama kire ne ze mu eno na mo no mu gidi because at least ye kan alana wa war politics from many years. It doesn't matter, say no wa bamboni mo abana deliver. E betima baso nya. Na me question they say, what is the guarantee? Say Akufo-Addo aferi, John Mahama aferi, why be ala no wo John Mahama MPP abamu omo aferi. Enti ala so basically wa aferi. Enti nipa mo pese yenye change emfa mo no me say e de ne guarantee, e de ne ade a mo timi ma ye gina so say ye de abufu bone ene de power no show bi nsam say nkurufo ba anya de nti de obi a obeba bia ye mfa mana ana mo wo bibi bia mo gina so a say ye message nko ade a Alan kita one of the excellent message man for chirichiri mu John Mahama kita one of the fantastic ideas why implement ya all kan ho asem so obo be implement 24 hours economy what was it that be go and check it niema ewom edi no say o check it na niema we nyina na me a meti hoyi me nya akwala manyini in fact e kan nyini pa manyini enti saa me mfie amadi nyina no se be me chusu obi na ya bomba de manyini me
obi anya akoda saa na Alex asema wokai emre bi se oka se yera Alan beba no nka Alan nkwade nka ba omia no nto aso anye den embu omane sanso ono na creative problem no obi hu ekon be fa so ide asolve problem se emre bi ka mi bisa answer na obi ye no ano no tani e woka wo question na wo de eba yi no wo question na wo de ba yi no na kire se wo ye odwuma ye ni se wo ye odwuma no wo ye edwuma rura na se odwuma ye ni eje edwuma no hokwa ebe ya odin se obefa obetimi afa onipa fofora ma na be ye edwuma na ma wo sa na wo pa kire wasem bisa na obisa na maybe
aha wa onya sa mum na mpesa mitre de mpesa mitre se adwuma ni ni ja hokọ na me pe obi a me mfa new person na onya adwuma ni bi da ma me hu ye dan obi a mahu se waye bi da kakra a mahu na adwuma na mani so na adwuma na me fa ono mum more than ebia circumstances binti na ma ono no ja adwuma no me fa ono mum so ya available a me fa na chen se me fa new person a ebia fe na de na ba me ne guarantee bi a share trust bi ani ho benchmark bi ani ho me de be measure na ka say we die all kan oba obeye na mom se eba se obi ani ho na new one bi wo ho a o ho say adwuma se ye man na ho kwa ntie dance bo a ye ni be chem na mo oba na o deliver dia na ye say enu ye danyame ase enu ye nyame ama nsohwe ye so na ahwe mo nso me hwe bi nso na akufo ado abe ye nsohwe ama yi so enti no
of the day no sani ya woka ni ndi say edisuafo a omawie omusua adisua a omunya experience can say hands on experience na so omonimdie omabom ho boden e wa adisua ho no so omo no say eba ne say omo into the job world na so omo ko yedwuma ebe dey say omo benye dwuma san so omo ni experience e wo edwuma na no nyesa na wo pa kire
bomade one say even in the companies Nipa Free University this certificate yankasa curriculum ka ho no oba yes ye pe 1 year working experience ana omo misasa enti ngada na nka yanka se wawie Legon wawie Harvard University enti do ba ya be ya adwuma no sometimes they demand those things enti eno kire say experience is the best teacher now say me be adwuma na se obi awie university na me fa no a me ankasa adwuma ye me de no me tenchen ti wanye ni ya metima ginadi ti eno no risk no nye kese but when you give this whole country to somebody what the powers na ye de sake ni pa no crash ono anensa nti ono de open no sake no ono so ntimi sake no da power ye de sake ni pa no eno na wo san de ahye oni ya akro na nko obedi bone ta akufo ado sei no ye betima sake no ye ntumi because the powers ye de sake ni pa no e wo ono anensam ono na yi electoral commission ono na yi judges and they say judges are wa pack omo wa bubu omo dan judges no ya bu judges dan ma judges for e de akoko to say obu hia warrant is for most tabo fanto contractor no so say ma ontimi constituency ni dan ba contractor no say hwe me president no appointed no no appointed me de adwuma no ma me ntimi de me mfa ho omo say the same day no contractor no ko bu omo dan no ma ko 7 kura kan ho show omo abufu enti kira say this kind powers ya yedi mo nipa no you need to examine it very careful and just simple as ABC enti de ye hu ne pen na onye kura ye si John Mahama oko si school na ya no de bo kesi abeto so fine any de waji sika so wansi hwan na ye hia no enti ye nka say John Mahama is a angel no but ye can say ono no e ba no sa keta asehye no proye no a ono wo 50 akofo ado wo 90 that is all enti no in fact san krofo me ni hwan na ye hia no ye hia de owo fam kakra no at the end of the day no ye hwehwe say ye benya the perfect one na no nye Ghana name ya ye women no not even UK is perfect country say corruption anyhow etino ye standard of omanya ye no ene ye munipa ye wo ene niema ye wo no beti Ghana say o check omo budget omo ye friend say GDP a year no a ene Madrid kro we kakra kro ba ko pa metimi sika do so che the whole Ghana a year etino ɔman no hyɛ da ne sika saa nti gye so onye nipa a otumi manage economy yie na ɔma dollar no nkɔ soro kɛse na ɔma yɛ ka so nkɔ soro kɛse na ɔntumi obetumi atua ka no bra no na otumi ɛpɛ fotoɔ to hɔ sɛ yɛn ho kyerɛ yɛn mpo a yɛbɛfa saa nipa no na ɛwɔ ne da so a yɛde yɛn ho to no so ade anum nyina no ɔkɔ so anso no ɔyɛ infrastructure yɛhia school adan yɛhia hospital saa nneɛma yɛhia ne da bia kɔsi sɛ yɛbɛnya enough look Bamba Obosonfo Soko UK almost celebrated 150 years underground train. Omoya underground train 150 years aba. Enti one was Obeko UK no money also move train because everywhere they have developed. Omaya Sane Manawi. You can't compare UK to Ghana in this case infrastructure. Say UK be a Madrid Hamiti or Monomo train, Krobia over Cosmo or Mombibia. And you know, they don't ask for those things, they ask for another things. Ye no say ya accent no. But ye Ghana no. Yes, Kakagrano Cranka. Ye de ebe infrastructure no. A man one way the other no. Or share ni baby in here and Kahon or share no. Here here to share no. So call a friend is saying, but bit to say nursing training, any teachers training, was strike. And you know, teacher for no cost strike, into school for no more. Now, one who school in Nuka, teacher knew Chiradi and Nisi Council. And she was who were Jadi Chireno, Choti Akorano, which I can fast for Ben also. These are some of the things there. You move them, you feel say, Adibi or how dear, or how a maniac crab dear. Now, you 30 a belt at that time. Ebe duru kakra bi no ye be develop na amanfo anya sika de ahwe omuma omun hia ban mo UK ni US babi a yetiti no nyina no ya na ehwe ma babi bebre omun ni sa free things no sa na so enam se dipa ni ya adwuma na adwuma ho no otue nti no otumi hwe de ho enu nti na ye mu bunum ya de ye Fred Mahama se ono wo ya adwuma wura na anu odo 4 years pe ese Kwame Nkrumah no ose no wan nuru se Kwame Nkrumah na mu ose no and they say it becomes Kwame Nkrumah. John Mahama dear, Emma Nkrumah dear, because na achievement in John Mahama 4 years no mamma says, sir. Then as Nkrumah ye a yampa a red. It is an idea.
Yo.
And you know,
ye was Sano Sono. Ye enimino, we babma ye, and said, Yano, Aqua into Massano.
Right.
Unjidie obia hu aside from NDC ni MPP na make us oka kram hu joye me say ebe you be from ya bonya nto say no tea problem.
Oh, about the holiday.
I don't know there
no one of them so muka gra and they may need an walan mobile president I'm a minute cry. Don't make even for Alan be a president in that be a Alan dear mean Kaiser make
Alex my wa Kwame Mbremu na wasembisa no migidi se ye ko second round e bia na obi abema ho muaye e da wase Alex Benewa Spain no Madrid. Yo. Over Kwame.
Yes, sir.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, mon ami. Bon petit frère.
Now, we need my French. Me lose me interest our French casa. GSS now your French mistress no. I was a Ghana. If I don't know, ka teacher ni awa akoko ananka ya man maternity leave. Well. Na minim nearby in St. Francis demonstration GSS. Na a French mistress, French no dra or Babette na ne your French class na ye de akonya babesi anim na akokwa edan stress na we sabi ne no for na odi ato abofra ya no na kasa mimi nim kasa me afi na me babesi ya kasa no na me struggle we lose focus multitasking. And since then I'm here so French be on the classes French classes but not my absent me home just a main cry be so that was a genesis. Maybe and I say the start no cry wasn't attractive or encouraging Ghana Education Service no.
To was it? And for so we and they say, I can also see a buttery because Casano, so who's will be Casa. It's in for our mobile antimemo. Yem fight dictionary into a mountain. But with force, the wooty, no. Brain not me translate more. Emma, what I see. Into better in a matter of best 3 months. No, so ye be go. And what is your
but teacher Nino, the expressions ain't me am indicating and tell me say she was responsible enough to teach me that French language.
And teachers, class, no, do guys French is your own.
In the do na so uncle. Auntie, by anyway, of into Monami near then, and then a master.
Monami, my friend.
Ah, okay.
Monsieur,
no, yeah. Monsieur, near master.
Monsieur, ye mister.
Monsieur, okay. And so, overcome, send you see kind of what bene na a quamban sooner, send you make us me Mr. French mistress, one young woman. I will say my yame hono. Quamban sooner will be to me a boy in no more, a fin or muscle, a person Musian French. With knowledge in French.
Casesuano. Do I by hearing? So now
we know call holidays are ultimate board school be a primary school be now so we have voluntary teaching be of French and yes sir. Ultimate visa.
Me asentino still ya me asentino edawo me ka French na they know very well say me native. But me money there one more French no ne French for the difference be so but when they say Casesuano most important thing is say the beya onu a eyeni krom kasa no woka wo betiase so na utiase a na afi akase won so be express no ho akire no wo express no ho kire no a onye hu say enye o mother tongue obe make effort to say obeto ase and to say ye no ye de niema sresre but ade enye okasa ade enye okasa enti se usua wo say wo mu a wo mu use language no wo mu si abotre na etie wo hwe me no menya experience say se usua bibia na wonte ase wo ukrom kasa wo mother tongue na kebi hwe papa ya areho wo de free mu ntemu Dr. Mensa say Dr. Mensa one master wo sa fiber optics ni ena kodi ki kire fiber optics mu wo ye university and I say even kura baby mu year ofi senti o ti ekwini ya untumi nchekire mu me ase hwe de Dr. James no ye sometimes he remark he say Dr. James been who na ko kire medical students because where utikwi edikwi kire mu ema ye ne asabi
Dr. James ni why Dr. James maybe an 84 mu name Dr. James
bomba de na me some say bomba obusun for na that time na Dr. James eba no na o hye nefa eno am profiting we gane ni doctor o UK honum nyesa we simple doctor wo say doctor wa unim sa a friends natural treatment into o natural therapy say kese ya dia no odi
na just say overkwame okay no samre ye wo Jubilee House ye say ye wo direct send is it directorate and as a unit before diaspora affairs engineer will say abino here say ultimate coordinating with Ghanaians in the diaspora now ultimate tackle this nimdia expertise
so yes sir the area honestly all resources Korea and advancement they tap on Koreans are no more outside and
yeah I mean history
the same thing that take it for also here taking immigrants Germany no woman a year transfer of technology take care we ye no mo so aye bi enti ye no as nipa ye wo sa double culture na multiple culture no na sa aba no ntumi nyusu ye na se wo my space hwe uko Senegal essence Senegal for more influence or economy no more. They have seats in the parliament. Diaspora for no. Diaspora for seats. Hey, Ghana for you me acquire me vote you. Yenye work country. They don't give us chance. Now me Ghana for disease say. Wo fi say yenye betumi ayeni ye no also block ye. But don't block ye nia. O man no block the chances. Because me and me way, so they may far a friend is organic farming more. But really, I say, in fact, me say, but me say, yes, and I'm so this my say you come here, Quebec banning so more in your politics. Because how can you promote to say, yes, you and call you good? Now, when you say every movement, a far. Sa mining hono
Wakwame o asa ba umia say yensu a then I'll patre
na masa hwe se wo ya chimney a me a chim by origin so wo ya chimney a ade a wo ye proud ho pa any brim na look at bremu a eda chebi na ni mfichiri na wo hwe kala na bremu aye na wo wura yin tumi nye ho wo hwe na yete ono ne ye hwe eme de akosi ankobra so wuntumi agru forest reserves na do we really know what we are doing, the harm we are causing the future generation? And to me no hwe me na me say me Ghana beto me and I mean, who the partisan democracy be a co. Enti kame ba be presi who say Smiley Oma yeni e baso no individual chance na ubia adie bi ufi se unim hunim de no enka one day bi no be preach ube preach ya na ya mail wa na say want to me and perform wa afi u mebiem o to me perform wa no asa beto aso. And they say, Obe Hande, who take you over? And I'm who say, yes, you started with a friend is saying, Abby, I said, more and say, we need morality. A friend saying, what free one, pharmacist. Or no, so by ya, what preachy Paula, preachy. And then the Oba become morality as him. Morality is so almost say there be Paul say morality in your 10 commandments in your maybe. And a friend is saying, a friend is a homo theology, the theology of grace. Yemfa theology of grace. Emma, we are born here. Oh, second chance, no punishment. Wait, this confuse people. Christy Baye, as a more can say, no, we must be responsible. So, what mean now, memu, na, and ye may say, now what buenia goes to say their own farm. As one may more no did. And it's time then. If Konya, make I Benoa, come be Kramano, but as some back or Kai say. These wrong people are ye post womu so womu media so no womu no so na say womu so na tumi no kuta womu. So how are we going to face our world? Entity ane say home bibia e wo wiase bia no, especially in western countries no, other developed countries no, enye say by just by accident. Deliberate actions and no take here and no change you society. Because imagine say here a war a broaching. That's a woman heating system. And now say a man for the bunting in deep winter time. What are you going to see? Here a real ball France ya no sometime bi emriwafo ni nkokrafo ekumo mo that season no e ma yi minister of health neji enti adie bia say na ye bue ni guso ni enya ho hwe no na say the people are not being responsible. Lawrence or head and or yes our constitution your friend is presidential dictatorship no ye ya wo free akonya no so no be ka say constitution no ye fucking na do a otiso ne no o ka che say soldier for more our constitution no ho ban because amane kwai ma woni ni fiefuo via Ghana for Emma yensa hand over ma ba umia no me
opa che say constitution nya na say enya dia so
me constitution no enye na America me say ye fucking womo pa womo menye referendum ho because so many years I use constitution no ye man ye
chance constitution you know then opa che bia no be ntiasio then na me bisa say
Lawrence 1992 constitutional wo ye ma Ghana for yeni aye twa ye ho ekon ye re Ghana in your friend is saying your friend is simple a recycling system eno na make ho asem that constitution no the first article
over kwami 1 minute na for wanusi enti bia responsible consideration bena obeye in choosing who to vote for
and say in sense of intelligence no say unam direction be that direction no do ko room the best thing you do is change direction into constitution no e was say no itietiaro because we and nobody but me can talk
constitutional reform
to what nipa utumi interview omo good ideas are out are you very constructive but your friend is saying say constitution no kiki tribom ema yentumi insese ye betapo the good side of Ghanaians na ye ba na nkwasi asem ne yinsem ne omba kika we are doing harm to ourselves.
Yo Kwame me gidi say asopati enti no say na me kan constitutional reform me a wo kan wo hwe ye papa alana wo cluster 5
that won't post brand
maybe say what responsible considerations and I will be in choosing who to vote for. And so who concerns ne base is touches on constitutional reform. Then probably one of the consideration in this candidate are okra the plan who per se or the age of money boa no. I think say it should be one of it. And the other was of Kwame na yema Mr. Dr. Jingo Oba Anchenti of a Bwedi Spain of a Bwedi Utienka
Kapa
Anti Bamasubium second round 2 and the Sabia over Pesa over touchy on the consideration, responsible considerations I was say ye timamufono etimi ehwe ansana omato aba. And also because that is any year cano ya to aba na so de bia na yesu. And then na yenye ni ye. Why are we not doing responsibly? And intina ma yenya sa when inti going into this election no. Then ne inyama I say omhwe responsible considerations. That was over body or I'm say over body I busy. Enti Mayama monarch him say monarch aba over body. Okay. Enti is what you say misano.
Your candidate.
Sibia.
To abatem bia so no na problem ne dey ebeko so ache kakra answer you because of your mindset no because the way you see dream no kwabra na ne nya adwen tem bia or no dey ntia me ne nya adwen say na sem no obeka no kan opposite oh dear what omohono and odeba to be or say a yahoya anyway a 2 seconds for yahoya by part of ahoya and a Ifrinkofobi mo so mo group no de o ka kire so yahoya tse kuma se konfo ono awia no san pa konfo oh enti no eno ebema ya bre mo de enti America se ebema ya bre mo ne se utie se won ya keka ne hani nyina me no enye me nwanwa bebre ene emom de na Mr. Binu na ho ya san ya mo aka kakra but actually me class na dwen wanam se no enye mo nwanwa bebre because yewo nipa ni bi wo ho so afa ne se otan na ode yaade no won say someone you can have every day say you can book abana asem no we consistent say yen to abama MPP because MPP ayaade dru ba bia na wa ye comparison de akofo ba bi yen mi say the comparison no ye no enye to me no hu ni say ensheda anye eduma but or try as much as possible so I don't believe no oton every day you be bia no gina ba bi gina sa nipa no hu say sometimes no say even though trokra no dia but nikra no dia consistent but be a my mind no money ye na ya ye ho nyaatwomfo na ye so ye wo mu ya ye ho nyaatwomfo ye wo mu no ene na sa nyaatwomfo no so nye omo nko school omo ye well educated okasa at least ni baba kasa wo asoma se wo se Ghana so de ye bu omo ko school be yi bo fa kase agu ho no nti sa nkofo no ene me ye bremo makan ba ko the other day na so me saka platform is sukra na nkasa no omo aye bu omo say more intellectuals no mo na ma ye bra omo nsem on be ka no che na Kwame mo nsem a mo kan ene ayi a obi ka mahama na oka na ado asema na mo mu ye kim no obetimi a kire wo se akufo ado ebi a ode man na fa so sei me de no say ye ka say COVID by no America for some more America for brain no umbriska by Ghana for nko America for ska it is some more na COVID na effect omo to nro omo nipa wi omo sese omo nyuma omo krosu nyuma most some period of time UK the same thing Spain sa by ye krom Ghana ye krosu nyuma bi apart from 2 days so say 2 weeks na ye come for sika so eba mu no doso it won't mean for COVID ma me ye excuse ye revenue ni ye expecting say ye na ebroso Spain your revenue you no have cry. Ye sense says kakra de bi ko gini kotoru am komo mo ti se omo kasa affect omo economy no kra somewhere metimi no ma ya dwen kakra because utimu say no ma firi omo ko but wa oti wona o de yade no me ga say na me hwe ayi Nigeria ayi comedy bi apam no oduma yade no bo ba ko a ye che na de na ba ko so ya reka ho say ade che beba because oti wo mu obuada ye kuro no COVID ne ba ma ne be ma yesika mo abure so kra me de bi chiche ye de airport kra che Nigeria ni say ye de che Nigeria ni ye de kutua sa kontase kan airport kakra kan da ho no de tua kontase kan eti o man ya timu a medical ka so o man ya timu a aban ya ote so no instead of so obesi hospital obeto nruaba hospitals mu obeye kwan no ono abubu dan agu esi cathedral oso osida ma nyame ono obubu dan ya si ho no obubu ni nyina ko sida ma nyame no akasa kra no Yesu Kristo nse de wanya ma onua no wanya ma me onua no ote ase no ono mu na ese odon but nyame no okwa ko sida ma nyame to obubu dan ya nipa bedam ato ogu sa nkofo we mu pa opon mo degree ni mo nim de nyina mo nkasa no ma we be se na omo de akwakofa de nti ete bia me ko sa align mo nkofo yes bia ogina so mo abaso ni se omunim say aban we na woso it even though obeka no akere say mahama nya alternative because Allah ya better sen wo kwan say so akere me tenase perfect oton ne normal but nipa no baba on ka bibia we are disappointed MPP ni a problem ni so ye me kere no we are disappointed MPP ni a na obia na woni problem wa na do ho koye na ebu afa so enti no woni pa wo na na do beda da ye so no hwe ya ye so no hwe na odi ye sohwe yakoye bukuru sa nipa na ti wo se still ye mfa nipa from ra no bi kire na dwe se no me de me hu se nipa foforɔ no yɛde no ba no saa situation wei mu nyɛ saa time yɛ bɛsɔ no ahwɛ nti nipa no pɛ sɛ wei bi ɔmprove ne ho meɛhwɛ ɔwɔ a ɛhɛ no sɛsɛ ɔwɔ Ghana no ɔbɔ a no wakyerɛ sɛ saa hyɛ da wɔka nsɛm sɛ enti ne nsɛm sɛ no ɛna memegye di sɛ ɔbɛtumi aboa fine mentumi kyerɛ no ɛyɛ n'adwen but whereby a wode ɔbɛbɔ ase no deɛ obi abɛka bi pia apart from sɛ bi ɔbɛsɔpɔtoo no wɔnte aseɛ na ɛsɛ nsɛm no woturo yɛturo bi at mo nso bo baaka na akɔyɛ asɛm meme problem no ɔhu sɛ woba na woturo nsɛm ma yɛna mede obi ɔte aban so deɛ wodi tena atɛm am ne need problem but ebi a kwabena ba bɛka na asɛm sɛ yɛnto aba ma yɛma ɔmo nto aso because ɔman no mu ayɛ de ɔnka asɛm tia me a mentake no but mu sɛ ɔba bɛ atake me personality asɛ ɔtake me ma adwene na me pɛ sɛ mede ka no ɔstate sɛ ɔatake na me atake no bi saa na me deɛ saa woba na aban no mahama no ma nsɛm hu bi obɛdi yɛ woka na wobɔ n'akyi a mene ne problem wopɛ sɛ ɔdaadaa me a me so meba no maka ntaw deɛ na wokaeɛ ɛno ne deɛ to be frank ɛbɛboa yɛnim nkurɔfoɔ a ɔmosɔre gyina yɛ gidigidi mahamo ɛnoma a me nua sɛ wobɛka nɔkorɛ paa ɛnoma a mahama gyeeɛ a yɛsɔre tia no sɛ Akufo-Addo ɛyɛ ne noma no ɔyɛ no yɛkyɛ mu bɛyɛ 10 na mahama yɛ mu wa koraa ka mahama tam no gya tɔ kan me na meka kyerɛ ɔkɔgye nkurɔfoɔ Guatemotu sɛ Guatemotere ba Ghana asɔfo ankasa ɔmo sɛ ɔmo yɛ asɔfo no ɔmo sɛ yɛsi dama nyame a ɔmo din yɛ tretre no ɔmo nko ade ɔmo din bɛfo a register no saa nkurɔfoɔ no sɛ wo pɛ sɛ ɔyɛ papa a yusu adwene nyɛ papa nyinaa ne yɛyɛ ne Bible no mu ama yɛ quotation na animdifoɔ nyinaa ne abɔ sɛ ne yɛdi ɛno nti sɛ yɛde saa suban wei ɛkyekyere maa no a ɛbɛma ɔman no ɛnkɔ n'anim da the same thing na yɛ nkurɔfoɔ wei sɛ ne yɛtɛ bia meka no sɛ ɔmo play with our intelligence ne sɛ tɛ bia no ɔmo ba ama ɛno mu mahama light dum a mahama de dum so ɛnɛ ne ndɛ akwa na anwena kakraka no koraa ka bi ɛnɛ ne ndɛ ɔka sɛ mahama de dum so ba ɔno yɛ de dum siesie ba because yɛadwene yɛ adwuma nti ɔde dum siesie ba wɔka o but wokɔka ɔmo deɛ pa ɔmo sɛ onipa ne ɔman no mu na ɛnya adeɛ ɛna Akufo-Addo wɔ ECG ayi ne yɛ start ne yɛka enti sɛ me ba bɛka kyerɛ me sɛ baabi afu ɔman ka na ho obi nkɔdɔ a me no nya adwene saa da unless sɛ nipa wonante so mu na bi sɛ nipa no ɔmo nante wura no mu na ɛkɔ store the same wura no mu na saa cancer for nso nante wura no mu akɔgye sika enti ɔman no
ɔfaboedi sɛnea mebisa sɛnea wasɛm a wɔka me ne ɔyɛ adwene ɛndeɛ ɛno ano no sɛ woba na waka ne ɔbɛ ba sɛnea mebisa ɔfa Kwame no sɛ then responsible considerations na ɔgye di sɛ timamufoɔ no a yɛsɛ ɔma anim ayɛ dɛn no ɔmo ngyina so na ɔmo nto aba ɛma sɛ wodeɛ wo se John Mahama nti ɛdɛn na ɔmɛ consider saa mmere yi a ɔwan consider in the year wodeɛ ma menkɔ just 2020 year and then ɔmo consider ne nnɛ a ɔwan consider in the year 2020 abatoɔ no my 2 minutes na
okay
embra
yema na mo bu baby sɛ kwase akɔte yentia so mienu 2020 no nipa no
can it be o say
kwase akɔte yentia so mienu tu mi yetia so 2 times ya na kyerɛ wadi 2020 no ɔmo ba ya no ɔmo ba ka aha
meka sɛ ɔmo bu ni sɛ ɔkwase ahwe a sɛ bio
sɛ ne hwa ne kɔte ni na bɛn ho nti no
yo
okay nti no ni nyina no sɛ yetia so mienu sɛ but once 2020 no sɛ ne ba ya oba be lament sɛ covid no de nipa be kɔ yɛ chi be 20 years 30 years no enu bi no so covid aba ye SHS no ama ho kyerɛ nti no ya boa SHS ne no manyina ene nipa tena se hu sɛ since nkroma breso ana population ni so ano ɛkɔ nanim bia na school increase ɛkɔ nanim mahama nkrofo a ofo na time na well down iti SHS ne ba ya no de nipa ne bi bɛka ho de but you say the more JSS for na every year almost set no ɛkɔ nanim northern region na ɛhɔ na free dada but still na poverty wo ho iti omo de saa sympathy no eka gu nipa so o free SHS no ewo ho na covid aba nti na nipa no bebre nim covid no se ne de sutie ne na bebre kura nim se sika bebre ba sa ene ye fast one ye daga Ghana fo na mo to aba na ma ho still ahokyere no ekọ na nim edipin ko na chi dollar na ekọ na chi be ka ekọ na nim 3000 na tebia na mo de kwese covid the same dollar no covid ni bi si ho omukra na si ho mo ntike se omukra mo de na ekofo mo obosonfo se dollar no ye de kwese covid dia na ka beba se bi American yi covid ni bi ansi ho American covid si ho nti se dollar koso na
nti wo kan na wo pese omanfo na nhwe exchange rate no no mfa nto aba
the exchange rate na hwe ba wo miana no as okan ye ogina so kan ye nti na wo offer debate amanfo ka kire nse wa nkasa ade
ni say e was a candidate no aye obi a obekire ye kwan obefa so e de akra exchange rate na na so obetimi ahwe exchange rate no
books ni de nipa no
betimi senhye
ye de ma no nya senhye nipa no ye de ma no de na oye fa ho obi on ba bi da de different but nipa na ye de microphone mienu ni ye de ma omo no
and na American is say there be me pese ye be microphone mienu because is here no ye say then wo omo mba be gina ma ya to so aba no say wo no waka exchange rate nti o say ye hwe omo nyina nhihye be na omo kura omo betimi di abo ma CD no ho ne be kosoro enye sa
obosonfo won say me the American say me ni other candidates no apart from Baumia your baba bia no me ni problem eti me pese Baumia na no asem no a o kan ye no ye de reject no wie na say your obaba bia be da say maame awo na menua no your baba bia
me say wo kan no say electorate no e consider nipa no ni track record the track record in some waka and the performance na woma omu emba biso da na so omu ni abemu no so e omu so de na omu hwe
sa me omu ma bi ni de ne hihye ya wo de ato kwan mu gina obetima gina so na wako back to na bra but say cheda ya yi bebo no da uro no ihu ne problem bia we successful businessman into at least ono no timi say watimi amanage ade bi kakra won de me kire no
yo ofa kwame ofa bwedi ebeda wase pa na ni odi aba na nse mre na ni ya fa nkenye sade a ubeka ubema more info so yesua niema bebre free wo submission mu na yema yenua monarch kwan na ombra mse ono enka bi na afina oba monarch dakwa young obo fanda de fa bama so
ajenke se wo so mfone de wona wa facility no
sa me tigum na you say wumpo mu ye before radio bama so and there your questions and answers Ghana fruity ye wasem bi se fo bi wo so a ye bisa ye ho say to what extent do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves? And near to me no what are the things we do to run away from taking responsibility? Why you try it?
So first one, to what extent?
Yeah, do our expressions indicate that we are being responsible to ourselves? For you to see that indications, you know.
Okay.
With me, actually, all around.
I think that one of the determining factors are which we declare as a person say you are being responsible for your own self, and I say you've been reckless with your own self now. Your way of reasoning, your mindset, nipa action you have taken via na wide dream they can communicate. A dream they can susua. I feel nipa do follow. And anything you funny as in be a case. Sa dream mu emra nipa do bread. the moment the mind is sharpened, and my stress and my hope. I had to say, Nipa Minudo, Naba could say, can no Kumudo. See, you try the same parcel of land, Mom, so na. The other second no Kumudo, or the Hodin P and a bedo. But the other second no Namodono, on Fan Hodin P because second and one number that. Sa na Nipa Mino Mobo Brana. The dream, the mindset, are very responsible. Na etimichire ne say abrabia take this positive action no won say nipa no on struggle p but nipa de bia ne mindset no onye na adwen say obema ne mindset na ye you can say obema ne mindset na anyini obema ne mindset na sesa from the old way of doing things enfam faso bia mren sa nipa de bia won so wo twetwede. And it translates from our individual lives into the broader spectrum, which is our government system and also amemumu. Sa enti. So when you nipa be say or pipidu 10 million now some nkonko to aba. Na emu 7 million. Any people who do not take or whose action do not mean or show say or man ka some are responsible for their lives. They go and elect leaders who are also like-minded, like Omom Kosaba, Omosa like Kotosaba. And Wintina are reflected over the years the kind of leaders we select to come and govern us. And during election time, said when somebody is talking about the fact that or a businessman or Kokrani Maba, if we do have import duties, I was going to mean, will be so made the other Bobakra Metuamana. Says Uncle Fueminu, Unomina Shefi Pama. Say obviously, but mindset in the on chess or you're responsible for him or herself. Fisono or that's around a panunya BTD. That's when you be with Fichiro Sano de Jaria and one no. And my dreams, aspirations, and for a woman on one be. Sani pan all the mindset ekasan or the emotions and sentiment and a kasaka. So people are very reckless to themselves. They are very irresponsible in their actions and in their dealings. And because Oma Ankasano, Omaye Ademusa Chesi in Sufimbia Dum Jafoni Binintino. When it comes to the broader spectrum, see take a decision. One is our phone in take his decision. A very, very dangerous. And into no mind be at Timofon do Duana. Omi sycophants, no mere praise singers. No. Who's or mine, there be a one church and into a Ghana idea. Because a bulk majority of the voters on consider say bia me offer for boadiwa hey no offer no bia first no me ship 40-liter container twice a year say ba akokra ma emfa no hu ontimi ntra se kra nya analysis say na de na se offer kra nya me ntimi mama kan ne no de nya ba aja nya bi eton enya so mfa so me de twetwa hu say bi mma emfa no hu because ono no whilst offer body would be tackling import duties and the fact that ubedru port one so a bureaucracy system nti enema no kwa yes Jews can obefa stress man san we no Jane say I and I will criticize the party now what time omo just this sudden canker a creepy in our political fabric say the moment you criticize a party in government yes wait what time omo I don't know where it came from, especially with this current MPP4 just omo no say en commercial omo they feel said they reserve the right to spew anything, to criticize anybody. But nobody equally reserves the same right to tell them in the face, say, Massa, mu din sim then kaya den eno mampenya wo be catch say, wo ba be protect the public purse. I shall protect. He didn't say I will or say I shall. So a definite article, I shall, no two ways about it. I shall protect the public purse. I feel baba imwa. Ye ni te ye no. Na presidential jet si ho a odi tu kwan no so mpe. Utimi ko high plane 1 hour bia o mine boka $14,000. So imagine so or 2-week trip. How much and or in the national purse. Ye ni te ye na wo si asori dan menyame. Ade a wo say your personal covenant na afina be the public burden. No akukuku $58 million from the public purse. Ede akotu amana. Whilst in America, Stonecrest Medical Center, Tennessee, USA. You dare see $50 million hospital. Your friend Stonecrest Medical Center. Go and check the hospital. a hospital with close to 500 physicians, over 45 specialists, or more kidney centers, or more spinal cord injury institution, or more stroke center. They have everything. Nipa na akọ na ọkọbọ besiano. Ono ti benya $50 million they see hospital. One aya ọkọbọ besiano, o di 58 million and two form. So
but Monarch said Nema okay, you know, say the president has not run away from those responsibilities. Say Abia, he's a failure, a man. Idea he stands by it and he's still working towards it. Say or say or achieve certain promise be a year. So he's not running away from that responsibility, and it's why should it be? Because Naka me pese me Sebisa will say must point of where
Hello. Break.
Hello. Over Kwame. Say, you said network issues. Yeah, Monarch Wabaso. What's it mean?
Meton canal line breaky.
Okay, T from Fanche, say network glitches be. Yeah, and see now maybe start saying out to me question now.
I also Omanpenino, it's like
he's not running away from the responsibility. Yeah,
he has.
And, you know, okay.
Omanpenino has run away from the responsibilities in that, say, oh, Omanpenina say, Obameho, and maybe sign a social contract. You came to me to solicit my sovereign power in the form of a vote, and why my magic vote, no, in a vacuum. Obeke can send me for the former president, and I buy no. Seka na omuti no mu twi na efe na Ghana no ya nhwe ni anje mfro mo nsema om de nyina beka akohwe ase ne ye nyina ye nimsem dum so ene wonchendi arrogance of power ne sa na me ya ye hu ni ya we saw some nimsem na ye asum de say ene asem a wo kan said the team ni ye se empena so beti ya de akam Akufo Addo Oba, I'm going to share with you just 5 out of the 21 things he said. 1, I'm going to protect the public purse. Let me say,
Monarch, yes. Answer now, Obeko Sono. One say the president has come out to say he admits the fact that things are not going the way we expected. To me, no, it's an act of accepting or taking responsibility. And yes, we bune ni egusu say niema nko ye ntino. And I say no, bibia ko ye. Then yeah, if you listen to some of the communicators are trying to make us believe now. But no, I admitted the fact to say niema nko ye, and he expects that the next president will take Ghanaians to the promised land. Should that not be an act of accepting or taking responsibility, Anna? Despite the promises that he made prior to the president coming to the
Debbie. Also, Alan Chamatin can see me recently. Or say, Alan Chamatin can see me recently. Or say, as a country, we should have passion for excellence. Governance is not for mediocres, and yet, a memo in your good you. And before so by you should know, say, Sema Wokan, and Sema feasible, because at the end of the day, Obana sa oba bebu nkonta ache ya. Obviously, benya omo me praise singers omo do mu hu hwe. By you move yourself about the money you have if you say very assertive. We'll be asking questions. It is one thing saying say I admit to say Niema Nkoyi. And another thing say Niema na wajia to me say Nkoyi no. Niema lead you into. Sa how na you come no. Where jai watching one free home. You come and tell me, wash me so. I'm a many proves you. Now ba me feed the judge say, oh yeah, sorry. Say we you in sabo many so na. And send be na economy and I do be na economy and ma when so yes. Nanka under normal circumstances we need a wanka when yesa. Na meje chopper ne too. Na ochina mepa be hu na sa ansa na da so si wanim. And edu na onom ya e ma we hyper be bomb so no say no ma. Wo chopper na wo pa me no fa so be na wo so because at the end of the day I didn't influence with decision onya wadwen say wo twe ho afiri ho. Omampanyi be ka kire say he admits say ne memo ayedian. E den e duru ha. Overspending na da bia ye ka ho asem. Government expenditure bloated, corruption wonchendi. And they've not changed. They have not changed. Okoka and near IMF no almost say a Russian-Ukraine war ne COVID no. Oma deputy finance minister Koku say any Russian-Ukraine war no komunja is asamneka. Now Oma government expenditure and so can. How come country now COVID free ho buy no? What health organization declared COVID over in 2022? China, go and check China's economy. Russia-Ukraine war, Ukraine for now year 2 bro no. Their economy grew 19% last year. Then I won I to 20 dim row. No catch me say, "Wo no obi a year to no obi a ne busu ani ewu no." Wo e wo na affect wo sin busu ani na no ne busu ani ewu no. How I mean if an kasa sembi. Enti omampanyi coming out to say he admit to say ene memoir den e crocodile John e famfuli. Dia oye do ne na aban mu fo ne na appointees ne nuanom fo ne ye ya. E de bedru ha no. Have they desist from it and no? They are still doing it. Akufo-Addo nche so your mampenya o kan smoothie. Nenkaya for the first time in our history as a country. Wow gang o parliamentarians gangi up say when new finance minister you name fiwa. They are not going to support any government business. Was munya but say obruka IMF deal new obruka we no. It take 5 to 6 months or you need to position of the man no krana. A Chinese finance minister. Is this a man that you want me to believe say o kan smooth with you? Onye na adwen say obeti obia. And you see, so because I mean to be beyond the name kind of Akufo-Addo ne ye HS no ombuye si ni de ka no ono de na adwen be chen so onye no ye. And it's because the citizen we na ekoto aba no. Yeah, your mindset na it say we don't want to look at issues. We always look at emotions, emotional attachments. Yeah, we meet to the chama fruma. Yeah, the other boy crab na MPP metro man. Or the appointee ba no metro man. If you vote based on these things, now for appointee ba no betim. Now appointing to me my schools, appointing to me my quality healthcare, a bone my security papa. Where do you come out and complain? So the responsibility as now can if we the citizens we are being responsible to ourselves, it would reflect in our way of thinking, which would also inure or reflect in our way of selecting leaders that come and govern us. That is what I would say for now.
Okay, evedasi Monarch, evedasi pa ne wodi aba beka ho. Na enti would you say voters they don't really make responsible considerations when before voting for and as choosing who to vote for Nana? Do you think is it a challenge? Oh yeah, my man.
Sure, Obosomfo. My man can say me plain. I'm not going to be mentioning words. Ghana bana yet know about 70% of voters on Mutuaban. I can tell you, say, Sasemna, Yaka say, Omomi eligible to vote should be a Ghanaian 18 years and above, and of sound mind. Many of them are not of sound mind. So we are sound-minded person. One can say they are man. One of the mistakes are over the period. Voters are still among your margin some basis we always place emphasis on the party, not the candidates the party is presenting. Now, say Ujina party does so. Now koto abama candidate even though you know say candidate on your competent won't me wow. Now still because of party don't he all kotoma let's say NPP. Wabra baumia as a person profile na profile ne policy blueprinter. at the end of the day, what's many heavy day? Eja wa Joanna be because political parties as vehicles, omo vehicles are nipa no person obeso mo mine tenam. Any opportunity be nya akwanya so mo mine keke. Political parties no enyo omo ene eto aba mo omo. Eno nti na edu presidential election na nipa photo ne da paper no so. But parliamentary ene Sekufo decide say we free MPP ni ma unim say enko by election. He's still the president. But sene adenta MP kase ne we free so on person or cross the capital by MPP ya by elections. It tells you say when it comes to the presidential voter, you run an executive intino, a honor a individual and a mine. But he's coming with a political party ticket. Into the emphasis and the focus should be on the person. Ni panina so or to say, ni student a buying to say, a juma ben why, swim ben or before so be rap politics, no, at the end of yeah. These are the
Okay.
besides our question first.
Okay.
These are the things we should look at because me trying to say. Et said the Miko Fie be my warrior. Near say Bushana or Bani film the Bushana ye pie horde, Sikaho. But Obani Subanye, Undini Huni, Unim Casa, Untimin Kipifi. May say if you now from Mubani, say a Bushapa Pentina. I am focusing on a Bushana rather than Obana and a Quatana Demino. Now, if you call we know the Fin Kume or the Niam and Yamon Kume or to Chinan Sonum anyhow.
One year selection year.
Exactly.
One factors in year. Okay. Yebedasi Monarch. We did here for Vanchame and as in Yano, if you have Vanchame network glitches in Itama, me man additional 2 minutes on wrap up. Yeah. And the Natibongo.
Yeah.
Natibongo. Yeah, indeed. Second round.
Yo, before I may we know, I was on for you see, before I Ghana for Saturday we podcast viewer ha preaching this Saturday. A Juma, a Juma. The entire American say, it is a papa wine, Casa could be, no, Tom could be no you win, and not my kakra because you were high, baby, I tea abrofu you me. Ubedru Walmart, no big now, Nady answer or chat young one, or chat drew hey, welcome to Walmart. Hey, welcome to Walmart. The Oyeno McDonald's, or the also a living, or the also an automotive technician, or we call Jungle James sooner other stores. No, so you know, so be taught at Janina, there's several of no man, each can go. And I'm say, when say, Ukoyangani, Jumia, Yamami more money, tomatoes, young, or more tongue, DB, and the board or National University. Yedia say Obi University, Nasibia, or Yamuba money anyway. If I had a hard drink, but no, yes, or don't Sabesha with them before Matana Kobo Bobusia. I mean, if Sibia said, no, I beat me, they will beat me the church and Honka Cranka crack of him say, when who's watching pedia. I mean, it's bad idea. I mean, so because school, the same animal, my school, university where we or Teho. When you maybe anye, but so this habit they never call to my memo so no so free so bit my BB for yourself a bit me amount uncle and word ya to me I don't think it's a bad decision. Na my second is to say cheddar just say me why he come me na me maintain policy bia Alantre Martin metuma ko ridibi cheddar minimum website be I created that while then the policy go I say ye ba be come every Ghana na ye be beti aduane so and I say beti awachi a me koton 30 cedis na me dey ba one can say one Ghana cedi e the amount I'm said trebu on mo ye nye rekakra when it comes to politics, when it comes to Ghana didie mu ne eniema aban bia no oba Mambo December we Abacatro say body or beteswa am water no 50 pesos and 1 Ghana cedi. I buy be any ho. So sa dollar here cost 3. I buy be any one ma oba Abacatro say beteso e about 10 Ghana cedi and 5 Ghana cedi. I buy be o kasa bia na oyede no odada no because they say the dollar no any pounds and they say this econo minim so jetro bo ha yenye eyi kakra because I don't know me ka masem na was on for who bisa ho questions here say you bisa question say be a wo koto aba no so many things fantastic because obi on ma okwa koto aba na o fa ne voters ID card o hwe party ni card o hwe nipa na Ghana for to aba cross we ni ho fe o koto aba dia mo bi o hwe na ho fe kita no Ghana for koto aba mo bi a wo si we die o ye calm ene de hwe kaka calm janka na America for MP Donald Trump and Donald Trump man for enyina nsori mfiri say ye ntonkoma no because Donald Trump onya calm person ye pobi obetuma ye adwuma no abo adwuma no ama say the city enye calm person obeba na say the katasumu mu aso enye calm person
any ya okay akwezi ya okay no ye nua no mo to aba wo Ghana no omunim say wo say omuniem be consider no eye responsible ana enough like also
there be said nintina
considering their
NCC NCC adwumadi say ekase nkomo kyerɛkyerɛ Ghana sa oye omudwuma omudi enso be educate civilians no omudwumadi nyina no but some ministry need meaning but this time aban bi oye serious kon wo gu no because they are sitting sika me hu so makɔ demonstration da cast ya sram ho just say ye beto aba bia no mo sesa ne ma bia gogu no ma say people are there
na say akwesi NCC the National Commission for Civic Education no there's no guarantee say near mobile or some gramophone and now say is it Information Service Department Land Rovers or more than in normal airborne tour. So there's no guarantee say in some more can better amount for asumama amount for no. Also more for aba. As we our program na adwene there o. Enye ne wo beka no tie.
Tie me ba our program na adwene there can you no cre. Dem can you cre. But you see, education now you can no. It start from home. It start from home. You bet ma kan about on no cre. Opa obetima to nipa no for. Onya je paper no kora ballot box on no or two na ina. Udimi mfa bibia nkotwa no. Or two we kro betima ka tro say e bia me to mo asomasi. Sort ya say. But na bia wakwa kwakoto ababoni. But you see, change wo hu. Utimi change nipa bia na mbom no ye onkrofo bi so madwene mu da ho a utre na de a utimi transi bi hu mienu ase nya na esik me na me esik fant tokwa mabeku no radio so e wa broje sem ketwa sometimes no e die ntine ma something you sit down and you educate yourself so if me and no me ma hu say sa partisan way no emo a ade na obi ntimi nye I'm not better than anybody you betimi hu say say to aba me these are the things me am listening down so what you say and me bu esi etimi consider candidates minim say no on say is imfa yenya approve ye wo mo ye nyina cheddar ne I don't know maybe e bedru is in tikobo mu ariako disqualify wo mo na akoka de pay ntino ama say wo ye ya wuntimi cheddar nyenti me person anka list ne ba official list e say we no mu din ko ballot we so e koto aba mo a then ne access. But say we are gonna need now kwakoto aba. One, ade ba ko ehia pa ni so obetumi is our evaluation when it comes to experience and qualifications. So what I say obi ono ma udi dwuma de bi ko she obi nsa. Sometimes experience account. So what I say nipa ni nyuma why den why. So what I say no what me assess the integrity and character. These are the things Fero sikasa ne character ekitano so what you say Trump no cause one mabiem utie Trump ya o ya think politics we wie on mabiem but also hwe ahokyere ene ekoma ede nkrofo ati o ti wa si da bi me de me kra beko akwa ede akwa gi akonwa na make sure say because the records are there compare Trump me da bi America Trump satman na oba ye ni akoye kama ukitest kaka krab udi market ultimi diga na biaka and now one year my and almost $200 o just here mortgage shim na huru cost ramon for ultimi trophy ne uti New York make you 120,000 140,000 you cannot buy a house I'm for sure my system anti karata ne tema na wonya de ma Americans de bia o ka o say maga so just here de bia no o say maga young America for no or America is great again. So what I say, so these are the things that one can't turn in crop for us. And I was like I said, By the by, we be able that almost you can say 11 million illegal immigrants and you be able that more baha. So what I said, I don't have a problem with it if somebody want to come here. But the problem they say maybe build the point. What am I come kasa?
Okay, all right.
The me can say ekobasa taxes the kosoro. Ni amam fo bebre ebu adwa no. Ana say unam no one way ya yabe do ka free nsam. So there are so many videos are circulating. And we want say street na no make ko omo be 7 ana omo nam form ana omo ko. Baby any kwa so omo fa kra na omo fa. So what you say? And ama taxes your state yakra taxes ne kosoro because aban say aban omo siki asala na aban hwe omo anyway. Enti Trump eba be kasa ono de ono oba no say ni say Ghana no president aye ka omo nyina no when na ka say me ba ba dwene Ghana fo ye ho na nye party bi na ba ba dwene ne ho but support na de me ba kra na me ba ba dwene Ghana fo ho ma me ki sure say Ghana ni bia ho henha no say de ye ka say body and it's true so what you say body ni ayi ye de bia sabio enam emfu aye ye hodi mun complain sa to be honest with you hodi mun complain sa inti aban be neighbor be yi sa because make it say ka sem bi na me de Ghana kwaye na ya amanfo kan horom no e kwaye o yet say so obi wagene be half acre bi odua ne board ye menkani bi oja ode ne yere ne manfo di but ye ka life scale agriculture e bia miscropping ye dua niam bebre e bua ma ya export bi eno no e low e we kro nim because it uko ahafo a amanfo uku bi so mo say aduane obeka say da bi body obedu body egum kwanchan body apem ne ayi gum kwanchan amanfo kra nton na mfuturo e bo no obi bi sa 100 Ghana cedi but uko akra yet body amiensa e de mo bi 200 Ghana cedi 50 Ghana cedi ni other things so just inti ye pa ban obetima ba na who say aha no udua body ye inti ye bedua ne bebebe ye tima supply se na be amanfo kodwomu a amanfo betima ye dey ni aye na de ba ku ye as Ghanaians ne say opa ma ban bi mbra body musa de ubinya profuku bi asena no se body ni 100 Ghana cedi kra na no be so de be 500,000 Ghana inti ye ni fixed price e wo Ghana honum obia born the price ya no odema but how uko jungle gems are so uko na say peanuts $3.99 ubeko Walmart the same thing uko Sam's Club the same thing uko Costco the same thing so what I say inti no ye problem a ye kita no ye on say dem ya make say ye system no any ye the system no e de kakra because me hu say ha obi temo money ho ton ana obi te ha body o there bi obeko stock kakra na yesi no honom ana ne nyina agum obeko ne gu ho na ye price ne cost ra ya tum ye teso a ya teso but body a ye ka even half kra ye ka body obi timi ba be fa body wo ho of tikato e say ka de kakra to so utim so be okwa wo de be 3,000 profit or the atoso so ho enti aban NSA team regulate say body say ton say that body say ton say but so one hwe ya eno na ya na woka one hwe ya ma Lawrence na ne ho he no because adwamfo ma no eje ne betuma determine say maami we ton body head obehu oh system no oh is that say system no nya adwuma sa say betuma determine say me makoto body Africa sa pen dia ba begu ebia makola ana me de je ebia body draw me no me ton 500 Ghana cedi why na ba be jina ba be cheme say my ton body 500 Ghana cedi ntino aban say nka body na me ton
no crowd enya de be yedwuma o kwesi
ntimi nya adwuma
ntimi yedwuma say
ese di ka tie system na say ye Ghana for sort ya say there's no way I wait to my Ghana up to see supermarket is a Walmart the whole Accra na mama si o musi cycle o nkrofo nwofufo wa se de bia organize na me hu am 40 ase wofufo tun
yo akwesi say odi wa no be we no 1 minute or less than 1 minute no
say 1 minute now muna go 20 minutes o nkrofo de o so no obusufo because o nkrofo o mo time na eduye so de a o se
David o se juma me ye no me wi a me account o me ye ho accountant no the accountant ne ba na fe wa ma me feedback
yani pepe on say favorite is the report is my there be e kan wo so sa na do ko share wa baby yɛkɔ
Dabi,
akɔhyɛ
Dabi,
finance
Dabi.
ministry a wobɛkɔ
Me
akɔfa a wɔfa
time
ase bi
down
aba
no.
abɛtena hɔ
Time down
abere a
no.
nkurɔfoɔ a wɔnim
Aye.
adwuma no wɔ wobɛkɔ akɔfa so wɔso bra so reprogramming no wohia bi ɛsɛ wo
Oh, sir.
reprogramming ho
Oh, Dabi.
now we do
And
nipa so
and
bi
one
a
Obia
what's in the network
30 minutes. 30
ba
minutes.
me kasa sisi a me cheche bi say the
Oh,
tawa
oh, say, mema, but near me be sunny say, near me be sunny say, send you now walk about NCC, you know. And he said, is to educate and create awareness, you know. And you would as a open say, oh, boy, oh, your own NCC for a moment. Ghana food you. Kwame say, oh, Obabu be a man responsible consideration. No, our battle of to you. Then I will catch any pan. The convention of a fabua, Saudi Akono. And I say, voters, no.
me no me ko school for na yi bia mabusuafo a mo ben me no change na start from ufie na make say wo so no ufie nipa e wo ho no de me be kan wo ka bi kire na be to ni trimu a minim study of ufie e bi ti omunti asesi fa but me de kakra metuma ka kire mo an say abato bia ye to no Ghana no ye to based on conditions ko for crowd start here me kai 2000 share was sitting what one here the homes to be share was sitting na to abapa we enye kasa bebre o ti wa hwe wa brabom na wa access for 4 years no so ti ase obi won wo beto te say ye host ya kokoko enya nwa wasam pp benya more vote in a half because koko ya tum wo ya to koko mama no to okoto ni mako free SHS so ti ase but obi ti enkran ba bi slogan koko kro mu bi da onu kwa akoto based on ebia gas so ti ase but so we yon koko ani a me de me tuma ka atre wa ni say me koko scan me mfa anye hwe mu na mutuo na mudi hwe wa setia na wuti mu no uko hospital say now no hospital ho no ma ye titu ye wo nro ye sen o bills ye sen o man school no mo ko no ma didi sika ye sen these are the things wo enye me na ba be ka sasim we di a kire wo nipa wo te Ghana wa wo to me Ghana ma kwa 2 months 3 months ba wo na wo 4 years
yo, I see. I just saw more than one sitting no one to aba.
So you want to then you access about one ekotono. Who's a candidate, said I have so many labor time, no mean to me, and you be at Namabeka. But who's a candidate,
me did say near working crown or my father womb, or my home assistant, no one to aba. It's your quizzy, a better was say now, young call Abbey, so Abbey, Joseph Abbey. The thanks, Unukba. Second round.
Before I go, let me deal with Akwesi quickly on something he said.
You have something to share on his submission.
Yeah, about the farmers or farming and prices. Akwesi, you made mention or reference to, let's say, the US. And the same applies to Europe, UK, and so on. In this part of the world, UK, America, and so on, at least the government has knowledge of about 90% or more of farmers or people in the agri sector. Government has information about them, and maybe every quarter or every 6 months or so, they will submit returns to the Agric Ministry or Department of Agric or whatever. And the returns will give the government knowledge about the inputs they are using, the cost, and so on. So the government can work out to know the cost of their outputs or the cost of production. Then based on that, the government can decide on what margins they should charge. I know UK here, all these big supermarkets like Tesco, Sainsbury's, and so on, when they even increase milk by 1 penny, the government should be aware. The government is aware because they know the impact on the people. Akwesi, ask yourself, does the Agric Ministry in Ghana got these processes in place? These type of processes is what makes up a system.
Do we have the one who is supposed to be doing this thing is minding his own business, going to buy hotels and so on. He doesn't even care. So when we blame ourselves, we blame the farmers, we are not doing justice to the government. Somebody should tell me that, okay, our farmers in Ghana, we know the number of people who are farmers, what returns they submit. Who cares? It boils down to mismanagement. We are not managing anything. Do you understand? The people who claim to be in government or something, they are just showing off. They just want to amass wealth. Also, for the other thing I want to address is, whoever says UK voted Conservative out because of the excuse Ghanaians have been using, because of Ukraine war, because it's not true. It is a lie. We
you
didn't
think they
vote in
made
the
some
UK
responsible
here.
considerations?
Yeah, we didn't vote in the UK here because of Ukraine and so on. Obosomfo, this Conservative government spent 14 years in government, 2010 up to now. They changed 5 prime ministers. A sign of chaos. Brexit occurred under them. I mean, so many things were. They came with austerity. And we've been austerity from 2010 up to when they left. And these Igbo people, they are not like Ghana people. Do you understand? If you say you are bringing austerity because we should tighten our belts, for how long can we tighten our belts? Like Akufo-Addo and MPP have been telling us, we are coming to do things better, rather they are sinking us. That is what happened with the Conservatives. So we voted them because of poor performance, poor delivery, like this Akufo-Addo and his people have done. So that excuse, also for you said, Akufo-Addo admitted that he has failed. If you admit you have failed, leave the scene, then resign. Because once you admit that you failed, you don't have anything to offer again. But that is not in our psyche. That is not in our psyche because you have sycophants supporting you, buying to you, don't go away. Look, Akufo-Addo has not been told the truth. That is a failure. And a typical example was what Napo did. They don't tell him the truth.
As we are going, as we are heading towards these elections, what are the responsible considerations they should be making, these people, if, let's say, Akufo-Addo has taken responsibility or he has run away from his responsibilities? We're still going to the polls on December 7th.
Yeah.
What responsible considerations should they be making?
Which people, in terms of the populace?
The electorate, yes. The Ghanaians who are listening, the electorate, those who are going to vote.
For the
because
writing
it looks like, okay, just a moment.
It looks like the writing is on the wall. People are suffering. Ghana is not working. Akufo-Addo and MPP have taken Ghana backwards for about 20 years backwards. The writing is on the wall. Everybody is experiencing it. Look, if you go to Ghana, you don't need to be told. Even
so you believe that due to the hardship, Abi, you believe or you know, let me use no, because I want you to acknowledge the fact that because of hardship, the electorate are going to make responsible decisions or considerations before voting. Is that it? Is that right?
What I've been saying is, if you are in Ashanti region or you are in Volta region, wherever, and you think your loyalty alone is enough, so if MPP is a stone, MPP is this, you vote. It's up to you, Obosomfo. It's up to you.
Yeah, tell them.
Do you understand? If you are so stupid And you cannot think through the mess. This is what I put it through. And you say, as for me, I was born MPP. As for me, I was in the... Go and do what you want.
They might not be stupid, but they might not be stupid as you call them. But in their judgment, that is the party or whatever party they vote for is a party that shares their political interest. And based on that, that is why they vote. So they are not necessarily stupid.
Your political interest. What is the bottom line of your political interest? What is the bottom line of your political interest? I agree with you that the level of literacy in our part of the world is a problem. It's a contributory factor. And these so-called politicians, capitalize on the naivety of the people to get their way. But when you are hungry, when your road network is not good, when I went to Ghana, we gave two ladies, we gave them a lift. And it was surprising. One was supporting MPP, one was supporting NDC. And I told the one who was supporting me, I said, Madam, if you don't talk well, I'll drop you. I'll drop you from my car. Because even the road we were applying on was not good. So I said, Madam, look, out of 10 guests I did it. But if you don't take care, I'll drop you from the car. If you cannot think for yourself and you still be talking about this Akufo-Addo NPP thing, I'll drop you from my car. So I don't know. It's some level of literacy or stupidity. I don't understand. Well, I think Ejabwedi or Biniwa came to say, Biniwa, you try to say 50% is better than 90%. Biniwa, the bottom line is this. A thief is a thief is a thief. You understand? If one is a pickpocket and one is an armed robber, they are all thieves.
Yeah, Abe, it seems that you didn't answer the question or help our brothers and sisters back home there who probably, let's say, have not been making responsible considerations. You only call them if they are stupid to go and vote for this and that. But that hasn't helped them to make responsible considerations. So just in your opinion, why shouldn't they vote for the political parties that share their interest in these coming elections?
Let me tell you, even those who started this democracy, the Greeks, Plato did not agree on the type of politics being practiced. To him, not everyone should be given the opportunity to vote or partake in this decision making. But he was one of many. And I think last time I talked about Smiley, that some people are proposing epistocracy, where, people who only knows should be allowed to participate. But they are all like alternatives people are proposing. It has not matured yet. It has not taken off yet. It will not take off. So, unfortunately, we will be mixed up with sycophants, with people who cannot reason, and so on. But the bottom line is you look at your circumstance, whether this group of people you voted for earlier have changed or improved your circumstance. If the answer is no, and you still cannot reason out of this, what can you do? My wish is this. Come December 8th, we wake up, MPP has lost, NDC has lost. We introduce somebody else. If it means Ekweadonko. You understand? That is what we should do. Let these people know that we can dispose of them
like a trash.
But Abe, just your time. You have 2 minutes. Just disposing a candidate to demonstrate that you are okay. Yes, to express your disappointment or grievances. Disposing and going for a candidate that does not bring solutions to the problem confronting you. What good have you done, or how responsible is this consideration to you as a citizen? Are we not rather urging them to base their decisions on a candidate that has that experience, the knowledge, and is able to remedy the problems that confronting them, rather than you did mention of Ekwe Adonko. I know Ekwe Adonko is a political figure in Ghana where we think that she is next to nothing when it comes to politically. Yes, politically. She hasn't demonstrated any seriousness. There's a whole lot of frivolities and things going around. So if you say Ekwe Adonko, are you then telling them that they shouldn't look out for any plan, policies, initiatives from the candidates before voting, but they should just reject these parties and go for anything? Is that what you are encouraging them? I speaking here. Okay, because of where I am.
Let me tell you, me, I don't believe in all this rubbish they are proposing forward as manifestos. It's rubbish. It's nonsense.
You mean all the candidates?
All of them. Look, look. All of these so-called thieves calling themselves political parties. They are not organized. They don't have any structure. Hold on.
You know, for you to call someone a thief, we know at what point someone is qualified as a thief, isn't it? But as we speak now, none of the aspiring candidates has been, is it sentenced or pronounced by a law of competent jurisdiction as stealing anything.
And do we have that competent jurisdiction in our part of the world?
Yes, we have it in Ghana.
Oh, you
but none of the candidates.
You accepting what we have there as competent?
Yes, but Abi, none of them.
Let me tell you, if we have competent jurisdiction, the Attorney General himself should have been sacked by now. His license should have been revoked already by now.
Yes,
for
but
witness
Abi,
tampering,
the truth
witness
is,
intimidation, and so on.
The truth is, none of them is a thief. All the aspiring candidates.
Obusumfo, you can accept thievery in your own concept. That is fine. Do you understand? I'm looking forward to the day somebody will tell me, say, come and prove. It will be very nice. So your concept of thievery is different from my concept of thievery.
It says a criminal who takes properties belonging to someone else with the intention of keeping it or selling it.
So all the properties they are using, does it belong to them?
I haven't heard anyone complain that his property has been taken away.
So they are naive.
Any
So
of these aspiring candidates.
Naive, so I'm complaining.
Is it Baumia, John Mahama, Alan, or who has taken your property? Which of them? All right.
Let me stay on my call. You see,
Abi, 1 minute to run up, and then we allow Mafia to come in.
Yeah, you brought the issue of plans, the issue of competence, and so on. For all these people parading, especially your three main group of people parading, they claim to have the competence. They claim to have the plan. But what is the output we have witnessed under all of them? That is the output we are experiencing, is the outcome we are living through now, showing that their plan or their competence has worked. Can you tell me? Or can you tell us here?
Okay, Abi. Thanks for your submission. Thanks for your submission.
Noise.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Abbey. Let's give Mami Efia the chance to also come with her final words. Mami Efia, it seems she has dropped. Okay. So Abena, Utemenka. Oh, okay. Bamaso, round 2, final words. 12 minutes.
But also then what are their considerations and
And what responsible considerations should one make before choosing who to vote for?
okay.
Yeah.
There were nema bienu mmiɛnsa bi na mɛhwɛ. Mɛhyɛ ase afiri ha. Sɛ woyɛ bɛrima na wokɔ akɔware wɔ ba a, saa considerations na wode gu hɔ na meyɛ ɔbaa mɛka sɛ bɛrima. Mepɛ bɛrima ne no atena hɔ a, me physical appearance no, there are categories. Mewɔ asen wɔ a mempɛ wo. Nti me consideration baako no. Wo se nyɛ fa a, wondi wo ho ni a mempɛ wo. Consideration ni bi no physical na meba adwene mu a me ne wo kasa a adwene ekuta wo no ne wo passion for life any goals ne objective nneɛma a wode asi w'ani si so a wopɛ sɛ woyɛ daakye bi you should have these things. If me ne wo kasa na menhu saa nneɛma no wɔ wo kasa mu a consideration ni bi no ɛma so. Sɛdeɛ usu ekasa because kasa a yɛkasa biribi kakra bi a yɛsua wɔ school in the line of law verbal language any speaking thinking language two separate thing. To be a honoma de wajen hono ɛnyɛ na verbally never out. It's most of the time saa nkɔfoɔ no sɛ wohwɛ ɔmo a ɔmo kasa they come back and apologize. Ɔmo kasa yɛbɛka no sɛ yɛkasa ɔmo kasa anyɛ because their thinking language and their verbal language are two separate things. Itimi nkɛse so timi sɛ mehwɛ saa nneɛma no paa obi a mɛka sɛ wo reason well yɛmi me understanding wo ne kasa ayɛ na adwe sɛ asɛm na abɛka na no mpɛ sɛ ɔbɛte ase consideration ni bi no nti mede nneɛma wei nyinaa egu kwan mu ansa na matwu so sɛ bi a abrante yi a wabɛsɛ me pɛ ebetimi akasa ana ebetimi etu anama bibi papa wɔ n'ani so ade na ɛwɔ n'ani so no is in line with the mesumi pɛ sɛ me hu ne bottom odu cause obi ahia no deɛ mimi sɛ me mpɛ ɔsɛ me na kyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ sɛ bottom edu ade konti
David ebe you.
Me ntimi kyerɛ sɛ baby a yɛfiri ba no
abin wɔ ha
baby so however you put it you have to be financially secured. The reason for me imagine anything bɛrima biara pɛ sɛ ɔyɛ tiri ɔmo mpɛ partnership. Most men, let me use it, the most men, about 95% of them partnership. They want leadership. Leadership also, no, it comes with responsibilities. Responsibility now, you can, we a leader, and you might be who welcome, and you know who say, wait, until you are responsible for a lot of things. It is a woba. Now, so now you leader. That's what person tell me say, leadership now, woba, be also having baby responsibility. In fact, I don't know. A questionable mommy, my personal opinion on. Nti considerations ni buku am ni bi no. Ti se oba say a partnership a, ye be call the partnership way. Oba ni leadership, dey ni leadership. Kache. Me kura nyo na ade mi go school o. Me ma me papa ne de mbasa as usual say me na mako school na. They say my FFF fast, say get so much me so abedidi no. Oba be enjoy. Asa ma me fam sika embro. E ho en come me. E how you start everything. It's a know your personal a yinema would the cook na would you choose so partner beer when the bobra. Here, Christian news, I'm impelled. To be out the reasons or the name we has it. but ye politics mu a ye ɔman no agyapadeɛ ɔman no sika ɛnam sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛntumi ndi tumi no ɛyɛ sɛ yɛpɛ nkurɔfoɔ bi a yɛde bɛhyɛ wɔn nsa sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ wɔn bɛkyekyɛ wɔn bɛyɛ nneɛma bi ama nnipa no a ɛwɔ kuro no mu no ahotɔ aba wɔn abrabɔ mu ahotɔ bi ne sɛn ɛkwan a wɔn bɛfa so akɔ school akɔ wɔn kurom akɔdi dwa atu kwan all these things na ma accident ndɔɔso no ne nyinaa ma nnipa ho haahaa na ma nnipa anya a lot of freedom. Hospital ayaresabea a nnipa yare a ɛde no bɛkɔ no ɔman no sika agyapadeɛ no ɛyɛ sɛ nnipa no tumi yɛ saa. The basic needs of a human being nsuo ɛyɛ sɛ nnipa a ɛde ɔman no sika ne agyapadeɛ bɛhyɛ ne nsa sɛ wɔhwɛ so no wɔtumi make saa provisions no ɛma nnipa no. Aduanedie ɔman no sika ne agyapadeɛ a ɛde ahyɛ nnipa so ɛyɛ sɛ wɔtumi make saa provisions no. Menkaa sɛ aban na ɛbɛdunu aduane ama ɔdi o, but sɛ obi tumi nya asase sɛ ɔdɔ ayɛ afuo a wɔtumi dɔ ɛyɛ afuo na ɛduru mmerɛ bi na aban koraa sɛ ɔbɛsɔ ne mu sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a nneɛma no bɛtumi anyini fɛfɛɛfɛ wɔ ahoɔden mu na nnipa a wɔbɛdi aduane no anya ahoɔden na ɛmfa ɛhaw nto ekuro no so no aban no ntumi nyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ problem. Aban no ntumi nyɛ kwan ma obi nua obi dua n'aburo ne ne ba yere ne ba nkye na ntumi amba ɛkwan so a ɛyɛ problem. Aban no ntumi ansi school amma yɛn nkɔdaa ɛnyɛ mu nyansa antumi amfa ama ɔmo bra ɛyɛ problem. Nti sɛ yɛkɔ akɔto aba na nipa a yɛhwɛ sɛ yɛde aban kurom hɔ agyapadeɛ ɛhyɛ saa nipa korɔ ne nsa ɔno na yɛfrɛ n'aban no na ɔno ayɛ saa nneɛma wei nyinaa ama yɛn. Nti nipa no hwɛ sɛ number 1 adwuma no a wɔba abɛgye no sɛ ɔyɛ mfa ma no nyɛ no ɔbɛtumi ayɛ. Ɛdeɛ na ade bɛtumi ahwɛ. Ɔyɛ obi a ɔdi nkorɛ. Ɔyɛ obi a ɔdi ne ho ni. Obi a ɔwɔ nyansa adwene mu. Obi a waka sɛ ɔka sɛ ne hwɛ ne brabɔ mu firi ne nkɔdaa berɛm ne ne nnwuma kakra a wɔyɛ mmerɛ a wɔnni aban mu. Ne personal achievement no ɛyɛ adeɛ a wɔbɛtumi ayɛ saa de na ɛsɛ wɔtumi ɛhwɛ saa consideration nyinaa ansa na wode adwuma no ahyɛ ne nsa. Na yɛnyɛ saa yɛ politics no yɛnhwehwɛ nneɛma mu saa. Yɛnhwɛ nipa ne integrity, yɛnhwɛ ne honesty, yɛnhwɛ ne capability, yɛnhwɛ how a nipa korɔ no koraa sɛbio ɔcarry ne self as a person. Nipa korɔ no di ntorɔ ɔnyɛ no kwadifoɔ. Na wo a wote wei wokɔ akɔware a bɛrima wɔ baa wo obi a ɔmpɛ ntorɔ no ɔdi ntorɔ no wo so wompɛ sɛ ɔbɛware no. Ɔka sɛ hwɛ soro na wohwɛ soro a biribi wɔ w'ani. Wo si wompɛ o. Na ɔman no agyapadeɛ no a wode bɛhyɛ nipa a wɔdi ntorɔ nsa a ɔntumi nyɛ nneɛma papa a ɛmboa no ɛhɔ wonhwɛ hɔ wo so wode ma no. Me ɛhɔ no ɛyɛ a menti nkɔfo bi ase kyɛ sɛ deɛ ma menti aseɛ na mesante ɛha me nso sɛ kurom hɔ no yɛ politics no yɛantete yɛn wɔ politics nim sɛ yɛnyɛ politics of ideas policies yɛantete yɛn sa yɛde party ne di nipa so.
Abena mebo sɛ metimi abam kakra sɛ ne yɛwo ka sɛ wɔ sɛ nipa ne hwɛ asetena mu fa ahodie sɛ ne ho bɛhahan no na wahwɛ so na wato aba ama obi a ne suban wayɛ bi pɛn ɔwɔ nimdeɛ a wɔbɛtumi ayɛ no sɛ ɛkɔba ne sɛ dodoɔ naa no a ɔmo kɔ akɔto aba no ɔmo nyɛ saa nneɛma yi asetena mu fa ahodie bi na ɔmo ɛhwɛ nanso ɔmo hwɛ biribi foforɔ a in your opinion no any responsible consideration na ɛkwan bɛn nso
any responsible consideration na susu saso no na ebi ato abani bi ama Akufo-Addo a ɛna abase
as ɔman no abena itio
me
and this now you say ɔman no
I have never been a Akufo-Addo fan. Let me say this, I have never been a Akufo-Addo fan. I was one of the people, I was so skeptical about him, I did not have any trust in that man. To me, I never sat anywhere, said me supporting him, because so in character betray me. ɛma me hu emiri bi ɛme ɛyɛ ade a broni bɛka sɛ ɔmo saa suban ne pese me ɔfo koraa it means I just stay back and watch you whatever you do is your business saa na me hu yɛ ɛna ɔbaayɛ no wɔdane wɔbɛka sɛ wɔyi akyerɛ wo biara ma obi ahu nipa a ɔyɛ the ego in that man means me cry a measure pride
na unhu sɛ wone menya adwen sɛ sɛnea wo say wo anya the opportunity ama wadansa suban di akyerɛ wo a ebi adodo na omoto aba no wo anya sa opportunity no na wonji ndi sɛ esane sɛ amanyuku na ɛde na eba no no na dodo na ehwɛ entina mom kɔto abama no bo ma anhwɛ ono ni suban na omo de to ma no
omo esa amanyuku ni ne problem no minya akwanya so Asia Owura Mahama at that time near African Cup of Nations na NDC in the power asema Mike was in Ethiopia man no aura no ekuta no the one around him no. Even when his own people were being rude, it was like, no, she's a Ghanaian. As long as it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, Ghanaian, I'm representing Ghana. That alone, I may not subscribe to the policies or implementation idea, but as a person, to me, Ubisame, my acquire me no, say the miss whom, because of a fine gentleman. But what they make out here say, I didn't have that thing with a good father.
But and also near idea high say nze ho akra na be kan say kwesi yesu be kan na tibongo say nipa no ho ofe ne ho ti say
enye na ho ofe I'm not basing on a ho ofe
and also edi o man ni nya
Pacho, I'm not basing on a ho ofe o chere mi say oye nipa a odwin nipa ho obi kan sema
ni suban bi adi kire
o da suban bi adi kire me it is not about na ho ofe and that is far from it.
Okay.
Omu yesa ne kura onim se enye no. Said osu no omu kasa e kura se nye tumi so ne ye bi mtese like o treaty nipa se oyi nipa. Even though you're president of a country. I don't know if I'm making sense. Whereby obi no menye president no. Said osu carry ni se no. Eno no de ko hoye obi be kan wa ha. Yesi finance minister o free so. Ono ani ko for se won for your mumboa. Omo ko me peswa so a omo hu de omo ye. Onyi firi ho no. Wan kan sure say omo man time ko. Osa ka kire wo omo say. Ne campaign no ni nua no ne boa no financial wise. Etutu mo omo nde no MPP form person beka. Eno de ni state power. Sa ni suban na me hu before so be president we no da ne di no. Nti ade enya e benefit wo no a onhwe Oma ha wom no. Sa consideration you see yes say ye need to form. Obi a waba bia obi adwin mu no obi aso obetimi aye adwuma. Wo a wokoto aba no osofo ani to form. Na aso assess for no. Adwuma betimi aye. Mahama aba ebi. Oye ye ndo koye kosi ye no Ghana for say debi. Debi aduru ntimi fa anko bi because adwuma no hu so. Ene yi ne koy. Ene kufu adubai.
Yo abena sister abena ebeda wase. Ebeda wase na je say omo enhwe character no nipa no su ni ne ban no so ye one of
so see time na so
time na so 30 minutes
na ya na ubuta no aya o factor time ni into it na
no 30 seconds nti ya na me dey asoso amam
me na ti bongo ye adwen o time ni
Eji ye ma kwabina mbra kwabina na ye run it up na minya nanka obi kra aba su mama mi na ha no se mo dey say afi no wi ane ebo America so about 12 am wa ha enti we dey kwabina mesra ye ne 5 minutes mame wa wi na ma mi fi aba na me ye di jumadi na
we dey uti ma kwabina 5 minutes so no sunya 12. You are not being democratic here.
Mate, anyway, dear Kwabna, my uncle Bama so Second round.
Yo, Obosomfo, Medasina, Maintina, me support Trump.
Uni about say me ma. What
Oh,
is
no, I
due
don't
to
quite yeah,
Caesar?
me meda abnase. Now my father or 5 on us about near on say maintain me support Trump no. Because me ni person to me. That's why be no and I mean be engagement with mum na make about or can about Trump on some on pet days people I'm saying busa and say now one can say tuntum no pe unu tuntum asem. Wo unu u tuntum na kasa wo pe unu tuntum asem. Why na person obruni na be pe wo asem. Was it Trump see the person to them? And I'm going to say, only Jason, you rob me 3 times. You do time be in a certain time, no, as a black man, granting me walk around black neighborhood. It is certainly not person blue better was I didn't have to change. I won't change yourself first. No blue no soon to me pay said the other or around you obey. Ebia no be a to me pose or ye. So, this is a person who to Subaya, man is scanning to me. As when you're to me, I'm okay. Unia bar 20 minutes. I'm not by our 5 minutes. On the start,
we are able to feel the action one, Miss Afina, make Quaco.
And no, dear, no, wouldn't say, dear Betty. And now they amount for air corner. It's not be
responsible consideration.
Nepotism, a wooden tumfu.
Oh, dear, Kawasa.
Isn't a maybe can say the attitude, no? Yan change here. Ubiba was be the mini problem. When you start to say, okay, say, maybe your problem, mini problem, your problem, mini problem. Who problem I been on fire home. Opposite for.
To union for say and then responsible consideration is all more years.
Oh, maybe a responsible consideration, man. Say, Anna, I'm for her. Mini up a bubu. Bubu, I saw the only bubu. Bubu, I know base on. And almost one more a farm. So, and of a Kwame, any group of people will be so almost a farm. Group of people will be almost one more farm. Na awunya kwanya de bia o meche so mo financial de be no ma report o mo de submit ya ma government government dia na so produce no o ma produce sen basket sen no ma timi aye wo de wano edo nwura ankasa e bi nwo abato ayato wo Ghana nyina efi PNDC ekofa NDC ebe nyina zo ho ye wo enipa ku bi wo eyom ka voter region obi ka voter region ni Ashanti region about when any voter region Ashanti region so come Oba Accra so Oba Accra and Nkrumah your group of people be honoma oma to aba ma NDC sa oma bra bon change da mi hu kura ube kom wo Ghana ai nipa wo krom wo no omo ye homeless e chin sa group of people ya oma to aba wo enkran sa besi ene ya omo pesa sa de bi omo guso wo a e ho ana omo wo no. It is obi pense sa ho. Ohwe ba bi awufi ni ba bi ote no. No we se nkrofu ku we a omo we ya de bi omo de omo asema ko ha nyina yi. E de ensesa na omo nya. Omo nya bi. Omo gusugu ayi shelter honom so ho. Wo a na omo ugu ho. Omo nche omo nya omo age se omo pe improvement bi a wo omo bla bom. Dia de omo mpa ni so obi so omo nua e bobra. Omo nua e kosoro. Omo nua ye nie me betimi abo akra create jobs among other people. No matikwa pan. Enti omo so betu omo fo. Omo sound mind no. Omo nhwem. Se bi a Alan ebebo omo bi a omo di ahachi too much. Emo no me bi Alan. Ene betimi abedu ahwede. Etimi ama commander sugar factory na etimi abaso. Se de be ya yenko import sugar enfi China. Se kobe de ba China economy no betgina so. Egina ba bi egina na se Ghana economy no ebegina ba bi egina. Oboson for mebusa asem we ebi ade owa akwanya anasi sabna wa ya owa ide o betimi abo ame before na ekọ me say 2015 MPP for co primary so Alan ka se mi na me de pa manka na me boa because mi hunsa say time ne bi am investment am ye o MPP mu so sana se nka Alan na ho ne nim de na o kan se nka MPP for members nyina investment bi ade be bi say donations ade no I say o de abeto bank what the abeye investment until says can I what they connect say timi wum enfasoment bi anka me ko Ghana maka ko say skabi bi am de bo MPP no akosi say na abeka ho enti we de mebusa onya akwanya tre ne ho ko yi ene mo amoye members yi say ni so di hunu no watimi aye ebetimi atwema ba say ene donation bi anka me de be ko MPP no me de ko ala ho no mo a menya ho mfaso de say na bisika kotoba obosofo we de mpa che onya akwanya
bɛkyerɛkyerɛ mu sɛ bi asa ni so ade hu na me na me pɛ na make kan wu sɛ atimi ayɛ possible de aso hu na wa mama hu na bi a sa fafanto yellow t-shirt no bɛba ma si sa abna man baako na me so de atwitwe emumume adi mochi a so hu ɛhɔ asɛm ni hia me na ni nyina nkomfua no sɛ Ghana yɛ pɛ sɛ ɛkɔ n'anim a ɔho ɔbosomfo sɛ yɛ politicians sɛ yɛ individual sɛ yɛ obi asɛ de ɔgyabo edi ka sɛ me ba na ma sɛ ɛmfa ho sɛ Mahama na be wini aba sɛ Mahama wini aba na me nua a ɔte Ghana no ɔho ne attitude a change na me ka sɛ kwadwo yɛni dwuma ɛne ade a so ɔho yɛni dwuma ne ade a ɛsan sɛ na attitude na change ni ntino menya peace of mind. It doesn't matter who is in government. Then just say be an anado na abadi yese me nchenji ya adwen a. Eno ne me so madwen kire. Say the okache say obi a wo kwan say o de kire na adwen me de no. Ghana for no tinji o attitude a. Ebeboa ma o man no atimi akọ nanim. O pass sa o de men sesa. Ne nti yese okọ aburo kire na obi a asesa no because oba say attitude na wo de na ekuta no. Ene ha de ne mfa. Enti obi na obe force wo. One abe force so now the aye de so de no maybe kono bonso ma no ekosi baby attitude sem ni nyina esi obi say me fat boys bus stop boys ye omo hoi so hu a omutimi hu say this is the problem e Ghana e fin do kro enkran krum so hu eni party ho no mo de ne ano ye adidi atem ye ntwa da pa ne enye nkrofo e na omunim ye sa krachefo no form ho say omo de ombe fast de ne klini me ye so say necessary ye ka say bi abusa sikafo kakrakra boys yi amanfo support omoko anim mate se obosomfo mo wo asem bi ho no de bia motaka ayeze mo nko na motaka sa asem no sound mind ho asem no motaka pa be pa cho se mo benya ho aduru ana se ho kire bia mo betimi aye na mo so dey make money from it de bia so find solution now solve problem na wo dey make money sa na brofo ye eni ma brofo di ko ani se o mo tena se mo se de ben de betimi aye na e de akoye nim enti se wo ho problem se Ghana for sound mind nya so obi koto abama MPP and NDC a oni sound mind so ba bebu say leader na udi na chi no na oto abama MPP no na o sound mind o the sound mind na to na say what is dia na at times
obi anka say wo moto abama NDC ni MPP no any sound mind obi anka sa
asema obi anka sa
yeah, can it say sound mind no modia shemre ni no kwame na easy faso or they determine say obi was sound mind
obia was sound mind o de to na ba ma me ka temo ntro me ka se tema na na do koye ajabuadi edabuadi ye dabuadi ajabet okoye ni kuro mu kwan ya se tem na ka ne ko no ma na akoka tetemu na atim no Nanado kwaye kwan tu pom ye sa kwan no o se sa kwan we ya nanado aye die ye to aba na nanado be wini aba ono na ka sa asem no se nipa ne ko gina sa kwan no so no de to aba se nipa no sound mind na so ni sound mind wo beka to akoto aba ma MPP na akoto aba ma NDC di to ni sound mind wo ba ye se nanado onsi hospital
na se kwabna unti se ma mi bi ka se wo de ebo okra to amanyoko bi ahyenso
no na dwi no so ni sound mind no ono nene no hu ni se eno no no ye ma na neje ewi asa de ntina na tuntumfo mbe se o mo be atme se we na me ya e ma me neje ana pese oti obi hu fa ahudi so ono fi se otuma NDC a ena ma na neje o hu se bi NDC wo power oni onya hwimfim ena ma na neje ni obi hu se na neje se ena se de kotokwa ase house potowi ena ma neje what's the problem se wo didi atem na ma wo neje continue insult Uze obi on ma wo anu oya udidi atema na wo ni aje won ma ko didi ngofo na tem menele inja me no waka wa ko didi o matem wani aje baby obi ya yatete no onye sa he me se NDC de bi wo ho mene ne be ye so closer woni nana komia ekupie wo news file nana komia didi papa na tempot wan kasa wan respondo menya kwanya mishia no na mbuza nse onabo na denti na komia ye sa ABC di ni ade ya wanye di ni ade sa de no na me hwe ne live ba me o ka chem se obia ni efia ye titi ni wom enti wo usu ne wo ban no ene ne wo ye na ene be kire efia ye titi wo fim so oba na ba kire adwen ye mfa nye oman se ma hu se ye f we nye yi ntini ye mfa nkosha na bibia nya obi be hu efia won ko ofie da wo bo betimi hu se efie we ne yetete aso na sifim Ba de oba na watwe red flag nse kan kura wo. Ukita atuo na wo tutuku wie mu a ye betimi ahwe oni ne o za akwa we efie we no film. Ada say oye vagabond child. Now there's no father in the house. Obi abetimi ehu. Ento posonfo. Munya obi a no fa na dwen. Ento so obi ene wo beka chi obi se do o de dokno to na ase abia. No na beka se dokno no abia na se me. Maami ana okoto na japade ana ode ne niam akosia wowa. Ansa na watimi aye bibi na se ne aban bi ade ne ma no. No ogina sa ade ne so koto aba. Wo se oni sa na wo se nipa ne eja no ma se hwe no a betimi ahwe no. Obi ade na adwen na ekoto aba no. Obi ba wase John Mahama ye niema so much a onu ohu bi de se ode no kura to kwa menkroma ho. Enso be buza se ebi me ba mi kroma me buza se ede e be na John Mahama ye ebi na ebi ni ho. That doesn't mean say ade na ebi ni ho. Baby na wu kroma ebi o si chip compound bi ma wa afi se ne so wani nti no wu gina so de ato abama no. Baby na be ukọ baby na ekosi chip compound ho ma wa hwe kro amafo de ebi bubu na to ogu. Enti obi na baby ofini ade ye ma na ebe so de ni obi gina so de ato aba. To be about to an interest me koto abama we ntino adenti na so to abama we ne wu se eno na wugina so a wu aye ofe se bia John Mahama si hospital ba ko a si kejetia esi tebna trene ma miensa no so wani e bia me so sa victory building ya na nado high school ya we si at university ai ohoi anase bia wo ba mikofo dua ya regional hospital kakra kunkuru dam ya na nado si wo hoi e bia na ma manije.
Yeah, Kwabena, maybe answer now obekono. Mr. Unjin say about amanyo semo and as amanyo no goes beyond say bia bridge bia ubia ye and a hospital then will be a sea. And I say nema ubobo sin. Unjin say amanyo semo no. Because senya nema ubobo so say we ni nema so be hwe so nsa wa to aba no.
Enyo mo sika.
Say ye wa aban bi ani ho a waba onye bribi nanso still manfo no esu ewo ahokyere ho ahokyere enti mintiasie say bia enti bia komo tisia samia udwadini
tama yi ora John Dramani Mahama as running meet na say na treat for na no na nyete be na say National Theatre, one of the and I say, one call money speech in so what you have no kind of. Was it so Ubetua baby? So now we are quite could do her. No, Bishop by also Babe Fako twice, so no. So Casana now who exercise mediocrity. Okay, Casasam no. So I know. Do the Otimico dinner baby. No, Timis or any panny to me saying, ya, Quenya. I catch you say, or no, you ma why you cry a check, Kwame, Chroma dear. Kwame Nkrumah de so o de onya akwanya no wanka se meme ba de we ye no meme ba be ya toaso ache ni ono na ye no ba o se afi de ono ni ono na ye na ono ko ka se o ko compensate na you are exercising mediocrity no so o de on ba bia azemnete ene ana NDC fruit mi ya de bia na me were kra ho ene ana de bia o ba na o maka se o support o defend aban ubo sa de na o defend me frep NDC ni personally fairness papa was saying kuju twemura na enkoyi sisa boyi Rashid Pepu nice gentleman me friend ka chance honorable national idea yeyi ebebo ma uko wiase ba bi obi a wide o just ma ka tell me o ka tell me 1+1 in politics is not always true and then who say NDC for be kire mu say ID no kura Joma say Ghana no kura de enche bia be ka say Joma ha makura na discover Ghana to say Christopher Columbus.
You Kwabena eveda wase. Ma yema mi fia kwa.
Sister Abna say eboto munya yema no ye besre no. Ye oye panichawo. Oma ya kwenya. Ebi ebetimi ayire ye ho aye adwuma. Ama skaba. Omo aye. Ye besre.
Kokobwa.
But the ejimi ba boto emu odumma. Ali ase ye besre no.
Why approach?
Wait a chopper.
Yo, it does a Kwabena. Mame yema mi fia kwenya na omra. Mame fia. Mame fia oti enka.
Mete monka. Bama so.
Yo, I drink it. Bama so nti my last final words na ye mpon. Na mse watiti nuanom ni omudi aba beka ho. Ti se bia wo asem foforo bia opese wo de esoso a. Ekwanda.
Ni asem foforo ni mepese me ya sɛde megyina meka ne sɛ Ghanafoɔ no ɔmo ɛyɛ nhwɛhan mfa ho sɛ onipa ko ɔwɔ aban mu anaasɛ ɔnni aban mu. Ghanafoɔ titiriw no biribi ɛsɛe a yɛbɛma no asɛe. Ɔbɛhwɛ ama biribi kono asɛe ansa na waka ho asɛm. Nanso ɛnyɛ saa na kuroba ɛsɛ sɛ woyɛ. So kuroba deɛ sɛ biribi sɛe a sɛ woyɛ MPP, sɛ woyɛ NDC, whatever party you are no, woyɛ kuroba. So enti no sɛ biribi kɔ so na sɛ ɛnyɛ na wowɔ akwanya sɛ wobɛtumi ayɛ ama ayɛ yie a me nko a me deɛ nka wo deɛ yɛ na deɛ anuonyam no ɛba a ɛwɔ kuro no nyinaa so. Yɛnka sɛ NDC, ɛnka sɛ MPP, ekuo no ɛna ama aba saa. So sɛ woyɛ saa sɛ party na yɛdi akyire no ɛno na me deɛ ɛma ɔmo yɛ no too strong dodo. Nti ɛsa ɛma ɔman no ɛnkɔ so because asomasi ɛna ɔbɛyɛ deɛ a wahu sɛ adeɛ no sɛ koraa deɛ ɛne ɛnsɛ koraa no yɛnka sɛ asomasi ne pɛn so na asɛe. Asomasi ɛna ɔbɛyɛ wei deɛ a anya ahoɔden anaasɛ asomasi na ayɛ wei deɛ a ɛne yɛnka. So ɛbɛgu egu kyerɛ sɛ wei ɛbɛsɛe deɛ a nyinaa ɛnsɛ ngu yɛ so. Sɛ yɛkita saa adwene no a yɛman yi ɛnkɔ so ara da. MPP, NDC, wherever you are no. Nyinaa yɛyɛ baako.
Sɛ obi bɛyɛ ama wagye dimpa deɛ yɛmmoa ne ma no ɛnyɛ saa dimpa no nti no ɛkwan biara
saa na me
ɛna wopa kyerɛ.
Saa na mepa kyerɛ no.
Na ɛdɛn na ɛbɛma timamuni anaasɛ ɔmamba ɛbɛnya saa adwempɔ no sɛ adeɛ a ne nua ɛyɛ aboɔ
because adwenbɔne ɛwɔ n'adwen mu. Woyɛ saa ɛwɔ abusua mu baabi a so
nso yɛwɔ nyamesomfoɔ wɔ ɔman anim. Ghana hɔ no yɛka kristofoɔ ne dɔɔso ɛna nkramofoɔ no ansa na yɛ abosonsomfoɔ no so yɛka ho. Nyinaa ɛsom nyinaa so kyerɛ yɛn papa yɛ nti ɛhe na
yɛn nyinaa papa yɛ but behind the scene no ɔno wɔ n'adwen so ate aseɛ.
Ɔfa saa adwen ne firi ɛhe na saa adwen ne firi ba.
Aborɔ ɛno ne yɛfrɛ no sɛ aborɔ. Ɛno ne yɛfrɛ no sɛ aborɔ. So nipa ɛyɛ aborɔ sɛ ɔwɔ abusua mu o, sɛ ɔwɔ ekuo mu o, so baabi a onipa ko no ɛfisi wɔ hɔ no wɔyɛ aborɔ wɔ hɔ a sɛ ɔwɔ borɔ no so o. Baabi a adeɛ ɛfrɛ no aborɔ no so obi ɛhyɛ ne ntoma mu a ɛsɛe adeɛ. Saa na mepa akyerɛ. Ɛsɛe adeɛ. Aborɔ nyɛ. Sɛ wodi aborɔ a wobɛdi aborɔ nnɛ ɔkyena no ebi a da w'anim o wobɛkɔ akɔto ya na nipa wi afi. So adɛn na wo nua ɛkɔ so ayɛ ya obi kra ne nyame a obi ni hɔ o. Wo nua ɛkɔ so a wo deɛ me no nam koraa na woyɛ yie a biribi kɔ so mama me kuma yɛ me dɛ. Sɛ mahunu na biribi kɛseɛ bi aba w'anim a kyerɛ sɛ me no nam koraa a ɛyɛ ma hohoahoa me dɛ wɔ makoma mu nanso nyɛ saa na nipa nyinaa ebinom ɛteɛ bibi ɛtɔ yie ma ne nua a kyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ asɛm kɛseɛ ma no anya obi kra ne nyame na obi ni hɔ sɛdeɛ onipa ko na ɔteɛ biara no wodeɛ sɛ papa no wayɛ a ɔse kan deɛ wayɛ so sɛ bɔne no wayɛ a wodeɛ kan pɛpɛɛpɛ so na obiara tumi ɛdi ne lee mu a ɔman no asomdwe bɛba ɔman no mu na yɛyi aborɔ efi yɛ mu a aborɔ no na ɛha adwene no ɛna mefeel sɛ party no nso so no ɛne da de ɔtan ɛba kuro no mu no menyini sɛ bɛboa ɔman no sɛ party A B C D and whatever no sɛ nka yɛtumi gyae kakra a ne yɛhwɛ adeɛ a na yɛn nyinaa tumi yɛ baako a mefeel sɛ obi a nkɔpɛ nkonimdie bi asom sɛ me na me party yɛ sei wei sɛ me na me party yɛ sei wei sɛ me na me party yɛ sei no anka yɛyi party no efiri hɔ kakra a ne yɛtry yɛn ho ɛhwɛ a sɛ wɔdɔ no me susɔ yɛ mu anaa wei asɛ wei ho tan wei nso wei ho tan wei ho tan mmoa ɛma nneɛma nkɔ so ɛwɔ ɔman no mu nneɛma mu ɛsɛe sɛ wɔkɔto sɛ dua bi abu anaa ebu a instead sɛ bi a ɔbɛfrɛ nkurɔfoɔ aka kyɛn sɛ mommra o na wei deɛ sɛ dua wei deɛ sɛdeɛ akyea yi mahu sɛ ne nhini kakra bi na atutu wanhwɛ a ekobu nso na kɔda lɔre kwan mu a anaasɛ obi twa mu a ebetumi adi na wu no ɔnka na watwa ho kɔ na wayɛ din wahu enti na yadwen no asɛ sɛ yɛkyɛngyi yadwen no ɛne yakoma na ɛda yɛ mu no ɛmmoa yɛn na ɛbɛma da biara na ɔtan wɔ kuro no mu da biara na ɔtan wɔ kuro no mu wohu ne nua na ne bu afu wohu ne nua na ne bu afu sɛ yɛmfa saa nkyekyere ɔman na yɛmfa saa nso nkyekyere abusua na mpo no wo maame mma mu no yɛmfa saa ntu anammɔn woyɛ saa da biara no na nneɛma ɛsɛe na nneɛma ɛgye nsɛm so ahu nea deɛ wayɛ no wode ka deɛ wayɛ anaa wobɛboa no na obi yɛ biribi na sɛ woahu sɛ ɛyɛ mfasode kɛse aboa no wahu boa wo nua no na adeɛ no a wɔyɛ no wohu sɛ ɛmfa awudie bi mma ɛmfa bɔne bi mma na adeɛ no a wɔyɛ no wodeɛ fa akoma di n'akyi na boa no nyansa ɛna akwankyerɛ bi koraa na wobɛka kyerɛ no na watu saa namɔ no a ɛbɛboa wodi yɛn nyinaa yɛ ho kwaku anansɛ yɛn nyinaa sɛ yɛnim nyansa yɛn nyinaa yɛ ho kwaku anansɛ wɔ sɛ nyansa aforo dua yi a ɔde toa yi bɔɔ n'anim yi a wɔde foro dua toa yi bɔ w'anim wobɛdɛ ɛde aforo ɛsɛ o daabi o nka wode bɔ w'akyi a so ahu
sɛnea maame fia meba kakra o sɛnea wokaa sɛ yɛnyi party no mfiri hɔ no sɛ nnipa yiara na ɔmo ɛwɔ party mu no sɛ yɛyi party no firi hɔ a baabi a ɔmɛkɔ bi a ɔmo sakra suban na ɛde kɔ anaa nea ɔmo de
ɛno deɛ no challenger ɛno deɛ challenge ne mu
nti sɛ na wopa kyerɛ sɛ yɛnyi party no mfiri hɔ no na sɛ wobɛtumi akyerɛkyerɛ mu kakra
first a na ahemfo no di ɔman no so no na ɛ different o first a na ahemfo no bi tumi no kɛseɛ no ekita ahemfo no
wopa kyerɛ sɛ yɛnyi amanyɔkuo nsɛm no nsi nkyɛn yɛ
papa ya wɔn na yɛ ahomasoɔ no wɔn na ɛma ahomasoɔ ne ba no ahemfo no first a na ahemfo no ewuro ɔman no na asomdwe wɔ ɔman no mu
sɛ ɛno na yɛyɛ ansa na yɛsɛ yɛmmɛnyɛ amanyɔkuo anaasɛ yɛmfa amanyɔkuo mɛkyekyere man no nti wogye di sɛ saa mmere no yɛbɛtumi ebetimi aye easy sa say ebetimi agya amanyo
ebetimi aye pa na sa amanyofo no na afa tumi no nti no kyerɛ sɛ deɛ wɔn pɛ na wɔn yɛ so ate aseɛ deɛ wɔn pɛ na wɔn yɛ ɛna ɛba saa meyɛ owi ɔso koraa meti no baabi sɛ yɛse wokɔka ayi bi koraa ne yɛaba abɛfa wo yɛbɛfa wo ha o wokɔka asɛm no wanka ne yɛbɛba abɛfa wo akɔ anadwo yɛbɛba abɛfa wo anaa yɛbɛtetɛ wo abɛfa wo so nhwɛ adwene wɔ yi a wɔ nnipa adwene mu sɛ wɔayɛ adeɛ no na ɛnyɛ no a wobɛka no ɛsɛ sɛ wɔpɛ kwan bi so na ɔde wo fa baabi yɛde wei apia kaa ama ne yɛ yie yɛmfa wei mpia kaa ama ne nyɛ yie yɛntimi mfa ɛnyɛ kuro ma ne nyɛ yie nipa mpɛ nokware ewiase nipa dasani mpɛ nokware o dabi ɔfa kano na nti saa
mami pia no kura we yɛmfa nkyekyere man ma ne nyɛ yie ɛbɛda wase na kyina nyame yɛ adom a yɛbɛ abɛtoa so na yɛma Dr. Jingo ɔne the final ebusuani a ɔbɛba so ansa na yɛde dwumadie no abɛwie nti mami pia ɛbɛda wase na wadwe nkyerɛ yo Dr. Jingo Ambassador for Christ. Dr. Jingo. And say, Doctor.
I want to know.
Yeah, Doctor. My final word na. Yemfa dwumadi ni mbrɛ wie. Okay. Ɛneɛ yɛbɛda ebusuafoɔ ne etiefoɔ ase obi biara ɔnya mmeretie bama so ndɛ questions and answers ɛne adɔfoɔ a wɔn ɛbɛka yɛn ho kyerɛ wɔn adwene ɛma yɛn nuanom obi biara yɛbɛda mo ase na ansa na yɛbɛkɔ no menkin di sɛ Papa Smiley ɛwɔ so nti in the meantime no ɛmi sɛ
Yeah,
yeah, say Musa Alice so by Benewa Baswan and so Osa Conti. In the meantime, San Yedi, you may be no so Asimbia Pese or Casoso. Quando.
Oh, you, I was from me. That's I feel the work I mean, now,
I said, Oba,
I've been NTS here. You see, America, bro, for one fufu. A system, they see it me who say, or some for a program back when they say, sometimes I know if it's a BBA, you compare, which is fine. So I can say, system, they better my compare, but I just like the culture, yeah, can. It's hard, pass every be year, my more free, a jump was there. Obiakwesi supermarket TV, like it's not a bit my possible. I did on my ankle. Did not make kind of say, you know, your agricultural bank or Honoma, me, in benefit or Honda. But the primary purpose of that bank, and it's an Ankabema acquire full loans. Me benefited that. So just here. Now, there be a me can. We many problem. Queer, yeah, you know, and you queer say, Obi could trouble, dear. A ye cocoa, ye papa mubi a ye, ye nana no mubi a ye, the atobia can home, near me so may be a bee, and I mean me. Sort as here. Say me stress the car, me the communist cabinet, me young free, but I me cogana, I am fair, sort as here. Me qua, I am fair, because body a moment to our moves among full swing. Body am cook body baby or Anka you cry can't quite do be bridge. Tanima way na idea. Me cogana mean cototos animano. Contomria more before saying Frank contombre free goals who made do honor. Not in foot through our bond, no one as well or move. So these are the things I mean, it makes me happy. But I'm the last time the bombardier see cocoa farmers are also cocoa or a sour anyway. So I'm the BMBC, I had the air, no, I had no. So you clear, no 50 years in your clear. me ye kya how fit no. So to me now, we have license. And every community around me, say, yeah, that's the reason why I'm happy here. I'm happy here not because I cannot leave Chicago, I cannot live in New York. New York is a hawk bomb me. New York downtown, South Manhattan, a bomb me.
Yeah, I could see any workano. On say commodities ni bi or entimi enyano under control price. Senya,
exactly.
US now workano. If with the same source and our business no so no your regulations were more the irregularity. But say be about there, say a cramo, or na say ya. Oko Mekrasia or no akufuma kwakucha body apa ope 20 cities be na 10 cities be the akwako.
Exactly.
Tojot, tojot be an answer or the kwako ye bibi. Now or the abroad. Unti be in country any panis or co a fumu kokucha body on fambra district assembly price control and
you see into what for your system no. If you are not trying to understand our system, it's like I say no, and I make me who say me. The only thing I'm who say ye be a person me koto akoko e bia the guy be free napa the omabe gia sase kakraka we farmer it was ponponche akoko upe bubru a confirm any sane mana udru a point and kill uchi na waye opa ponche so a no so ko Kentucky a ponche pass I Ghana um kana da go ibia only if Australia never so what you say me bizan say Ghana Africa ye wo na ayipa was it there's no connection with media akunya sane mano so what you say but ni na free Australia na e do mo ba wa ha say so what you say and the bia make say Ghana no ye kra de lucky so what you say me be feel backyard kakra bi me say me ye can say garden kakra bi wa say ko madam for be professor bi ono na me ko ni fie or chem ni backyard also every year be save $4,000 to $5,000 when it comes to vegetables so what you say e how aha no just more chance asase no ye ni bibia but Ghana no I think say baby ye dru no so one say e felt anko ade a emfa woni baby a wo bia no with my small garden bi so what you say because ye land no ye tete ma me mo bodo kono ohwe brogu on ma bro ye fifi one price do bro ye fifi so we think Ghana the enka is hard say be so come so on say be ka say come there Ghana aduane boarding because asase na ye fertile so unfa bibia nka ho a aduane na Ghana wo to na mre pie ufie wo bedroom na apai mre pie aso dem na mre pie so what you say nti identity say yesu e come tie say etime e system na say any yes ye nya akuafo nkabom kuo we nya de omo ye no ho no because omo ye no ho no omo dey politics kra esi nya akuafo nkabom kuo a eye solid a
yo ye fancy ase na empempen so ayedru no yen sorry so ha say ye ma omo mko e wa kire honom na ye na obosomfo ase wow nso oba ye be kire wa adwene ene no. So a big thank you to you as well. And for both near and afar, a big thank you to you. Nyami adma ochna certainly we will come back and continue. Bye bye.
Shodomu Adipa shodomu Wedi na mingwa Dante na minjie Odonido shodomu Adipa shodomu Senyu weda Irangwa na minjie Otobi yewu Otofata Fata Nkrume Otobi yewu